We are live.
Apparently, I think we are. Okay, yeah. Now we are officially live. Now we are officially
Toast.
Oh, and I forgot to mute something somewhere. And I forgot to mute something somewhere. Wow, that lag is super low. Wow, that lag is super low.
That's good, isn't it?
It's fantastic if I can figure out where the hell the audio is coming from. Where is it coming from? I don't have any windows open. There's a hidden window somewhere. Let me find it. Hold on. There's a hidden window somewhere. Let me find it. Hold on. There's a hidden window somewhere.
Hold, please.
What is happening here?
Hold, please.
Happening here?
Hold, please. He's feeding the monitor back to the stream. Feeding the monitor.
Oh, is that what it's doing?
Oh, I'm totally guessing. Totally guessing. I'm totally guessing.
All right, let's see if that fixes it.
Totally guessing.
All right, let's see if that fixes it.
Now I hear it. I hear it now. Now I hear it.
Nope, it's still doing it. Nope, it's still doing it. All right, somewhere on my computer. All right, somewhere on my computer. Hold on, I gotta start just closing shit. Stand by. 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 All right, so I had to mute you for some reason. Okay, now I can hear myself back. So this is definitely coming from somewhere on my computer. Okay, so where is it? Let me find it. It's here somewhere. I'm gonna find it. All right, so let's mute it. Stand by. Hold on, Houston. They won't be able to hear you for a second. Just give me a sec. Yes, I think I found it. Okay, hold on. We good? All right, hold on. Let me turn you back on. All right, Houston, are you there? Nope. Damn it! Fuck. All right, stand by. Technical difficulties. There we go. Hold on. We're getting you back.
I'm here.
Huey, can you hear me?
I'm here.
All right, hold on. All right. So now. Okay. Now it's not picking up Discord anymore. What the fuck is happening? We're having major problems right off the bat here. Okay, hold on. Where's the video capture device? Let me reset that. Stand by.
Oh man, it wouldn't be.
It just wouldn't be, right? Okay, at least we got rid of the echo though. So
yeah, that's good.
So where am I capturing?
Yeah, so they can hear but can't see.
All right, so Houston's video. Let me do a reset. Okay, that worked. Okay, now let me pop open this one.
Oh, and we're on the wrong side.
There we go.
Wait,
you're mirrored.
Yeah, you're mirrored on the left, as far as from audience perspective.
Ah, shit. What is going on with this son of a bitch? All right. It's always something, I swear. Okay, so last time. Oh shit, where'd you go? There, you're back. Okay, so you're good. You're good. But now I'm backwards and on the wrong side.
Yep.
So how did this happen now?
We got a pebcac going on here, you guys.
Does Discord like switch around who's on which side, like depending on the call, or am I always on the right?
You're from my perspective, inside of Discord, you're on the left.
I gotcha. So I need to figure out. Hold on here. First and foremost, I'm not watching the stream chat. Is anybody like? Can they actually see us now?
It's fun. Yeah, they can see us, but we're backwards. And as far as from my perspective, my Discord image is the same as YouTube, but your Discord image is mirrored in YouTube. It's backwards.
So I need to go into filters and I need to add the flippity doodah. Where is it? Flip, scale, aspect ratio. It's one of these guys. I forget which one it is though. Is it scaling and aspect ratio?
Should be a transform. In OBS at least.
Oh, it'd be a transform? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, a vertical flip, I think.
Yeah, because we did this shit before. So there you go. Scale, filtering, no, not filtering. Transform. There it is. I got it. Okay. So what I want to do is flip horizontally. God damn it. I just did it to you.
Yeah.
Wait, which side is your door supposed to be on? Hold up something with text on it.
It should be on my left.
Okay. God damn it. Okay.
Where's my
yeah, where's your sign that like advertises you while we do this?
Oh man, I lose all my notebooks all the time.
I know, dude. This is how Tech Talk is supposed to be. Oh, there we go. Okay.
It has letters on.
There we go. Okay, yeah, you're right. The calibration was successful. So let me move you over. Boy, I got everything fucking all messed up since the last stream.
So yeah, I technically I should be mirrored because
yeah,
NZXT is backwards.
Oh shit, it is. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm moving the wrong elements around. Stick with us, guys. This is all part of the show.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience while we deal with these technical difficulties.
Okay, all right. So I got to flip you too, apparently.
I guess that's really strange. I don't know.
I know it is. Okay, so let me flip you horizontally.
In Discord, you are correct. Right. Yeah, there we go.
So in order to do this time, for some reason, we've had to add 2 transforms, one to me, one to you. And what I'm gonna do, another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clean you up a little bit because we need to warm you up a little bit. Because your color tone is very blue. So what I'm gonna do.
I did move to my C922.
Oh, did you now?
C920. Yeah.
Ooh, upgrade. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into the filters for Mr. Huey Lewis here. And we're just gonna add a little bit of color correction. What we're gonna do is we're gonna shift your hue.
Actually, I should be really warm. Yeah.
There we go. Let's warm you up a little bit because you were really cold.
My LEDs are. They tend toward the warm in here.
I think I should be able to warm you up over here just a little bit. Add in a little bit more contrast. Get that beard angles going. Yeah. Now you're looking sexy. Oh yeah.
So weird.
Let's get that purple, real purple too.
Yeah, it's a purple.
All right, how's that look, guys? Does that look pretty good?
That's not bad.
That might be a little bit too much contrast though. Hold on. Okay, this is my last thing. Otherwise, I'll do this the entire stream. People get so frustrated because I become like a perfectionist at the video, and it never ever ends up looking perfect.
Hey man, color correction is hard. Okay,
it is.
It is not fun.
Yeah, people need to understand. They need to understand. All right, hold on. Let me get where did chat go? I had chat open.
It's the white shirt. It should be a heather gray actually.
Ooh,
this shirt. By the way, Merch Minion hooking it up with the keep calm and use more zip ties. Thank you very much. Soon to be available on my merch store.
Ooh, nice. All right, let me let's see. Oh, Miss Barnacules is already like throwing down.
Oh. Yeah, she dropping some hammers.
She does. She likes that. Makes her feel powerful. She is powerful though.
Nobody cares about looks. Just say interesting stuff. Well, I could go on about the turbo encabulator.
Yeah, actually, you want to tell them how we do our little mic check? Like tell them about your random tech speak. Just go ahead and go into it.
So the original machine had a base plate of prefabulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 main spurving bearings were in a direct line with the panometric fan. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacial lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented.
I love it.
The main winding was, of course, of the normal Lotus O deltoid type, placed in I lost my place. Where is it? Oh yeah, placed in the panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator, every 7th conductor, of course, being connected by a non-reversible tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring in the up end of the gram meters.
Oh my god! Tell me this though: are you coming up with that on the fly, or is that actually something you've memorized from somewhere?
I had to pull up the script. I did have that memorized though. Wow. It was supposed to be like a joke video that I was going to do for Puget. We were going to call it the Turbo Incoolerator, and I had changed some of the techno babble to apply to like CPU cooling and things like that. I just never got around to it.
Dude, that is hilarious. That is.
Hey, thank you, Michael J. Morrison. 50 Canadians. Hello, Barnacules.
50 Canadians.
Is there any way I could make contact to get help on picking parts to build a computer for YouTube video editing, SolidWorks, iRacing? I would love to get one from Puget, but I can't take the hit from the money exchange. Honestly, check out Puget's articles on Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and SolidWorks.
Yep.
And see where those. Figure out which one you use the most, and take inspiration from there first, and then see where they overlap with the other software you use.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. One thing I like about Puget, and one of the reasons why I've partnered with them on so many of the builds, other than they just build me really awesome, expensive, cool computers for next to nothing. Well, actually nothing. They actually give you all the information that they use for building their computers right on their site. Like, there is no, like, trade secrets, really, of Puget Systems. They publish all their articles, all their research, all their R&D, all the money they sink into. They even have staff that have PhDs, as I understand it. You guys have a couple wizards that work there.
Yeah, Don. Dr.
Don is crazy, man.
Theoretical chemistry. That's a cool one. Very high-level math.
Yeah, so this is a guy that knows everything about everything, right? So they publish all this stuff, and they do like really in-depth like performance analysis, thermal analysis, which is something they do. They have a noise-proof and temperature-controlled room that they do a lot of this FLIR analysis and everything to see how heat moves through the computer and how it affects the performance in various different types of application stuff, all published free to the public. So anything that Puget can build you could also build yourself if you so desire. So you might need an acrylic laser cutter though to do some of the finer work, but they do
for like bracing and stuff.
Yeah. And so, but that's one thing I really like about them is a lot of companies try to keep their stuff kind of a trade secret, like even stuff that they can't keep a trade secret, like literally just opening up the case and looking inside of it, right? It's like that's not going to be private information to anybody. So, but they still go out of their way to not publish any of that information publicly through their site because they want you to buy their computer. I like how Puget, it's like you guys make most of your money off of like, educational, government, stuff like that, where it's like the people need stuff that works absolutely 100% of the time. And the public that buys the computers, they want something that has like 100% uptime. And they converted me from liquid cooling to air cooling, and I still don't regret that decision at all. And I told John, the owner of the company, John Bach, I said, there's no way you're going to convince me that the air cooling is going to be as good or better than water cooling in my scenario. I told him there's no way. And he's like, well, just let me make a believer out of you. Yeah. And he did, because he actually agreed. I don't know if you remember that, but the first computer he was going to build for me, he actually agreed that if he couldn't convince me that an air-cooled system was the way to go, that he would build me a liquid-cooled box.
Wow, right
and
on.
I thought that was like, he was putting his money where his mouth was on that one. And I was like, and he did. Like, he ended up building, my first computer was whisper quiet. You couldn't even hear it. They set what is an unofficial record for like the quietest computer in the world. It wasn't recorded by Guinness Book of World Records, but it was actually done in a silent room.
Yeah, there was talk years ago.
Years ago, yeah.
Yeah. Like they had told me a similar story when I first started working there of they had sent one of the Serenity systems to some Intel lab, I think. This is don't take this as gospel. It actually came back like failed because it was too quiet. It
didn't register.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess the noise floor of the room or whatever was still higher than the noise the computer was putting out.
It was either Intel or there's like some other company that does really quiet testing, like SR PC or something like that. I can't remember.
I know there's a lot of companies that do noise testing throughout the world. As a matter of fact, Microsoft, I think, what do they call it? Is it anaerobic chamber or something? They have a fancy name for it, where it's basically a room that's devoid of sound. Like you could scream as loud as you can in any direction, you will get zero echo back. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And apparently, if you turn out the lights in the room and you like sit down, like you can't even figure out the space that you're in, like the size. Like you don't realize that you figure that out based on your inner ear.
Yeah, I've heard about stuff like that. Like the quietest rooms are at like -9 dB or something like that.
It's crazy.
You can it's so quiet you hear your own blood like flowing through your body and stuff.
Yeah, that whoosh, 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 whoosh. You start hearing that, like the noise that completely is phased out because you bring up your noise level to your environment internally, but once it's absolutely quiet, you start hearing like your bodily functions. Well, I hear my bodily functions anyways, but you start hearing the bodily functions you're not supposed to hear. Hey, Chorzo, he said, what kind of wheel you got there? This right here is a SimuCube Ultimate 2 right here. This is the best wheelbase in the world. I can actually say that too, like from testing. There is no stronger or more precise racing wheelbase than that one. That's it. Nice. There's nothing better. And then this is a not AccuForce. This is a, come on brain. Am I gonna have to tear it off and take a look at it? Why can't I remember this? It's I'll tell you. It's an Asher Racing. I don't know why I can't remember that. F28-SC racing wheel. All aluminum construction, all custom. It has all the same buttons and everything that I believe it's a Formula 3 or Formula 4 car layout. It's actually really badass. I can't wait to build the simulator. It's about 2 to 3 weeks out because I have to wait for a guy from Canada to come down, and we're still waiting on the pedal box for the simulator. But everything else is here, so I'm excited about that.
Very fancy.
It's going to be amazing. Hey, Bot, he said, do you remember the price of the system in the back? This one right here? That one right there, I think, was $12,000. when it was originally built, and the one down below is 14. Keep in mind, when these were built, though, they were absolutely the top-of-the-line components. This has 128 gigabytes of the best memory in it at the time. This was running all the M2 drives as of, what, like 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Or something. So keep in mind, a lot of people are like, what? Like, you know, you could build that system today, obviously, for a lot cheaper, but just keep in mind that was, like, the processor alone in that thing, I think, retailed for, like, $1,400 or $1,200 or $1,400 or something like that.
Because that's the X299 one, isn't it?
I think so. Here, I can check. This is one thing I like about Puget Systems. I can just log in right now and literally check. So, oh, dude, somebody tried to camp PugetSystem.com. Little bastards.
Really?
The S? Yeah, so if you forget to put the S on, you end up like at a place trying to sell you shit.
Interesting.
Okay, so here you go. This is the cool thing is I can't show you guys because there's too much personal information on the screen, but every time you buy a computer, you get all the information. What's up?
Oh, there was somebody saying, "Hey, this is Tegan." Just stopping in quick to say hello. Hello.
Well, what's up, Tegan? So let me see. This is the computer they want to know about, Houston. Let me pull up the stats. And keep in mind, guys, this was built in 2017. This is still my current rig. Yeah, 2017. Right. So that you wouldn't think it's that old. But let's see. Okay, so the total price tag on it out the door with taxes was $13,525. But let me tell you what it had. Now, at the time, this was all the top-of-the-line stuff. I had a Gigabyte X299 Aorus 7, which was the best board at the time. Intel, arguably. Intel Core i9 7940X. So this had the 14-core Extreme Edition processor in it. It had 128 gigabytes of crucial DDR4 2666. So 8 16-gig strips. So at the time, memory was ridiculous. But this is where a lot of the price comes from. 2 Titan XPs when they first came out. So the 2 Titan XP, yeah. So the Titan, the little Ps, but they were, I think when they came out, they were about $1,500 each.
Oh, at least, yeah.
Retail. So that's at least $3,000 of the system build just in part cost alone. But the other thing that drove the price way up was SSDs 3 years ago weren't that cheap, and this has 3 960 Pro 2 terabyte M2 SSDs in it. So it's got 6 terabytes of M2 storage when M2 was just like starting to really catch on in the market. And of course, the Fractal Define R5 Titanium that you guys modified has a new acrylic window. It has the noise dampening kit in it, the Noctua fan upgrade, all the thermal paste upgrades, all the acrylic stuff that's been custom made to do the airflow and stuff through it. So that's why it was so much money. It was literally built as like a ridiculous example of like what is the highest end workstation they could build at the time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
but that's not the most expensive computer. You guys want to know the most expensive? Sorry, I keep cutting you off. People don't understand the leg. There's like a full second leg.
Yeah, you still have that dual Xeon, don't you? The William?
But that's not the most expensive. I have an 8 GPU rack mount server. You remember that one?
Oh, that's right. The mining thing.
The crypto computer. Let me pull that up.
Yeah.
So that's right one
there. Of maybe 3 or 4 that at the time, at least, like yours was like maybe the second or third one that we had ever put together. It has 1080 Ti, right?
No. No, it's the 1060s actually. It was the 1060s because they didn't have the power
return. Yeah, that's right.
Yep. So this box though surprisingly was cheaper. It was only $12,727 out the door. Because of the GPUs being lesser, but it has 2 Intel Xeon E5 2637s in it that are 3.5 gigahertz quad cores. It's got it only has 8 gig of ECC because we didn't need a lot of memory for it, but it's got 8 of the GTX 1066 gigabyte versions, so the higher RAM versions. And holy shit, is it the loudest computer you've ever heard in your life? That was the one exception when John built that. He's like, yeah, there's no way to build a silent version of this. Like, there's not even room in the system for liquid cooling components if we wanted to go that direction. But that's crazy. So you guys have built me. Hold on, let me go through. So you built me Houston PC, the GPU mining rig, the Echo Pro, and the Serenity, which are my 2 HTPCs for my living room and my bedroom.
Right.
Yep. The Traverse Pro. Which one was that?
Traverse. Is that the laptop?
That's the laptop. It's got to be the laptop.
I didn't do the laptop. I didn't do that one.
And then let's see.
That's funny. I remember them by the cases that they're in. The SG10, which you should have the bust. It's like my shoulders and head.
Yep.
That's in an SG10. The Echo Pro, which is in the FTZ01 by Silverstone. That's like the VCR looking one. And then the one behind you and the GPU. Yeah.
And then the first computer that you guys ever built me, which was William, that was the dual Xeon. That was the dual 2643 Xeon, 6 cores each. Had let's see, What's funny, it says it only has 8 gig. It only had 8 gig of memory, but that was 2015. I think 8 gig in 2015 was pretty decent. Unless they did they might have done a RAM upgrade on that, because that doesn't sound right. I know that computer.
That does not sound right at all.
No, that computer has 32 in it.
If we build any machine with only 8, that's like one single stick.
I think that was one of those things where it's like that's what came in, so it was in the inventory, but then they ordered more in or something. Because I know that computer has 32 gig. I know it has 32 gig.
Sure. Because that seems really weird.
But yeah, it's cool because I can go back through this catalog of computers that they built me. And then not only do they have every computer they built me, they have every upgrade that's been done to it. So some of the computers have come back for like GPU upgrades stuff. They show the upgrades and the differential, and they redo all the testing with all the thermal stuff and show you the new thermal images and stuff. It's really cool. It's really cool. I'm actually really, really happy with all the computers that they've built. I mean, I've had 0 problems. Like, unless it's Microsoft,
unless you fiddle with it.
I did fiddle with it once and broke it and took full responsibility. But I did fix it. It just took a little while. Hey, let's see here. QCutest26 said, "What's with Barnacules' eye? Is something wrong with my eye?"
No, it looks like normal eyes to me.
I do have a lazy eye, but if that's what he's talking about. Hey, what's up, Lilith? Yeah, that was the crypto computer I was talking about. Or as I like to call it, the leaf blower, because that's what it sounds like when you turn it on.
Yeah,
it is so loud.
The central heater.
So should we just jump right into the topics, Mr. Man?
Yeah. A couple of these will be kind of learning along with the class.
Yep. Hey Bernie, thank you for that super chat. He said Punis for 2 euros.
Punis maybe, because it's got the umlaut. It's got the umlaut over it, so maybe it's like
what's that called? Umlaut?
It's called an umlaut.
Holy
I think it's a you'll see that often. I think like in German for vowels. I think it makes it a long U sound.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Well, he is from Austria, so that kind of makes sense. I mean, Austria and Germany share some history.
I was right.
Oh my God, so somebody got it. Oh man, the things you know, man, you're weird. You're kind of like this trivia guy. Like you probably good at trivia nights, I bet.
Very general trivia stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty good. It's when you start deep diving into any particular topic, that's when I'm not very, very good.
Oh, there's so you've learned to be a professional bullshitter?
Kinda. When people have been like, "Oh man, you're so smart," and I'm like, "Well, no. I mean, I know a little bit about a lot of stuff, but that's like because I will read, anything that's in front of me, and a lot of it is just like headlines or what do they call? What's that? The little blurb underneath a headline, the byline, maybe. I think is what they call it.
Somebody said the audio's crackling really bad. Hold on, let me listen back to it.
Underneath the headline. Is it me? Byline, I might be peeking or something. I can turn my gain down.
No, don't touch your audio on your side. I listened to the stream back. It didn't sound like there was any crackling. Hold on, I just want to see if any.
Yeah, some people are like, yeah, some people are like, no.
You know what I'm going to do is just to be on the safe side, because I'm sure we did it for a reason. I did have a negative 3 dB filter added to you, and I think it might have been because you were clipping before. So let me go ahead and add that back on.
As well.
Who's crackling? Is it me or is it Houston, or is it both of us?
Yeah, the audio loop delayed was sick. That was kind of funny. He said they're saying both. It is crackling for past 10 minutes. It seems better now. Both.
I wonder if YouTube's having a problem.
Both. I don't hear any through THX speakers. Both. If your sound is crackling and you are on a PC, disable Cortana. Better now. Neither. Fixed now. Getting better. Both. Clear for me. Clear to me. Audio's fine. Audio fine. Not crackling. It's fine. It's just fine here. Lol.
Tona.
Both. Better now. Neither. Now. Fixed now. Getting better.
Fine
both.
For me. Could it be regional?
Audio's I'll restart. Clear to me. Clear for me. Audio's been great. I haven't noticed anything.
Yeah, it's got to be YouTube, guys. It's got to be YouTube, because I just went through and listened to the stream while I had you muted. And we sound just as good on the stream as we do coming through on local audio. So
I have to say, I'm really impressed that I was keeping up with chat. Like, that was live. I was saying that as they were popping into the chat. That was amazing.
Can you just do that the entire show so I don't have to have a chat window open? That would be fantastic.
When I streamed for Puget, I was on top of shit. It was fast, and I was, man. Blah, 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 blah.
So many people miss that stream so much. Aren't you like the social media guy though now? Can't you pull some strings and bring it back? You don't want to talk about the bad subject? Okay. Well, we're doing this now.
Mostly because I want to keep work separate from personal stuff. So
that's a good point. That's a good point.
It's not really like a sensitive subject or anything, but I'm trying real hard to keep a
before professional and personal. I totally understand that. So it'd probably be a good time at this point, after talking so much about my computers, that we just say that this stream is in no way affiliated with Puget Systems.
Right.
But John Bach is still cool, and I love him, and I like to give him hugs when I can.
The hard thing is like, because of what I've done in the past, the stream, working with you, things like that, there will always, even if I don't work for them anymore, there's always going to be that connection now. People will always know and associate Puget Systems with me no matter what. And so I just try to minimize that as much as possible.
Yeah, it's true. It's the same thing between like Jay and I with Tech Talk, you know? It's like no matter how many times we say Tech Talk 2.0, everybody's going to be like, where's Jay at? Where's Jay at? Although we haven't been getting a lot of that lately, so I think people are starting to figure it out.
That's good.
Yeah, like I was actually getting like threats from people. The first show that we did, I actually got 2 threats.
I saw some of that.
Yeah, I got threats from people saying that I was stealing Jay's content without his permission, and they were going to make me pay for it. And I was like, so I just redirected them to the tweet. I just sent them the tweet where Jay was like, please bring Tech Talk back or whatever, and just, you know, get another co-host, do it. Because I had told him that I wanted to keep doing it. He didn't want to do it. So I thought that was nice of him, and really stand up of him to just like let me take what we used to do in the similar format and everything and just keep doing it. But some people apparently didn't get the memo and thought that I was like straight up like plagiarizing and ripping him off, even though I was in like 90% of the Tech Talk episodes. like we grew Tech Talk together. It's like, come on, people. Seriously. Speaking of which, we can roll right into the Dreamhack topic, because you know who's there? Jay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah, old Jay's 2 cents is actually at Dreamhack.
The description reads, "Oh, ha ha ha."
What? Did I screw something up?
In the description of the stream, it says, "Welcome to TechTalk v2.0, episode 3 with Barnacules, aka Jerry, and AuxxZillary, aka Barnacules."
How did I really do that?
Oh, that on purpose.
No, I didn't. I'll admit it. I didn't do it on purpose. Holy shit, man. Dude, I was like half asleep struggling to get stuff together. Oh, I totally did, aka Barnacules. I cannot believe I did that.
Never would have noticed if
good catch. Somebody please like screenshot that or whatever and make sure I never live that down. Oh my god. All right, I just fixed it. Oh my god.
All right, so Dreamhack.
Yeah.
Dreamhack's, I've heard, and it's something I've wanted to attend for quite a while. It's I guess a really giant like LAN party, I guess. With like some EDM and whatnot mixed in.
I've got it up here on the screen. It looks like, okay, so LAN, esports, expo, music, cosplay streamers, we got it all. Welcome to Dreamhack. And it looks like right now, okay, so Anaheim event. It looks like they do this all around the world. So it's not, so right now it's in Anaheim, California, but it looks like the next event is going to be, where's it? In Vinci International Congress Center, wherever the hell that is. In 75 days. That's the next one.
Oh, cool.
So this actually is huge. Okay, so it does look like it's a similar layout to PDX LAN, but it's just massive PDX LAN.
Monstrous. I mean, they've got, the original one is in Sweden.
I've heard, that's what I heard.
And then there's like Atlanta, Montreal. I mean, I'm seeing the list here. Leipzig, Anaheim, Dallas, Valencia, that's got to be California. Montreal, Rotterdam.
Spain, actually. Awesome. That's Spain.
Rotterdam, Spain?
No, nice. No, Valencia. Valencia, Spain.
Oh, Valencia, Spain. That sounds cool as shit.
Spain. Yeah.
That's neat. But I've really wanted to go to any of them. I think it'd be, I mean, it's like PDX LAN, but huge.
And plus, it looks like they have a huge like stage for like performers and big, huge like projectors and stuff. It looks like they're trying to make it like a cross between a concert, but instead of like you sitting in a concert seat, you're all sitting in like LAN seats with your computer.
Right.
Wow, this is crazy. So there's like multiple stages. Is this the Anaheim event that I'm watching here? Let me see.
Yeah, probably, because that's the one that's going on right now.
I wish I had screen capture set up right now, guys. I'd totally show you this. But if you go to dreamhack.com, you can see their little demo video that they have. And it's crazy. They have like big, huge things hanging from the ceiling like they do at wrestling events, you know, with like the billboards and the screens. It looks like this is like a massively multi-million-dollar event.
Oh, yeah, it's monstrous. Yeah.
So, and I know Jay's there. So Jay's there. Coconut Monkey's there. Frickin' Phil is there. Hobbs is there. So lots of people I know are actually there, and I didn't even know Hobbs was there. I know Hobbs said he was going to California, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together that he was going to Dreamhack. But it makes sense because Hobbs goes to like every LAN event in the world. Like he goes to QuakeCon, PDX LAN,
every LAN like around, man. He's on top of that stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, he is. Hey, Nick, thank you for that $5 tip. He said, does Puget build virtualization servers? At my place of work, we may need a system with 3.5 terabytes of RAM, 300 terabytes of storage, and many GPUs and Hive IO, whatever the hell that is. The answer is yes.
Talk to them.
They will build anything.
Probably.
That's the one thing. Puget will build anything. If you call them up and you tell them you want it, you give them some specifications, they'll find a way to build it. Bernie from Austria, thank you again for that 2 more little E's with the 2 slashes in the middle. That's the pounds, not pounds.
Euros.
Thank you. He said, you guys didn't get it. Replace the U in punis with an E. Oh, no. I totally got that you were saying penis, dude. Did you get that he was saying penis? We were trying to downplay it a little bit. As a matter of fact, I knew that you were saying it. This is the perfect time to use this graphic. I knew somebody was going to say penis, so I went ahead and just added this graphic to the stream. And so I think the stream lag is pretty low. Actually, here we can even take this graphic and we can chase Houston around with it. Oh my god, we're chasing. You can't get away from it. You can't get away from it. There's no getting away from it. You can get over here. You can get over here, little guy. That was a random scene that I added to test with in the last stream, and I forgot that it was there and I even named it Dick. It's called Dick in the sources output on OBS. So I was like, you know what? This is a perfect time to bring that up. Thank you for those 2. God, why do I keep trying to call them pounds? The euros, right? Euro.
The thing is, so just to come back around to Bernie from Anaheim.
Yeah.
The umlaut over a U, it makes a sound resembling a W. So such as in pinguino.
Ooh. What's pinguino?
So it'd be puinos. So
it'd be like somebody with a lisp talking about wieners?
I guess I'm totally just pulled that up on YouTube or on so I could be wrong. Maybe that's like the Spanish. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Isn't that cool how we can do that though as live streamers? We can just pull up the infinite knowledge of the internet without anybody realizing. They can be like, "Hey, do you know about this like programming language?" Be like, "Yeah, dude, I basically invented it," and like I can just go and look it up really quick. They probably notice with my loud ass keyboard and the fact that they can see half of it, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, so Dreamhack. Are we going next year?
Maybe. At least one of them. They're like every couple of months. I mean, I don't know that I want to go to France right now in May, but
no, I'd say for a local one. Let's say it comes back to California.
That'd be pretty cool.
We could even do like a road trip, like just would team drive down there, like rent a SUV or something and team drive down.
That'd be fun.
I think that would actually make for like some pretty cool vlog footage and stuff like that. And a lot of people don't realize this, but like Houston and I mean, we go way back. You know, when I first met him, it was love at first sight, man. I saw that beard, I was like, you know what, this is a guy that I want to spend the rest of my life making fun of drunk at LAN party. And I think to this day, I think this is truly a record.
I pass out.
I think you and I have spent more time together in hotel rooms than I have with anybody else, including my own wife. I think that is absolutely a true statistic. And as weird as that sounds, because we always travel, whenever we travel to conventions, you know, with like Adam or mostly PDX Land, but like other events too and stuff like that, we always end up sharing a hotel room somewhere. And, and it's because we get along well. We've never had any problems. You got earplugs, I got a CPAP. So it's like, yeah, we don't want to kill each other. I think the first time we shared a room, though, was before I had my CPAP, and you said I snored like super duper loud.
Yeah.
You were like, holy shit, dude.
I crashing once with you and Hobbs, and I don't think I slept a wink. I think actually it was you it was that time at PDX Land that inspired me to get these really awesome, they're silicone earplugs that they're kind of smushy, and it like seals your ear. They're great. I don't hear my dog snoring, and she's like 6 inches away. She sleeps like right next to my bed.
Yep.
I don't hear anything with those.
I think you even offered those to me at one point. I think last time we were staying together, you said you tear them in half or something like that.
Yeah, they're really they're kind of big. They tell you not to do that, but I'd find that it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't fit in my ear very well. So I cut them in half.
They just don't want you panicking if it gets stuck in your ear canal. I've done that, by the way. Have you ever gotten an earplug stuck really deep and had to like fish it out with tweezers?
No, that's scary.
No, that's happened to me twice now, using just those standard ones that you squeeze and shove in your ear. What would happen is I'd have a cold or something, I'd be using my CPAP, and the CPAP creates like a positive airway, and you'd think that that'd want to like push them out, right? But it doesn't, because you end up like breathing in so hard that it like pulls in on your inner ear and it sucks them in. Ugh. And so I woke up in the morning and I was like, I had a headache, and I was like, what the hell? And I'm reaching in there and trying to grab it, and I could just barely feel the back of the foam. It like compacted it back into my ear. Oh, like I think I just really, I think what happened is I like almost like sneezed or something while I was sleeping. It just popped them suckers in there. And so I had to actually go in the bathroom, and I was like freaking out. I had vertigo and shit because it was making me feel all weird. And I had to go in there and actually find tweezers in the drawer and like just stab the tweezers in there and grab onto it and pull it out like a chunk at a time until I could get the whole thing. Oh, and I almost didn't get the second one. The second one I worked at for like 5 minutes. I was like, oh shit, I'm going to be one of those people that goes to the ER with like weird things shoved in my orifices. But luckily I got them both out. And now what I make sure is if I wear earplugs, that I only insert them about halfway. So there's like a big old gnarly chunk sticking out. And I haven't had a problem since. So just, hey, there you go. Top tip for you guys. Let's see. So Dreamhack. Let's check out. I'm gonna click on the Anaheim event and see what makes this so damn special. Let's see. What do we got? Okay, so experiencing attendee info, a brief summary and useful information of security procedures, rules, events, etc. Schedule of there's activities. Okay, let's see what kind of activities we got going on at Dreamhack. You have the hunt, the achievements. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying there's all kinds of like tournaments and stuff. They have a lot of good showings by different esports teams and things like that. Streaming events. There's also, I'm sure, like an expo hall of a sort, where
there is. I actually pulled it up right here.
Pictures of like, I've seen pictures of like the Monster Energy booth and stuff like the Axe and whatnot,
Wow, this is huge. So there's main stage. Let's see, Aegis, Guardians, whatever that is. The Indie Playground, the Halo Tournament area, the Artists area, which I'm guessing is for like cosplayers and stuff. There's a Hearthstone area. There's a tabletop gaming area. These are the big areas. There's a ton of little ones. There's the Madden 20 premiere, and then the major games like Warcraft 3. Let's see, what's this one? Halo series, Arena Open.
Halo's been blowing up pretty big this year.
It is, man. Halo, you cannot keep Halo down, man. That is like the OG console shooter. It's a little weird. And then there's the bring your own computer. I'm guessing that's the big event hall. It's the biggest area of Dreamhack. Is bring your own computer. But even that whole area is surrounded by like booths and they have a cosplay lounge, so you can go to the cosplay lounge. If you like to see like scantily clad human beings walking around. Remember, man,
it's not just that though. I have to say, I was at TwitchCon and they had a cosplay contest, and some of that stuff is like, we're talking better than movie quality. Like, these especially it was like the stitching category or something. It was all about like really fine needlework. Oh, that may have been the name of the category. It was like needlework, and it's amazing. It's like these people pop right up out of the video game. It's nuts. They're incredible. There was oh bugger, I can't remember now. Never mind. I lost.
Well, people don't realize that like movie shit does not look that good. Like, I've seen a lot of movie-ready costumes. They're designed to look good on camera from like 10 or 20 feet away. And sometimes they'll even have multiple versions of the outfit where it's like the one you can hardly move in is the one that they shoot close up. And then the one that you see him running around and doing shit in is like all scratched up and banged up, and they just fix it. They fix it in post-processing, or they just shoot it in shitty enough light and everything like that you don't notice. As a matter of fact, a good example of that is like my Stormtrooper suit that I made, right? From 10 feet away, that shit looks like it's studio. But then you get up on it and you're like, oh man, this is obviously shit out of a 3D printer and held together with caulk.
That's a big thing of it. And we've gotten to a point now where you can't. They've gotten so good with motion capture and digital painting, VFX stuff.
Oh yeah.
That you can't hardly even tell. There's a scene in I think it's an Endgame where everybody's walking past the camera toward the time travel thing that they've made, and they're all in those white outfits.
Yep,
those are fake. They didn't know when they filmed that scene. They didn't know what the outfits were going to look like yet. They were all in their normal costumes. Their normal.
Really?
superhero costumes. They painted those time travel suits over them in post.
If you didn't tell me that, I would have never even for a second believed that to be true.
I couldn't tell until I found out about that after the movie. It's amazing.
Oh my God, have you seen like the de-aging technology they're using now, the digital makeup to de-age people? Like I watched what's that new movie that's got De Niro in it that I finally it's like 3.5 hours long. It's a Scorsese movie.
Irishman.
The Irishman. Yeah. Holy shit, man. I mean, like there was a couple times during the movie where I was like, okay, they're clearly de-aging. Like you could tell the lighting was a little off. You could tell that some things were a little bit rushed, but there were scenes in that movie where I was like, there's no way I could tell that wasn't straight up like old school De Niro.
So like this is really neat. So temp error is mentioned what I'm about to say. Corridor Digital. They do a VFX Artist Reacts series, and they actually talked about The Irishman and the de-aging process. They actually filmed with 3 cameras.
I did hear about that huge rig.
The normal film camera, and then 2 infrared cameras. Okay. Because they didn't want like capture dots and stuff over it, and they didn't want to fuck with the lighting of the scene. So they filmed at these kind of odd angles in infrared, and used that to create the 3D model for their faces. And then they used like a twist on the deepfake technology. They took old movies that all these actors had been in when they were younger, and used that for like to train the model to paint over their face with younger look.
That is so freaking crazy, dude. So
mind-blowing.
I bet you did they do like infrared makeup on them for the infrared cameras to pick up, like where the normal camera wouldn't see it?
But think so.
Really?
I don't
so they were just going with different angles to create like a, what do they call that? Like a scatter map or whatever, where you have 2 different angles and it approximates a 3D model.
Yeah. So the normal film camera was in the center, and then they had 2 IR cameras on either side to get to build a 3D model from that footage. Yeah.
Dude, at the rate things are going, we're all going to be porn stars, whether we like it or not, in the next like 5 years.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be insane with the way deepfake stuff is going and just digital tech. Neat little aside to that though. All of these VFX companies, in particular like Adobe, they are working really hard on like counterintelligence software, so that if you do have an edited photo or like a deep faked video, you can feed it into their machine learning science wizardry.
Yep.
And they can tell even after like you've copied the image a few times or tried to fuck with it or whatever, after the editing, they can tell.
There's always a fingerprint. There's always going to be some forensic clue, even if our eye can't see it, the computer will.
Yep.
See, I see, and I hope that becomes like publicly available technology. Otherwise, we're going to have people just believe in all this shit, because some of it looks really good. Corridor. So Corridor. You remember the video they did with the Tom Cruise deep fake? It's like there's parts of that deep fake where it's like, I swear that is Tom Cruise. Like there are places where it doesn't look quite right, but there's some angles and some lighting that they do it in where it's like it is almost a flawless deep fake. And if you watch it on like a cell phone size screen, you would never ever question it.
And an interesting thing too, they did that in a weekend. Like they trained that model in like 2 days
with like one computer.
If they had more time and more footage, you wouldn't be able to tell, like, because for one, they used a professional Tom Cruise impersonator, which helps, the mannerisms and his face looks pretty close.
That's a huge piece.
But man, if they had took a week, let's say, to do that, it'd have been flawless, because lighting is a huge part of it. It is. And move it, if you move too fast, the warping is funny. Things like that.
What's the term they use for that? Where it's like it's so close to being perfect that you reject it. It's like I think it's called uncanny valley. That's what it is. So it's like there's a certain point where if it looks off enough, your brain accepts it. Like even if it's off by like 10%, your brain is like, okay, I know this is fake, but it looks real enough that I'll accept it as like this is a cool effect. But then if it's like within 1%. Your brain like completely like freezes up and rejects it as this is not right. It almost like messes with your brain while you're watching it. And a good example of that would be Gemini Man. Have you seen Gemini Man?
No, but I've seen like trailers, and I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
there's places in that video where you can tell they just ran out of time and they ran out of money, and it's like the lighting, especially in the dark scenes, looked amazing. But in the daylight scenes, oh my God, there's certain points where you look at it and you're like, it literally looks like they just like cut and pasted his face, you know, like younger version of his face over the top of it, and like moved it around with the mouse. Not quite that bad, but it was enough that you looked at it and you're like, God, this looks terrible. Why would they put this in the movie? But then the dark scenes when they're like underground and it's lit by like dim flare light and stuff like that, there's times where you look at it and you're like, dude, that is like straight up Will Smith from like his teenage years. Like, it's 100% believable. It's nuts, man. It's absolutely nuts.
I love it. Some of that stuff is just outrageously incredible stuff. Blowing my mind.
You know what I like about it is it's gonna keep our favorite celebrities from our generation like working well into their retirements.
Oh, like, for sure. Yeah. Even after, honestly. Like they're
that's kind of creepy, man. It's creepy, but it's cool. Like, as a family member, I'd be happy to like see like my mom, for instance, like showing up in like some documentary playing a character or something with her mannerisms and shit. How cool would that be?
It would be neat. It has actually raised talk about who, because it was like with Star Wars and stuff.
Yep.
After
Carrie Fisher.
I want to say it was after Carrie Fisher died, there was some concern from her estate. I think I would want to investigate this a little further. But
I heard similar stuff.
It did raise questions about who owns the image, who owns the likeness.
Yeah.
Of like you own your likeness as long as you're alive. And so, like, do you get to have copyright on your face after you're dead? Is that like?
That's a good point, because there's impersonators, right? I mean, impersonators are allowed to work, and they're allowed to, under like what is it, fair use for satire and parody?
Yeah, I would say that would fall under fair use for parody. Yeah, as an impersonator, or like, you know, Michael Jackson or Elvis or what have you. Yeah, but like, if I wanted to, like Tupac, right? He did like a virtual tour. He was like a hologram.
Yeah, where they projected it onto like some screen that you couldn't see from the crowd, so it looked like he was really up there on stage.
Is that the studio? Is that his estate? Like, who owns? And we kind of got onto an interesting topic here just by accident, but like, who owns your likeness after do you have to copyright yourself at some point?
Creepy. Yeah. If you think about it, it's like, because what rights do we have right now? So if we think about the rights that we have right now, as long as we're alive and somebody tries to impersonate us in a movie that isn't, it has to be clearly satire, and then it falls under like fair use. But if somebody tries to be you, say in a documentary, like that isn't satirical, and you're dead, so you can't sue them, right? You can't sue them. Your family could technically sue them, I suppose, but like, then there's going to be this huge gray area as to whether, what would you have wanted? Like, you were a star your entire life, maybe you would have liked that to be continued on. Who gets the revenue? Who gets the royalties from that? Because obviously you don't want somebody like I'm sure Elvis, for instance, this would be a good example, is, and they have movies where they do documentaries and they have people impersonate Elvis, but it's not Elvis. Everybody knows it's not Elvis. He's not credited as Elvis. But what do you do when it's a synthesized Elvis voice? It's a digital fake of Elvis that looks like him in every single way and has his mannerisms, and for all intents and purposes, you cloned him in his video format. Like, there is no actor left. Even the person that's doing like the mocap for him, it's like you can't even really credit them, because you never see that, because it's all emulating his moves. It's like, at that point, like, who really owns the rights to that, and who gets to make the call as to whether that's okay or not?
Right. Yeah.
But I want to see that. I'd love to see Barnacules like in my prime, like 20 years ago, you know, on YouTube. In 1,000 years, I'm still making videos. Dun-dun-dun, a bad knife, opening up some shit, because some dude decided that he looked enough like me in the body, that in his face shape and everything, that a deep fake just worked perfectly. And he just decides, you know what? I don't want to show my face, so I'm just going to emulate this other guy. But the only morality that comes up then is like, what if the guy decides to do something that I wouldn't do? Like, what if he decides that he's going to now start doing porn? Although, I will admit, be in full honesty here, I think it'd be hilarious if somebody deep faked me in a porn, and I think I'd actually enjoy watching that. I'm not throwing that out there as a challenge or anything, but I'm just saying, if somebody happened to send me a link to deep faked porn with Ron Jeremy from like the 70s, with me convincingly deep faked onto Ron Jeremy, I'd watch that shit. I'd watch it.
That would be hilarious.
Just because you'd have to. How can you not watch that? That would be the most hilarious and entertaining thing ever. So, and that's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. Our favorite YouTubers are all going to be superimposed on people.
And I think it's something to think about, but I don't think it's like going to be a big challenge to kind of like get ahead of it. I feel like because there's always like when you go to a convention, part of the terms of service when you buy a ticket is that like, hey, we're going to be taking pictures, and if you're in these pictures or video, you give us the right to use your likeness in advertising and blah blah blah. Yep. And so really, I think you just build that into your business or your contracts and things with people, like just like you do anyway. When I imagine if you go to a sponsored event, like you personally, there's somewhere in the paperwork that says, hey, you agree that any pictures that we take as a part of, going to Kinesis headquarters, we get to use your likeness for whatever reason, for whatever we want. And so I feel like you just gotta, but it is something to think about. It's something that I think people haven't been thinking about.
No,
and will need to, especially as we get hang on, I gotta structure this. As some folk get into the public eye more, as they become more popular in the public eye, it's important. Like you already see people like what's her name, Gigi Hadid, right? She's a model, suing like paparazzi, or people who have reposted her photos from Instagram. That is a copyright violation, because
it's hurting her brand because they're seeing it through somebody else that she doesn't profit from.
Right. And so like that I feel like that's a similar piece of this weird kind of like who owns your likeness conversation. Like there's always it comes back around to like, well, if I take a picture of a celebrity who's just walking down the street, the reasonable expectation of privacy out in public isn't there. So I have the right to do that, but I don't have the right to take your Instagram photo and put it on postcards and sell it.
Right. And I think that falls under like fair use. If lately, just with all the shit going on, I've been looking over fair use because nobody seems to get it right, because it's one of the most litigated things in court too, because like everybody thinks that it's in their favor, but that's why they have to go to court, because it's such a gray area in certain circumstances.
Very fuzzy.
Yeah, like for instance, if you're in public, like you said, if you're in public and you're walking around in a public place and somebody snaps a picture of you and they post that picture or whatever, that definitely falls under fair use, because that's journalism. You're in a public place. You accept what you're in a public place. People are going to see you. Cameras are going to see you. That's a normal thing, right?
Reasonable expectation of privacy. Is
exactly. But then again, if you're on private property and somebody's using like a telephoto lens from like a helicopter to take a picture of you while you're on private property, then that can be argued to not fall under fair use. And a lot of people think that that's still fair use. Like if you were able to photograph the person, but it's not.
Because I'm at home, I'm in my backyard, I have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Like if you're in your bathroom and somebody looks in your window and takes a picture of you while taking a shower, it's like that's your private property. That's voyeurism. That doesn't count as fair use just because you were able to get me in the line of sight of your camera.
Right.
So and that's a common one for me at the fight all the time. I don't know why people think,
I feel like in those cases it's pretty cut and dry.
It is.
It's a weirder when we start talking about is Instagram. If I have a public Instagram, is that, and I feel like I think we've got
a private platform now, right?
Yeah,
because YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all of those platforms are private. They're not run by the government, even though they are publicly accessible. There is a rules and terms of service, which you could call like a code of ethics coming in the door. There's certain things you can and cannot do that are stated outside of general law. And they have to be adhered to, otherwise you get banned from the platform, just like you'd get kicked out of a nightclub for like taking your pants off if the rules were you had to have pants. Don't ask me why I know this rule, but anyways, that's what I consider private. And a lot of people really see it as a gray area, where it's like they see YouTube as a publisher and they think that YouTube is not public, that it's more of like a freedom of press and public, and it's not though. It's a company for profit.
Yeah,
so that changes things.
And that's where we start getting into the weird definitions of fair use.
What?
My monitor turned off? Am I still here?
I can still hear you.
Weird. That was weird. Like, it's like my monitors decided to go to sleep. That was
your monitor just got DDoS attacked by the
that
interwebs.
was strange. Yeah, I understand too. Like when it comes to YouTube, where things start getting really fuzzy, or even Instagram or Twitter, because like if I post a tweet and it becomes really popular, somebody takes a screenshot of that and posts it on Instagram, I feel like that's a copyright violation.
Yep.
I created that tweet. That is my content. That is my art, however you want to describe it. It is not okay for you to take that, even though I put that out publicly. It's still mine. And it's not okay for you to take it and profit from it without my permission. And I have seen a lot of like Instagram accounts that that have taken tweets, but have then like at the end of the carousel have posted the conversation of them asking permission. Hey, can I take your tweet and put it on my Instagram? And I think that is a really cool way of doing it. And that's where it gets really fuzzy though, because I don't think that is very clearly defined of like, again, like my photographs, right? I understand that Instagram can use my pictures that I post for advertisements and things like that. That's part of the terms of service. That's a right that I have given to them for use of their platform. But it's not okay for anybody else to do that. And I still feel like we're still in a weird, fuzzy, like legal. I don't think that this has been very clearly defined. There might be some precedents set in some cases, but like yeah, man, and then man, some of these definitions are really weird. What if I do cut out your face and Photoshop it onto somebody else's, and it looks like you're doing something weird? Like, I've created something new in that, right? But and
that satisfies one aspect, right?
That's a weird fuzziness, right? Because like, you know, I suppose then it starts asking questions of like, well, okay, what did I cut your face out of? Like right now you're sharing this with me. And so like I think technically under the law, I could take a screenshot from this stream and do whatever I like with it.
Yeah, you're a participant in it.
I don't know, right? Like it's a weird sort of, and if I did something bad with it, I don't know. It's like it's a weird. Yeah,
because people have done that to me. Like I explained in a previous stream how somebody took me saying the N-word because somebody changed their name to make me slur. It didn't even sound like I said it, but it was close enough that somebody could take it, and they took all the context out of it where I chewed the person out and banned them from the channel for having that name. They took it out of context, put it on YouTube, and got a couple thousand views, and I ultimately got attacked for it because people believed what the guy was adding to the context. Things can easily be taken out of context. Does that fall under fair use? No, absolutely not. And that's the thing is fair use protects parodies and satire, and it'll also protect if you create a new creation from it. Like it has to be a fully new form of art that is unrealized. Like the content that you started with doesn't add to it in any significant way, whereas it takes views away from the original content matter. But there is a part that people don't realize, and a lot of people don't realize this that are in the TMZs. We'll call it the TMZ space. Whereas they think that, you know, doing stuff that is of a harassing nature or bringing harassment on somebody by their works is okay and falls under fair use, which it actually doesn't. And most of the time in court, they rule against that. So if the purpose of your alteration of somebody's art is to make fun of them, to a degree, that's okay, because that's satire, right? As long as it's clearly satirical. But if you're trying to sell it in any way, shape, or form where it's believable, like, I know The Onion rides this line pretty closely sometimes. That's why they go so overboard now, right? Is because it has to be completely unbelievable. Because even if there's a speck of doubt there that you could believe that and it has to be of a negative nature, then you don't fall under fair use anymore. At that point, you're basically slandering or creating harassment or you know, like targeted harassment, for instance.
Yeah,
you don't realize that.
Like there's a weird where fair use rubs up on defamation as well, where like, you know, a lot of people will try and hide behind fair use when it could be argued that your fair use of this content you are allowed to maybe use this content, but you're doing it in such a way that now you are defaming it's libel or what have you. you are now trying to tear down my character, and those are obviously separate. Like the one is attacking the copyright and one is attacking the content itself as being defaming, or I'm not sure the alterations of that word, but
that's why a lot of this stuff goes to court. I mean, a lot of it has to go to court because both sides believe that they're in the right. And I see a lot of people speak out absolutely about two things, right? Fair use and free speech seem to be the two most commonly argued points when it comes to YouTube and online content creation. Would you agree?
That's dumb.
Yeah. Free speech is so. I hate it when people bring up, oh, you're censoring me. Well,
yeah. I have the right to come in your house and scream at you, and you have to listen to me, and you have to let your friends listen to me.
No, look. Like, and I'm sure most of the audience already understands this, but for crying out loud, if Twitter bans you from their platform, you are not. Yes, you are being censored. Yes, like we can all agree that. Yes, you're being censored by Twitter. It is not infringing on your free speech rights. You can go anywhere you like. You can go outside and say that shit. That is free. That is your free speech rights. The government can't stop you from saying those things. Everyone else has the right to stop you from saying those things. Yep. That's all.
And they don't have to listen to you.
Can't stop you. Period. That's where the buck stops. The government can't. The government didn't come in and take your Twitter account away from you.
No.
That would be illegal. That would be against your free speech rights. Twitter can do whatever they want. They're a privately held company. Yep. They can do whatever they like.
Yeah, and I think that's the disconnect, right? Is people don't realize it.
You might not like that. And like maybe blocking some people is, we can start talking about the morality of doing so and the politics of doing so. But there are platforms out there that you can do whatever you like. Like, they at some point, YouTube had at some point had to stand up and start. I think that's a whole different conversation. But at some point, having these outlets, you have to take responsibility for what people are doing with your tools, like I don't know, power tools or guns, if we want to touch on something kind of spicy. Is it Smith & Wesson's problem what people do with their guns? I think it would be nice for them to come out and say, hey, some of these people are using our tools in a way that we don't approve of. But should they be held accountable for all of the murders? Should they be held accountable for the guns that they produce for war? At what point does Lowe's take responsibility for me using a hammer to beat somebody to death?
Yeah, or buying fertilizer and blowing up a huge building full of people, right?
Right? Is that DuPont's problem? Is that their fault? No. Like, at some point there has to be I don't know, it's a weird... guns are the one area where they are legally not bound to accountability. It's a tool. The guys who make my chef knife, is Messermeister responsible for the murders that somebody do with their knives? No, it's not. Like, I still
think it's good. It's good, though. I think it's good that a company, though, even though they're not bound by law to do so, that if bad things are done with their product, that they at least come forward and openly state that they don't condone that action.
I agree.
And I think that that's a good way to do it. And a lot of companies do stuff like that, right? I mean, if something is bad, something bad is done with their product or something, they'll come forward and be like, we absolutely 100% do not condone this. Because unfortunately, you can throw rocks at people and kill them. You can drive your car into somebody and kill them. And it's like Chevy might come forward and say, like, please don't run over people in our Tahoe, right? Okay,
right,
it's not designed to run people over, even though it's exceptionally good at it, apparently. Just don't run people over with your Tahoe. Use it to drive, follow the rules, follow the law, follow the license. A lot of this common sense you'd think would apply across to everything, but it doesn't in this day and age. And like we were talking about when it pertains to like Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that, people... They get mad if you block what they say. But the thing that they don't realize is, like, your audience, like if you're on Twitter and you have followers, those people are following you because they care about what you think and what you're talking about. And even if they disagree with it, they want to have some kind of a dialogue with you. There's a connection that they want to have with you. The people that come in that all they do is just attack you and everything, they're just trying to have access to your audience. Because if they're allowed to be in your feed, they have access to a lot more people that will listen to them. And it's like, it's not your responsibility to give somebody an audience that is trying to defame you or trying to harm you or harm your family and stuff like that. No, you don't have to do that. They can go, they're free to create their own audience. They're free to spread their own hate. There's lots of platforms that allow that, like 4chan. I mean, you can just go nuts on there. I don't think there's any rules on 4chan, but that's up to them, right? 4chan gets to make that decision. And ultimately that's how they grow their audience.
Exactly. Yeah, and I feel like maybe I lit a fire by bringing up guns, but
not at all. I talk about it all the time on Morning Coffee. So you go right ahead.
You could insert anything into that. Like, at a certain point, people have to take either personal responsibility or, it's I don't know. I just don't think it's fair to blame the companies who make a tool, whether it's Twitter or Steel chainsaws or Facebook or Smith & Wesson or Chevy. It's not fair to blame the company who makes the tool for how people use their tool.
Exactly. No, I think that's fair.
I don't like.
And the thing is, though, is there's an implied usage too, right? Like guns is the one thing where I would say I agree with people. Guns are primarily designed as an offensive or a defensive weapon. They can be used in each role. But most people I know that own guns, including myself, have never even shot another human being. We just like to go shoot targets. It's a challenge. It's fun. It's exciting. Loud noises, kickback. It's an experience. Is what I'll say is it's an experience, right? It's just like if you went up in a fighter jet and you went and flew around and you didn't blow anybody up with rockets, you would still be like, yes, this jet was built for the purpose of shooting down other jets. But I still had a blast just going for a flight in it. And 99 out of 100 times, that's what they do. They're just flying around in it and they're just training. They're not actively in combat. So my argument with that whole thing is that people need to start holding accountability to the people themselves and not the tools. And this doesn't just count for guns. This talks for online hate, bullying, stuff like that. You know, the people that are complaining about free speech when they're silenced because they're just being pricks. Like, you guys just need to realize that if you want to be a prick, the internet gives you lots of places to be a prick, right? They give you tons of places where you can go and just openly be a prick and have a huge audience just being a prick. That's fine. But don't complain when I don't let you have mine. And it's the same. I get a lot of people that get mad when they report on what they call the news or whatever, and they're like, we want a statement from you. And I just ignore them. They want me to communicate. It's like, no, because the second I communicate, what I'm doing is showing my entire audience of 100,000 or a million people or whatever. I'm showing them that you are trying to pick some kind of fight or trying to have a biased opinion on me for the purpose of associating yourself with me. And I don't like that.
It's no different than ignoring the guys who are yelling on the street corner about whatever it is they're yelling about. They try to stop you to get you to listen. And it's like if one person stops, more people will stop. And then now suddenly the guy has a crowd and has an audience to speak to. Yeah. But if you just keep on walking, like most people do, you know, like it's like those guys at the at like every sporting event with the big giant megaphones who are spouting off whatever it is they're spouting off.
Yep.
They're gonna do it regardless if anybody stops or not. And it's like, you know, as long as they don't cross a certain line, they are free to do so.
Sure, that's a public place.
Like free speech rights right there.
Exactly. Yep. When you're walking, a good example, go to Seattle, right? Go to see every time I've ever gone to Seattle, just walking around, there's always somebody out there with like pictures of like aborted fetuses or something going, oh my God, abortion is murder, abortion is murder. And that's their free speech. They're allowed to do that within a certain restriction because I can ignore it and I can walk by. What happens is when they start walking up to me and making physical contact and they start following me and yelling at me, well, suddenly then that changes a little bit and the police can actually come and arrest them for it. As long as they stay in their own little realm, they can do whatever they want publicly, but you have to be able to go to your own space. Your car is your own space. Your house is your own space. These are places where you can go to where you don't have to put up with shit if you don't want to. And I like that. And the internet has places like that. My Twitter is my car, you know? My Facebook is my house. I get to pick who gets to come in and who doesn't. 4chan Seattle. Hey, while you're typing there, let me catch up on a couple of these super chats here. Hey, C Mopar W, think of that $10, man. That's beyond generous. He said, AuxxZillary. He said, hello, quick question. Got an old 4U security cam server from work, planning to use it as a NAS, but it's a jet engine. I'm guessing super loud. He said, any tips on quieting it down? Actually, I could use those tips too if you have any. How do you quiet down these freaking rack mount servers that are like 120 decibels?
Well, it depends. If you're like for your like multi GPU thing,
That thing's louder than hell.
There really isn't going to be a way to keep it cool and quiet. If it's just going to become like a NAS, you could probably, and I did type out an answer to that a little earlier, but we'll share it with the public as well.
Sure.
In case anybody missed it. There are companies like Noctua and Be Quiet and stuff. They make small, little 60 mil or 30 mil fans that will be a high RPM, but still quieter than like the Dynatron.
That screech. Yeah. It's not even the noise so much. It's that tone. They hover in this weird tone that travels through walls and cement and everything.
It's because they're like a lot of the tiny ones, the little 60 mils that are like, they're like 60 millimeters wide by like 45 millimeters
super
thick.
Fat. Yep.
They're really fast. Yeah. They're 25,000 RPM. They're moving hundreds of cubic feet of air every minute. Like they're blasted. Like you put your hand back there and you feel. But if you're not having a whole lot of very hot hardware in there, you can get quieter, lower RPM fans that will fit into those smaller spaces. Ducting can help a lot with that too. Sometimes the servers will come with little paper plastic ducting that'll help push that stuff through. There's hardware that is specifically designed to run cooler at lower TDPs.
I've seen vault enclosures too, but I think they're really expensive because only commercial companies buy them. But it's basically like a big rack mount server that's like a refrigerator. You close it and it sucks air in through the bottom and blows it out through the top. But it has ducting, like channels in it with audio absorbing material that converts it to heat. So that you basically anything you put in there, it's like a silent room for servers. But I've never seen anything like that for like a home application.
I mean, there are rack solutions that can do that as well. That will still move. That are either like actively cooled, like you're talking about, like a refrigerator, or are soundproofed, or not proofed, but like sound dampening in a good way. But just if you. Yeah, I mean, there are fan solutions. There are different, especially my first step would be to look into different fan solutions for the size that is available, and definitely different CPU cooler, because man, this again, it all comes down to like you got to think about the design angle of the server. It was the thought process of the guy who designed that product is that it's going to be stacked up with a bunch of others in a room full of others that are
and
stacked
the air
together.
Coming in is more than likely going to be hot too. That's the other thing.
Yeah, so like if it's just one all by itself in a big open rack or in a closet somewhere, you can get away with probably fewer fans and quieter fans. Because
I can add one thing to that is, okay, so that would be the internal option, right? The external option would be playing with the acoustic physics of everything, right? If you have a really loud server and most of the sound of it is radiating in, say, one direction, which usually is the case with these things, right? You have high pressure air blowing out of the back, so you usually get most of the noise coming out of the back. There you go. Go get yourself some acoustic panels that absorb sound, and then put them on a piece of plywood and stick it behind the damn thing, and maybe put another panel in front of it. Like if it's in a closet or something, maybe think about lining the door with sound deadening material, and then all that sound basically will get channeled down through the floor or echoed up, like redirect the audio. It's got to go somewhere. It's got to be absorbed and turned into heat, but you could at least keep it from heading in the direction where you're at.
You might even put a few panels onto the server itself. How you have it mounted. How you have it mounted is going to have a lot to do with that too. Now that you brought up the external solutions, getting some nice thick neoprene rubber washers to go in between the bolts that attach the server to the rack to keep that vibration from translating into whatever it is you have it mounted to. That's always an option.
This would be a fun DIY series, like how to silence a PC without changing the internal structure. Like Like literally applying Dynamat. Like, Dynamat in cars, it's designed to convert. Yeah, remember? It's like asphalt on the back, and it's designed to convert audio into heat. It literally gets hot. If you've ever been in like a DB drag car, and you feel the walls in it when it's pounded, it gets hot to the touch. And it's because that Dynamat's sucking up that sound. Instead of reflecting it, it turns it to heat. What if you just wrapped an entire rack mount? Like if it's just one blade and you don't have anything on the top or on the sides on the bottom, just wrap the whole thing in Dynamat. And then as far as the high pressure air that's coming out of the back, build a diffuser. Like put a honeycomb diffuser on it so you don't get that turbulent air coming out of there. Make it all laminar. And I bet you could quiet a server down to probably like a third or a quarter its original volume just with external measures.
Another thing too,
I'm doing that
for the outside of the server.
Yeah.
Bigger fans will don't have to spin as fast to move the same volume of air. So if you can keep the air circulating in the room that the server is in, you gotta move that hotness somewhere.
You do.
That'll help too. PWM fans, ramping fans, right? They'll only spin up when it gets really hot. And so
I notice my server does that, by the way. My server will actually ramp up and down depending on load. But when it's at full load, it's like you could put it in the furthest place in the house and hear it on the other side just screaming bloody murder like somebody's mowing their lawn. It's crazy.
All right.
Hey, Pup, thank you for the $5. He said, Wags, I was curious if you like stereo gaming or surround sound gaming better. I personally love surround sound gaming, but at the same time, stereo is usually more convenient, more reliable, and honestly gives you a better quality of sound, especially if you're trying to simulate surround from two speakers. If you have a legit surround setup, I love playing like GTA 5 in my bedroom with 7.1 surround sound. It's awesome hearing the shots coming from behind you and stuff. But when I'm using a headset and my options are to use virtual surround, which is basically changing the pitch of the audio to fool your ear into where it's coming from, I prefer the audio fidelity of stereo and the bass and the treble and everything versus the simulated surround.
They've gotten really good at that simulated surround sound.
They have.
It's amazing.
Like, have you done the demo where it just has the thing orbiting around you? And I think it's Razer. Is it Razer Cortex or Razer? Razer makes one of them. Everybody makes one nowadays.
I was gonna say, I remember one years ago that THX had done. It was really, I imagine at that point it was still fairly basic, but even for then it was really neat.
You could close your eyes and you'd hear it orbiting like around your head. Actually, the coolest implementation I've ever seen of that is on a Razer phone. Have you ever used a Razer phone? So the Razer phone has two speakers on the front of it, and it's one of the. There's a couple other phones that have it. It's THX certified virtual surround sound. It's 7.1 surround sound, and you position it about 2 feet from your face, 1.5 feet, 2 feet from your face, and those speakers can change the pitch of the audio to make it sound like you have speakers behind you and in front of you without wearing a headset. And if you close your eyes and you listen to the demo, they have this rainforest demo, you hear birds off here chirping and chirping, birds in front of you, you hear thunder and stuff behind you, and it is so convincing coming from just two front speakers.
That's cool.
There's another company that does it. What's that really expensive audio bar company that makes, is it Sonos? So Sonos makes a sound bar now. It's stupid expensive. I want to say it's like over $1,000 for just one sound bar. There's no other speakers. There's a sound bar and a subwoofer. That's all that comes with the setup. But I heard it. I think it was at Jay's house actually that I heard it when I was down there. Because he had Sonos send him some stuff for review. I thought he had a full surround sound setup. I could hear the sound behind me. And I was like, this is crazy. And it was from a sound bar, this flat looking sound bar that sat right under his TV in this big room. And I could hear full surround sound coming from two speakers in the front. Basically, it has two speakers that face forward you and two speakers that are at a 45 angle that bounce the sound off the ceiling.
No way.
Dude, it's a trip, man. Try it out sometime. If you ever get a chance like to go into like the Sonos store, I think Bose might do it too. But Sonos store, go in there. The virtual surround, like you'd think it's a gimmick, but you actually listen to it and you're like, holy shit, this is pretty damn convincing. Like it sounds very similar to just having bookshelf speakers in the back.
That's neat.
It's a trip.
I remember when I was younger.
Atmos, thank you, Dolby Atmos.
I spent some good money on a set of it was like Logitech 5.1 system.
Was the one that had the individual speakers, like, or was it just two speakers?
It was like a surround sound system for my PC when I was a kid, and it was pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, that's just silly. Like that was like back in the the Audigy Gamer 2, I think is what I had at the time.
Well, I have a Logitech Z5500 system that I've had for over like 10 or 15 years now that I still use as my system, and it's a 5.1 surround sound system. I went and looked on eBay. They're selling new in box for $2,000 because they're so sought after. But my set's been like reconfigured a million times to keep it alive because they die. That's why they're worth so much. Yeah. But this system, I run both the 100-watt channels or whatever. I run them in the front. So because I prefer the stereo sound with the extra power than I do the surround sound at the lower power per speaker. So that's what I do. So that just goes to show that, I mean, I prefer having good, strong stereo sound than having the surround setup. But it also depends on the game. It is very helpful. Positional audio in games, especially virtual reality games, is like everything. It's absolutely everything. Hold on, we got a couple more super chats here. Michael J. Morrison, thank you for your $20 Canadian bucks. He said, what camera do you use in your studio, and what do you use when you're in your car driving and shooting around the racetrack? That's a good question. My setup is, what you're seeing me on right now.
Fuck.
What's that?
I've looked into your cameras. You're expensive as fuck.
I'm
my French.
Dude, you know what? Everything's relative. Because Kevlar Condom tells me all the time that I'm poor people. Like, all my gear I use is like poor people. So let me.
That point and shoot you got on your desk is like $1,100.
Okay, so let me go through my camera equipment gear that I use here and try to be as humble as humanly possible. I would also like to state that I have paid for most of the equipment, not all of it. So the camera you're watching me on right now is actually one of my older cameras. It's a Sony FDX33. FDR AX33, if you want to look it up. Yep. That's how long I forgot the name it's sold. It's a handy cam that has a gimbal stabilized lens in it. It can do 4K at 30. It can do 1080 at 60. It doesn't have a high speed mode or anything like that. But what I'm right now, you're watching me out through HDMI out, going to a capture card, and the capture card I use is a Cam Link, an Elgato Cam Link. They're really cheap. They're really compact. They work fantastic, and I prefer to use 1080/60 because I prefer 1080/60 over 4K 30. Like just for streaming and stuff. I like the smoothness. So my secondary camera that I use, well, I shouldn't say secondary. This is actually would be the secondary. The camera I use for shooting my YouTube videos is this guy right here. This is a gosh, let me see. It's a PWX Z90V, if I remember right. It's not like written on here somewhere. Z90V, this right here, it looks big, right? It looks big and menacing until you like unscrew everything and take it off. Then it just becomes a little itty bitty thing, right? So it looks like it's this big ginormous thing until you start popping off all the modules. And then it's a little handy cam, right? It just looks big because you put all the extra shit on it. But this is actually really cool because this is an audio DAC that lets you plug in 2 phantom power microphones. And then, of course, you got the shade so that you don't get any glare when you're shooting outside. I usually take it off when I'm shooting inside. But this right here, the reason I love this camera is this one will do 4K. This one will do 4K 60, but it'll also do it'll do 1080 at 240. So I can use this for like high speed stuff if I want to.
Smooth.
Yep. The other thing I like about it is it's one under the professional line. It's considered a prosumer camera. So that means that it has automated modes. I suck at concepts of photography, like doing my own f-stop and my own focal length and everything. I always fuck it up. So I need a camera that I can just put it on auto audio, auto video, maybe set a white balance or something, but that's it. Just set it and forget it. This lets me do that, but this also does high dynamic range. So for like shooting HDR for modern TV, like HDR10 and stuff, I can do that with this camera. Whereas I can't do that with my other cameras. So that's why I use this for YouTube. My secondary camera, which I don't know where it ran off to and hid, but this looks just like it. They look the same. I have 2 that look like this. This is the RX100 from Sony. You'll notice all my gear is Sony now. I've switched it all.
Yeah, dude, Sony's great.
This camera right here is fucking amazing. So there's 2. There's the
5 or the 7.
This is the 7. This one is the 3. I have a 3 and a 7. So they look identical. Like they haven't really changed the form factor that much. It's a little bit big. Look at that. We both got them. Is yours a 3 too? Oh, you're a 4. See, I don't know where the hell is my 7. It's usually sitting around here on a tripod.
Yeah, I thought you did get the 7 somewhere.
Actually, Adam just gave it to me. He just had one. And he's like, it's beneath him, so he just gave it to me. So this right here, I know, a good friend to have. I love Adam. Adam is such a cool guy. So you can tell these cameras don't look like hardly any different, do they? They look. I get them mixed up. Like I've actually picked up the wrong camera before going to places. So the one downside to these cameras is they are fragile as fuck. You drop these, they die. They like shit breaks. Every time you drop it, you will lose a feature. That is how it works.
The micro USB on the one I was just showing off is broke. It doesn't.
HDMI is broke.
like it'll I don't know about the HDMI, but like it'll go and then it won't stay plugged in, basically.
Right?
Yeah.
So
they're a little fragile.
So this guy right here, even though they're fragile though, that's the one down. The one con I'll give them is they're fragile. And the price. The price is ridiculous. Like I wouldn't just buy this camera outright because they're over $1,000 for this one.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what makes this camera so cool. Oh, go ahead.
Well, it's in this case, like you're getting what you pay for, and it's going to lead right into what you're about to say.
So this guy right here, what makes this so special is this can actually shoot 4K, like at a really high bit rate, and it can do like 960 frames per second or something ridiculous for a period of time at like 1080 or 720. In a form factor this big, you have to power it externally because the battery only lasts in it for like 20 minutes. I mean, the battery life is pathetic on it, and it gets hot as shit. But I will tell you what this thing does. The image quality on this looks better than the image quality on this. The sensor in this little camera right here, shooting shot for shot against a $3,000 Sony camera, which technically does have the superior sensor on paper, this thing kicks its ass in auto mode in every single way. And the cool thing about it is you can hook it up to HDMI out and use it as a webcam. And it's a completely uncompressed webcam at 4K. It'll do 4K, I think it's 4K 30 or 1080 up to 240. For some reason, they don't do 4K 60 on these. I don't know why they don't. It certainly could with the processing power it has. But it's just such a fantastic camera because for vlogging, you just flip it forward like that, right? So you can see yourself. The camera can also flip out at an angle like this, so you can aim it like down at yourself to shoot over a crowd. Oh, it says battery exhausted. That's just seeing. I just used it. It's got a pop-up flash finder. It's got a pop-up flash. So all these like little components are all stored inside of this tiny little box. And the audio on it from the internal microphone is stereo, and it's fantastic. So if you want a vlogging camera, or you just want a camera that does everything, it does vlogging, it does macro, it does B-roll, it's image stabilized, it can do everything. That's this camera right here. And it can be powered externally by a battery pack, so you can pretty much run it almost indefinitely. This thing is the camera that I would recommend to anybody for the one camera to rule everything. You can use it for your live streams. You can use it for your high quality recordings, indoors and outdoors. Does wonderfully in low light. The focus system in it is really fast. So the
7 has a mic input now, doesn't it? Isn't that?
Yeah, actually it does.
That was the big thing. It has a 3.5 millimeter mic input on it. That was a big change from the 6 to the 7.
Yeah, because you always had to use the. Oh shit! There it is. Lost the feature. Just lost the feature. Just lost a feature. I won't know which one it is until I charge it, but I guarantee you I just lost a feature.
Oh, no.
It's good. It still powers on. We're good. Right? Oh, God, I just had a Linus moment. Somebody clipped that. Oh, my God. So I just got done telling everybody how fragile it is, and I just dropped it on, like, the edge of my desk, which is the worst place. Is it going to turn off? There we go. At least it still works. But, no, that mic input is amazing because it uses Sony's DAC is really good. So if you plug in like a wireless, like a wireless receiver on there, you plug in a lavalier mic, it's awesome. Is everybody just giving me shit in chat right now? They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, Miss B just said she heard that downstairs. Oh man, I'm gonna be so sad if I fire that up and it's broken because I want to use this as a webcam because the quality on this as a webcam is phenomenal.
But yeah, what Jerry was saying, I've seen a lot of YouTubers and in general content creators give big thumbs up to that little guy for like especially like when they are traveling for like vlogs and things like that. It's tiny, it's a gorgeous, even the older ones, like you can, if you even pick up one of the version 1s, it's a outstanding camera. You see people praising it all the time everywhere.
Well, the big limitation this one fixed though, and I think it might be the version before this, the 6 possibly, is unlimited recording length. The earlier versions you can only in 4K. In 4K you can only record for like I think 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Now you can go in and disable an option that's like don't thermally throttle camera, and you can record the whole battery length at 4K.
Oh, neat.
So that's what makes cool. That's what makes this one like special compared to the ones previous, and plus it's got a little bit of a better lens on it. But no, they're all awesome. Even the first one, if you can find an old used one the big thing here is it still works. If you can find an old one that still works and the HDMI hasn't been broken off internally, because that was another big problem with them. If you can just bump the cable, it breaks the ports off the motherboard. And it's really difficult to fix, and Sony wants to charge literally $5 less than the price of a replacement camera to fix the port.
Yeah,
so they don't want to fix them.
This one. Yeah.
So the HDMI port, though, gives you so much flexibility because basically I can do anything with this camera that I can do with this camera just by adding an external recorder and monitor to this. Because the sensor in this is so freaking good that I can run straight HDMI out into like an Atomos display and still spend way less than I would for that camera and have all the same functionality, all the same features. I just have to mount it on a plate.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, baby girl. AuxxZillary. I gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Ooh, you think I can get another coffee, baby girl?
I thought we weren't going to do 3.
Opinion on game streaming and
one?
the way it's being handled. At Rated Going, we need to sign up for like 47 different services and have to pay like $700 a month just to play games.
Who said that? James?
James Janis, opinion on game streaming and the way it's being handled. At the rate it's going, we're going to need to sign up for like 47 different services and have to pay like $700 a month just to play games. I don't think it's going to catch on going that way. Right now, the only one that has any sort of publicity is Stadia, Google Stadia, and from what little I've heard, it's not doing very well.
Nvidia's starting to kick their ass. Have you seen that? Nvidia has a streaming service in the cloud now where they let you play your Steam library. You can actually pay to use their servers in their cloud to play your Steam library using their computers.
That's
so based, and it's supposed to be better than Stadia, better compression, better bandwidth, everything. Like Stadia is completely just like got up, like overwhelmed. They just don't do 4K.
They're putting the cart before the horse, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but people, the normal average gamer at best has a 1 terabyte data cap. That's the reality of it.
Most people do, yeah.
You can't, like, people are bumping into that cap just streaming 1080p Netflix. Like, you know, it's without some serious changes to how our ISPs are treated, and how they treat their customers, it can't take off. It can't. There's just
and latency will always be a problem. Even if your ISP, let's say your ISP is hosting the gaming service, right? Even to my ISP, just to give you an idea, and I know there's some people that have fiber. Not everybody has fiber. When everybody has fiber, this might be a little bit different. But let me ping my gateway, okay? So let me. This is going to be 1 hop away from me. So I'm going to go ahead and ping my gateway. Let's see here. Okay, from my computer to my gateway is 6 ms. That's the first hop. That means before I even get to the internet, I have 6 milliseconds of delay. Now, 6 milliseconds, people would argue is pretty inconsequential. Most wireless controllers can have upwards of 10 to 15 milliseconds of delay. Some older LCD screens can have 20 to 25 milliseconds. Yeah, I was gonna say
that's like a refresh rate on a television.
But here's the thing: people aren't taking into account. Okay, first, that's one direction. I have to send the request to them from my input device. They have to implement that request, and then they have to send me the frame of video back that's the result of what I just did. So that means you multiply your leg by twice. So, right? Because if you give an input, I got to send the input. That's going to be the delay to the server, and then the delay back, not including the processing time on their side to convert it, give it to the game, and then give it back to me. So if you have 20 milliseconds of lag, which would be considered good for most internet connections, right? A modern internet connection that's non-fiber, you're going to incur 40 milliseconds of delay. You will notice 40 milliseconds of delay.
Will.
Your grandma might not, but you as a modern gamer will absolutely 100% recognize 40 milliseconds of delay. And I'll tell you right now, that is not playable in most games. So it's a cool novelty, but they've been trying this crap. Dude, when I was back at Microsoft, I can't remember the name of the service, but it was the first one to ever do this. And they failed miserably. They weren't even around for like 6 months and they went under. And I remember I was a beta user. I was selected because I literally went and cheated on their little application form. I'm like, oh, hey, I'm a developer. I basically used my cloud as a Microsoft developer to get myself into a program that was closed off to the public. And so I was one of the first people to try it. It was a really cool novelty. I'm sitting there playing like Unreal Tournament, like with my mouse and cursor on my dev box at work that has like, you know, a shitty GPU in it. And I was really shocked and thought that was like the most amazing thing ever. OnLive, thank you. Hate actually remembered. It's called OnLive.
Oh, that sounds familiar. Yeah,
that didn't OnLive. Well. Stadia has Stadia improved on OnLive a little bit? Not enough. Not enough for the amount of time. Yeah, it's still the same problems, man. Like AuxxZillary, the same problems as every other service before it. Until they can fix the lag and the bandwidth problem in the reliability of the internet, it doesn't matter how good their hardware is. It doesn't matter how perfect their infrastructure is. The end users are mostly going to be unhappy with it.
Right. And I think especially nowadays, and the way that I see the gaming industry in a way moving with esports blowing up the way that it is. No way. It's just for all those same reasons. There's too much money behind for casual gaming.
Yeah.
Like if you're just gonna play fucking Animal Crossing or something, then yeah, probably you'll see it. It'll be like the console kind of thing of gaming, where it'll be a thing, it'll be popular enough for casual gamers, people who just want to, log in and pay $10 a month and pick a game from the list like they do Netflix and just play. But competitive gamers, the enthusiast gamers, there will it very much reminds me of the whole PC the PlayStation 5 is going to be so good that it's going to kill PC gaming. No, look, PC games are developed, or console games are developed on PCs.
They are.
You will always need a hardware that is better, that is capable of more than what you are creating.
Yeah.
The people who are making Pixar movies have computers that are better than the computers that are playing the Pixar movies.
Yeah.
And it's going to go the same way for gaming, which I know that's not exactly apples to apples, but like the people who are making games will always need hardware that is more powerful than the hardware that plays those games. Yeah. So PCs will never die. PCs
well, they can't. Nothing else would be alive without them. PCs are the root of everything.
Yeah. So you're gonna the divide is gonna get bigger between workstations and personal computing.
Yeah.
Work tools will get more and more powerful, and they'll always be around. So PCs in that sense will always be around. There will always be there. It won't ever always be in the cloud. You'll always, in my opinion, always need some sort of local processing that might evolve. The relationship between local processing and cloud processing is definitely going to change. How that's going to look, who knows? Oh yeah.
Look at Flight Sim 2020, right? That's a perfect example of how to use the cloud for something that would be impossible as a standalone experience, but still keeping enough of it on the PC that it's instantaneous. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Flight Simulator 2020 is going to be the first game to actually have the entire world inside of it. Every square inch of the planet is mapped, like from satellite photography, from ground photography. They're using the entire Bing Maps infrastructure that's been built up over the last 15 years, will be available in-game. And as you're flying your airplane, it's looking ahead at your heading and it's downloading the assets depending on how fast your internet connection is. It's downloading the assets in real time. So when you're flying over your house and the wind is in a southerly direction and there's a cloud here and a cloud here and the sun's shining down, all that weather information and everything's all coming down in real time from the cloud as you're playing the game, but it's all being rendered locally on your system. Therefore, you're not seeing any perceived latency. And if the internet connection gets broken, it just falls back to an old asset or to a lower resolution version until it gets internet again. So it's actually a phenomenal idea. I think that it's going to change the world of computing. I think tons of other games are going to start adopting this model, and I think that's the proper way to incorporate cloud gaming. Also, I wanted to thank a couple more of the super chats over here, just in case they have to take off. Sorry, we're being a little slow on those today. Torcane said, just thought I'd say good morning. Well, thank you, and I appreciate that. 5 A's. He gave us five A's. Those are good. I like A's. What's in the can? Okay, Bernie from Austria wants to know what's inside of the can in front of the PC fan. Are you talking about this?
Oh, the SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs.
This is my SpaghettiOs can, but it doesn't actually have SpaghettiOs. It's actually a hidden compartment where
you keep his weed.
Yeah, that's where I keep all my drugs and my syringes and stuff in case the ATF comes in. That's where I keep all my guns and all my bullets and all my porn. It all goes in there. So no, I love that can. And has anybody noticed this smells like my penis candle sitting on my desk? One person noticed last time. I thought that was. So here, I'm gonna bring it a little closer for the people that have smaller screens so that they too can enjoy the penis candle. Sold out, by the way. Kieran, thank you for the 2 pounds. Said glad to see Tech Talks back again. Jerry in Houston for the win. Thank you. C Mopar W, thank you for a $5 tip. He said, thanks. Take my money before I spend it on expensive fancy cameras. Oh yeah, you'll need to add a lot more to that to get one of these Sony bad boys. But I will tell you though, from personal experience, these are amazing cameras. They really are.
400 more of those, maybe. What, five?
Yeah. Just a couple more. Hey, Michael, thank you for the membership. Douglas Carmichael, thank you for the $2. He said, "What was the Sony, the compact Sony camera?" This is an RX 107. So this is the, and who knows, there might be an 8 out. They come out with like a new one every single year. This thing's been in production. I will tell you though, be careful buying accessories for them, because even though they look the same, they've changed the dimensions every year just enough to screw you over, so that you end up having to buy all new cases and everything for it. Like, go Sony, right? But I will tell you right now that I've used this camera extensively, and the only thing that I can really complain about is the battery life on it is terrible. So make sure that you power it externally from a USB pack. Make sure you put a tension relief on the cable, because all it takes is one good yank or one good drop of the camera, and that port's broken. These ports break off this thing like you sneeze at them, the ports break. And once they're broken, you can't fix them unless you want to break open the most sophisticated compact piece of electronics you've ever seen in your life that NASA would even freak out about, and try to reflux that shit, which I haven't found a friend yet that's willing to take that on. Maybe K9 will. We'll see if K9 wants to dig into this bad boy. But yeah, they're compact. They fit in your pocket, and the video quality, nobody, like, if you have a DSLR, I've shot video on this before that people said looked like it was shot on like an A7S. So just keep that in mind. I do have one other complaint, actually, while I'm thinking about it, is on a camera like this, like if you get a handy cam, one thing I do like this is because you have more mass to hang on to, you inherently get a more stable picture. And the other thing is you get more controls that are just buttons. Like I have 6 buttons here, 3 buttons here, a dial here, a button here, and I can set them to whatever I want. I got a button for my pinky, so I can rapidly switch between profiles, indoors and outdoors. I can change my f-stop. I can change my aperture. I can change everything on this by just turning dials and pushing buttons. Just be prepared with this. You're going to be most of the time in menus, like flipping through options and stuff and clicking buttons. It's a lot. So this is one of those things where it's like you just kind of want to set it and forget it for whatever you're currently doing, and make sure that you have time to set it up for something else later on, because it is kind of hard to access the options on this bad boy. Hey, Huey, can you take over for a few minutes while I go take a piss?
Only if you answer one question real fast.
You bet I will.
Somebody, or maybe if you can, where'd it go? There was someone's having trouble with the Netflix app, not the website. When they watch Netflix in surround on my PC with the Netflix app, when I go full screen, the audio gets desync. Do you have any idea how to fix that? Might fix that.
If you're getting audio desync issues, it probably has something to do with your graphics driver and or the web browser that you're using. I'd try a different web browser. Because Netflix will try to use like Flash or HTML5 depending on what type of browser you have, and they all have different engines. Like Edge has a different engine, Chrome has a different engine. Well, Edge now, if you have the newest version, is Chromium. Try different browsers. If you're still getting an audio sync in full screen, it's possibly that your CPU is just being hit to 100%, and the reason why you're getting the audio desyncing is they just can't keep up. And that's common because browsers are incredibly inefficient ways to watch things. So
not the browser, but the desktop app.
Oh, he's saying this is the store app from the Windows Store?
I suppose. I've only ever used the website, so I have no idea.
Well, if it doesn't happen in the if it doesn't happen on the website and it's just happening in the app, check your task manager and see if your CPU or your GPU is maxed out, because one thing I do know about the app is it supports HDR10, it supports 4K. There's a lot of things you can't do in the browser Netflix. A lot of people don't realize they don't let the browser Netflix have those modes because they don't want people to be able to intercept the stream and record it really easy and pirate it. So you can only play it on smart TVs, and the only app on PC that allows you to play it at full quality is if you use the stupid Microsoft Store app. But my guess would be is that you're probably maxing out your CPU or you're maxing out your GPU. If neither of those are the case and you're not maxing out those things, update your video driver. That's the first thing I do is get the brand new video driver, because I know it's hardware accelerated. And the other thing that I would do is check. I'm trying to figure out which codec. I don't know which codec Netflix uses for its high quality video, but it's possible if you have a codec pack installed on your computer, because you know you're a connoisseur of porn and every single porn video has a different codec. Go uninstall all the codec packs off your machine so that it just goes back to the default codecs. Like get FFM and PEG, get rid of all that shit, because it'll use whatever the current registered codec is for whatever the video stream is, regardless of the app. Get rid of all that shit and see if that fixes the issue. If none of that fixes it, then just blame Microsoft for having a shitty app. Like that honestly, I wouldn't even blame Netflix, because I've used that app without problems before. I'm
the kind of guy who if I had any sort of problem with the app, I would have just gone over to the website.
The funny thing is though, is if you watch it in browser, if you have a high quality screen, so if you have like a screen that supports anything better than 8-bit color, like 10-bit or 12-bit, or you have a screen that's like 4K and you want to watch at 4K resolution, go try watching it in your web browser. You don't get any of those options through Netflix, and you'll pull your hair out, and you see compression artifacts because they won't even give you the full stream quality. If you go through the Windows app, or you go through a smart TV app, or you use something like a Roku or something like that, then Netflix will authenticate and send you the full quality stream. It is night and day, dude. On my big Q7F TV that I have in my bedroom, I tried playing on my HTPC, even with HDR enabled. So, Windows 10 has HDR mode. I enabled HDR. I opened up the Edge browser, which you'd think would be the best experience for Windows 10. I go to Netflix, I watch the video, and I'm like, it looks like artifacty as hell. It's only coming through as 1080p. The color saturation isn't good. Like, the blacks are gray on my TV that supports HDR10. And then I went and read on Netflix site, and it says, we explicitly do not support HDR and 4K through, and the 10 megabit per second or whatever bandwidth. They don't support any of those through the browser intentionally. So make sure you're running the app. The Windows 10 app, as far as I know, is the only way to experience Netflix on a PC. Same way is like a Roku and using the smart television app, because they want to control that stream can't be intercepted. And because the Windows app uses something called Play Ready or something encryption that they can access that basically prevents you from intercepting the stream with something like OBS Studio or something and recording it and redistributing it. It basically you just get a black screen because it's basically using hardware encryption to do it. That's why they do that. Whereas you could screen crap your web browser and send out the full quality stream. All right, I gotta piss like a racehorse, man. You have the con. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. If it could be the hardware, it could be your screen, either your monitor or TV or whatever it is. But yeah, I don't know, man. Contact Netflix. Should we download Google Chrome? Sure, why not? Firefox. I've heard good things lately about Firefox, actually. Let's see, what else do we got here? Firefox containers for browsing and streams. No, let's see. Anyone looking forward to Windows 10X? Probably. I'm sure there's some people out there. Let's see, what else we got? We're talking about web browsers. What do you all like using? Open question in the chat. I use Chrome. But like I was saying, I've been hearing some good things about Firefox. Oh, Finn Anderson says the candle is out of frame. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I saw that. Let's see. Let's put this over here. I need a browser there. Let's see. Let's try and keep up with it. The whole thing is it works fine out of full screen and all these things. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like that's like a hardware thing. Especially if you're pulling like audio through the HDMI, it could be the either the screen or a hardware issue at that point. Because there's like a switch that happens when you full screen, right? Like it almost like it kind of blinks, like when you update your graphic drivers. There's a handoff or something. I'm not sure the appropriate term, but that could be the problem. Actually, I vaguely recall having a similar issue with Netflix. Interesting. But like, I don't know. I think I just closed Chrome and started it again or something, and it just worked. I don't know. Do apps use as much device resources as internet browsers? I think that's going to depend on how the app is written. Because like technically the browser is an app on its own, right? I'm
back.
I love the hat.
Thanks for holding down the fort, sir.
Whole thing is I need to watch in surround, so the browser is a no, but I'm using an analog connection, just using DisplayPort to my screens and HDMI. I don't know, man.
Wait, what was that?
Sorry. Oh, we're still trying to figure out this Netflix thing, but I don't know.
Well, I do know for a fact, I did the research. The Windows 10 app is the only way on PC in Windows to watch Netflix in full quality.
Yeah.
There's no other option.
I don't know.
But I can recommend that you just go spend like, $20 or $30 and just buy yourself like a Roku or a Fire TV, because both of those can do 10-bit HDR over 4K. and then you don't have to worry about it. That's my recommendation.
I like this one.
Okay.
Any thoughts on people building crazy computers with like 32-core CPUs, insane amounts of RAM, and Sly Titans, etc., and use it only for gaming?
Yeah, what is your opinion on that? Because obviously,
talking about, yeah.
I'm going to be on the losing end of this argument.
You don't only use it for gaming, but
I don't.
You're probably in a very sly, oblique angle sort of way referring to a lot of Twitch streamers who are sponsored by CyberPower or Origin or what have you. Insert whatever you like. Or the odd time where it is actually out of pocket, which is rare, simply for gaming. It's for the flex.
It is.
It's pure ego boost. It's pure e-peen. Because otherwise, why else would you do that? I mean, honestly, it's the same deal of putting a bunch of RGB LEDs and shit in your PC when, like, you are probably the only one who's going to see that. It's for you. It's or if you do have it like set off to the side and your stream camera is angled to see it, it's for the flex. It's why you put neon underglow on your Honda Civic. You know, is to
I got a good
cool.
analogy. I got a good analogy for this. The person that buys a Bugatti Veyron, okay? Like, when you buy a Bugatti Veyron, there isn't a street anywhere where you live that you can go 268 miles an hour on. There isn't. You're never going to go to it. And if you do go 268 miles an hour, your gas lasts for like 11 minutes and you wasted $50,000 worth of tires. You buy it so that you can tell every motherfucker that asks you, hey, what kind of car do you drive? You're like, a Bugatti Veyron. Did you know it can do 268 miles an hour? Like, you don't give a fuck if you ever did 268 miles an hour. And you just want to be able to flex and say that's what it can do. A lot of people do that with high-end PCs. And do I think that's a bad thing? I actually don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think it drives the market. It fuels the industry. It keeps people going. Like this computer behind me right here, I do use it to its full potential when I'm doing video editing and shit like that. But there's no game that's going to push that to its full potential. Like, no. It's not. It's got two freaking 2080. I mean, it doesn't have TIs, right? It has 2080 Supers. So I'd say that's not even the biggest flex, right? But as far as like using 100% of the CPU and 100% of the GPU in any game, no, not going to happen. It's not going to happen because it's not designed for gaming. The combination of hardware, like, am I ever going to use 128 gigs of RAM playing a game? Well, actually, I shouldn't say never because, I mean, games are getting huge now. Right. It's possible. But am I going to do that today? No. The reason why this computer from 2017 has 128 gigs of RAM in it is just because we could. And because it's awesome. And for Adobe Premiere, because Adobe Premiere is just shitty on resources. Like, really, really
I mean, more power to them.
Yeah.
It's not for me, but I'm not going to say, oh, that's dumb. You spend your money how you like.
Yep. And the other thing, too, is people that, like, okay, so here's another thing that and I'm attacking myself here. I'm really good at attacking myself in arguments because it's fun. I kind of like self-deprecating humor. Is, okay, I can game at 4K, right? 4K 60 on my big 50-inch screen sitting like 2 feet from my face. I can justify playing games at 4K and having a necessity for 4K because there is a clear difference in the visual between 1080 and 4K when you're sitting at this pixels per inch with a giant screen. But if you're one of them fuckers that goes to a LAN party with like a 27-inch screen and you somehow think that playing in 4K versus 1080 is giving you some kind of decisive advantage, or you can even tell the fucking difference, you have either bionic eyes, okay, which I'll give you. There are some people that have like bionic level of vision. You're basically were an eagle in a past life, or you're just flexing. You're like, damn it, I want that 4K. I want that 4K textures. Everything. You're not seeing it. Lower that resolution down to the pixels per inch that suit you. Like, for instance, 1080p on my screen, like, is big pixels. But think about it. 4K, I'm basically have 4 1080p screens. So if I'm using a screen that's only 25, I think it'd be, 50-inch diagonal, 24, 25-inch. If I'm using a 25-inch screen, I have the same exact pixel density at 1080p than I do at 4K. That's perceivable the same to me. Because I'm basically just looking at a quadrant of my screen, right? At a LAN party. So, and you're going to get so many more frames per second. You're going to be so much smoother. You're going to have less input lag. People don't realize that higher resolution equals more input lag. There is no game that you can play where you're doing an input lag test that is going to show the same or lower input lag at a higher resolution. It can't because the frame buffer takes longer to roll over. Even if it's still really fast, it still takes longer. I'm going to go ahead and approve Unky Joe's Playhouse comment. Tell you big ass sexy bitch or sassy bitch. I like that, Unky Joe.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's good. No, but seriously, if you can play 4K 60 and you got yourself a big screen, I totally understand. 4K, if you were gaming on a huge screen, 4K is worth the higher resolution. But I see so many people these days that are like, oh my God, I run, 4K or 1440p on my tiny ass little 24-inch monitor. I'm sorry I'm calling that tiny ass. That's pretty elitist of me because to some people that's fucking huge. I mean, I remember back when I had a 14-inch VGA monitor and that was like the biggest thing on planet Earth and people were like jealous because 12-inch was the norm. Ladies. But you get it, right? You get it. It's like, yeah, 4K makes sense, but like 8K. Like I watch these videos of Linus and they're funny, right? Linus is making those videos because they're funny. He's not making them in any kind of serious capacity where he's like, we're going to play 8K because the screen supports 8K. You need 4 times the GPU of 4K, or you need literally, 32 times the capabilities to do 1080p to feed that 8K. And are you really going to notice a difference? Not really, because last time I went to LTX and they had an 8K display that was set up that was playing a racing game or whatever, I couldn't tell the difference between that and 4K. I genuinely couldn't.
It's crazy.
So sorry, I had to go on that rant. Hey, Douglas, thank you for the $2. He said, noticed Windows 10 shed Candy Crush. Is that official? No. You send me proof. I have to see proof. I don't believe it. I genuinely don't believe it. Like, if
it installed.
You don't have it installed?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Did you log in with the Windows Live account?
No.
You have a local account, right?
I have all the wait. No. I have a PIN. I don't have like a regular password. So
is it linked to a Windows Live account though? Like, is it linked to your email or is it a local account?
I think I do have it linked.
And you don't have Candy Crush?
I'm signed in. It says here you are signed into Microsoft. So yeah.
Oh my God! I just did a search for Candy Crush and it did not pop up.
Yeah, I got nothing.
What?
And I am up to date as far as possible.
Okay, Hal still has it in the start menu. No, keep in mind if you had it in your start menu before and you have the stub, it'll be there even if Microsoft parted ways with them. They're not going to go around to every computer and remove that stub. They'd get in so much trouble for that because there are like the 3 people that actually do play it.
I don't even have it there. So
oh my God, dude, I'm going to take some partial credit if they remove that.
Nice.
Well, you just made my day if that's true. Hey, Finn, thank you for the 20 knocks. He said the candle is out of frame. Oh, is it?
Yeah, on the stream.
Here, I'll just hold it up for you guys.
Because
it's
we're
sold
4
out,
by
though.
3. It's sold out. The worst part of trying to flex with your or my PC is all the people that are like, it's a computer. You get that with cars. You get that with guns. You get that with anything you spend money on.
Yeah, people actually, guns. It's funny you mentioned guns because guns was like a really big flex point for a lot of people. Sure. Like me, I get made fun of like when I go to the range and it's like I have my dead bone stock Smith & Wesson 223 AR-15. It doesn't have anything on any of the Picatinny rails. It doesn't have an upgraded butt stock. Nothing. It's like straight up out of the box and has been for like 2 years because I like shooting with it. It's like I don't need anything else. But then you go there and you got the dude that's got like an M203 grenade launcher on the front and it's for flares only. Because you can technically buy it under that exemption. Like, you're not going to... You could technically use it for shooting grenades, but it's for flares, right? But they stick it on the gun because they want it to look like their favorite, movie character. They're not going to go to the range and actually shoot 50-millimeter grenades.
Go for it. Like, that's cool, man. You're not robbing out of my pocket to do it. So
not at all.
It's not for me. I think it's kind of silly. But you know what? If you're happy with it, good for you, man. Awesome.
Damn straight. Hey, Douglas Pocknet Jr., thank you for the $2 tip. He said, I made the same thing out of a can of Monster. Are you talking about my porn spaghetti-o can? Weighs him in the face. Thank you for the $2. Said, hi, I'm still here. Oh, that's good. He
nice.
Just wanted to let us know.
Me too.
So, guys, just to reiterate, there is a lag. I need to figure out why there's such a lag between us in Discord. Because, like, when you start talking and I start talking, there's about a quarter to half a second delay. And that's why we talk over each other so much. People always wonder in chat, like, why we talk over each other. And it's not intentional. It's because when you're talking, I'm not. Then it seems like I start talking. But from their perception, it's different.
Yeah, like I have like the input sensitivity because it's voice activated in Discord, and I have that cranked all the way down rather than automatically determining input sensitivity. So
I think it's just internet. I think it's just lag between us. Like, I bet you if I pinged you, we probably have a quarter of a second delay.
Yeah, probably.
So just to let people know, because they do complain about that in the comments a lot, that we talk over each other, but it's like, yeah, no, we don't do it intentionally. Oh, no. I do have a request. If anybody's been paying attention to the stream or you're watching the stream for the first time at a later date, could you please send me some times and indexes of subjects and things we talked about?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
I forgot to say that at the beginning, but tons of people have been requesting that in the description, because these shows are like anywhere between 2 and 4 hours long. Like, they want an index of like topics and stuff when we're talking about certain things, because obviously they just want to hear about a certain thing because they only have a fixed amount of time. If any of you would be so happy as to make us an index, we would be happy to take your index entries and put them into the video description for all to benefit from.
We'll give you cookies.
Internet cookies. All the internet cookies, like the best cookies. You just have to enable them in your browser. Colin Beck actually put an off topic on Discord. I can go check this out. He claimed. Well, actually, I can't check it out because we're using Discord right now to send video.
Discord.
Okay, I can't actually check it because I'm literally screen capturing Discord right now. So unfortunately, Discord is off limits. But I will check that link out later about Candy Crush. But I think that's fantastic that Microsoft finally saw the way and realized that Candy Crush was souring their entire user base and it wasn't worth it. Oh my god.
That's pretty cool.
Jordy wants to know how the weight loss is going. Oh, fucking terrible. I'm like the heaviest I've ever been in my life. Absolutely terrible. And I'm not even going to make an excuse. But I am going to see my doctor next week, not for weight loss, but to do blood testing and stuff to figure out if we can fix the problems that'll make it possible for me to lose weight again. That would be wonderful.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. How are you doing? How are you doing on your weight loss there, AuxxZillary?
Not basically what you just said, except for the doctor.
You said. Yeah. What can I say? I like me some Whoppers.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I like food a lot, and I now, especially now, I have a even more sedentary job and stuff. So it's it's a lifestyle thing, and
it is, and I've lost a lot of weight in my life. My record was 80 pounds in a single go, then 50 some pounds. Then I lost 46 pounds this last time doing keto until my doctors realized they weren't talking to each other, and my one doctor didn't realize my gout was as bad as it was. So I ended up like nuking my joints by eating nothing but meat and cheese. I did lose weight though. If you have a healthy uric acid level, like your doctor tests it and you have like a healthy uric acid level, dude, keto is an easy diet to follow and you will lose weight like crazy. But the problem with me is I had to abruptly stop it. Like I couldn't even transition off it. The doctor was like, yeah, your joints are like deteriorating because of uric acid buildup. And now the gout has spread from like your feet to like your knees and your elbows and your shoulders and shit. So he's like, yeah, you need to like stop eating a ton of meat and transition out of keto into something else. Problem is he wasn't very clear on what that something else was other than more fruits and veggies, which I have been eating.
Yeah.
So
how's that been going?
Actually, fruits and veggies are pretty damn good. I found out just like, some things are an acquired taste. Like when you get older, you start to like them. I've noticed that it's the same with vegetables. Like I was never a big, I hated squash. I didn't like the texture. Didn't like the flavor of it. Spaghetti squash and stuff like that. Like never was really that into it and didn't like if I ate something and it was in it, I'd be like, maybe I can eat it. But it took away from the dish. It didn't add to it. Lately, I've been eating just like rice or potatoes with just nothing but veggies on top of them, like different types of squash, peppers, and stuff, and it's like delicious. It's absolutely delicious now. So just as you get older, I think it's an acquired taste. Like when I was younger, my body wanted carbs. Now it's like, hey, you're 40 and you're a fat fuck. You need to eat some veggies and some fruit. So my body like adjusted. Now it's like all of a sudden a bowl of rice with some veggies on it is actually pretty damn delicious. So I eat less meat now, which is a good thing because meat was the big thing that was causing the circulation issues to my hands. And we tested this over like 3 weeks. I'd get all my circulation back into my hand. Like I could make a fist. I could only close it about this far, usually for months. Couldn't figure out what the hell it was. Whoa. Stopped eating red meat because some rando, and I usually don't listen to like, rando advice because I get it every day on the internet. But some guy was like, hey, there's a study on red meat causing circulation issues. And I was like, okay, well, I know I do eat a lot of red meat, so why don't I just try, like, not eating any meat for, like, a couple days? I swear, dude, it was, like, 2-3 days later I could make a fist comfortably, and I could actually, like, add way more flexibility in my joints. And then I was like, okay, maybe it's just, it's awesome, but I was like, maybe it's just coincidence, right? So, as the scientist in me, what do? I go eat a big-ass steak and eat a hamburger and have a good day just eating whatever I want. Wake up the next day, I can't make a fist again. My joints hurt like hell. I'm like, no. So then I eat a bunch of veggies for a couple of days. It took longer that time, like 4 days, but I got my circulation back. Everything was good again. And then not as a scientist, but I was really depressed one night, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna eat me a burger. So I ate a burger, wake up the next morning, guess what? Fucking can't make a fist again. I was like, holy shit, it is 100% red meat, or I shouldn't say red meat, but whatever's in red meat, the specific compound in red meat is causing my inflammation. And
that's cool.
Yeah, so I basically found out I'm somewhat allergic to red meat, and so that might actually end up being a good thing for me in the long run, because I'm prone to kidney stones, which are from protein. The ones that I get are from protein, so low protein diet is what is recommended for me. I do need to find a way to keep the sugar down, though. That's the problem, is even naturally occurring sugar and shit in fruit is like really, really high. So I need to figure out how to keep the sugar down.
That's a good point to make too, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna cut out sugar," and what they'll do is they'll stop drinking sodas and stop eating like Oreos and shit.
Yeah.
But then they'll crank up on grapes and apples and stuff, and they forget that like fruits have a lot of sugar in them too.
Lots, yeah.
And so it's like you gotta just something to be aware of. It's like it isn't, you know, it's not white sugar, it's not high fructose corn syrup, but it's still sucrose, it's still sugar, you know. It's just something to be aware of for some folk who are making a change.
And some fruits have way more sugar in it than you think they would, and then the fruits that you think would have a ton of sugar in them don't. And that's what I don't understand. Like strawberries are actually incredibly low in sugar by volume. But strawberries are incredibly sweet. Why the hell you'd think that a strawberry would have more sugar in it than a banana, but it doesn't. Watermelon. Watermelon is like sweet as hell. You'd think watermelon is like all sugar, but no, it's actually one of the lower sugar fruits. But then you go eat shit like an apple, right? Like an apple. Lots of sugar. Apples like just pure sugar. Bananas got a lot of sugar, but bananas also have potassium, which is really important, especially when you're getting older. Like potassium is a mineral that you need a lot of. And the thing is, too, is I used to take supplements, like get my potassium and stuff through supplements, especially when I was on keto, because on keto, you're not getting a lot of the vitamins and stuff that you get from eating vegetation and carbohydrates, right? So you take supplements when you're on keto usually. But the one thing I notice is like you do not absorb supplements. Like I 100% believe that no matter how much supplements you take, you don't get the same absorption as you do from the natural sources. Because it's like I eat a banana and it's like I instantly feel good after like an hour and a half. Like I instantly feel the boost from it, but I go take like a Centrum that has like 9,000,000% of what the banana had, and like potassium and magnesium and all the vitamins and shit. And it's like, I don't notice like any tangible difference taking vitamins, even for like 2 weeks or a month. I'm not saying that they can't help, but you shouldn't like fully rely on vitamins, because I tried that for a while and it actually served me really bad. Like it.
I mean, I take a multivitamin almost every day. Like
sure, just don't rely on it though. Like still try to get good food.
There's a reason it's called a supplement. It's not a replacement. It's a supplement. It's to fill in a little bit extra. Which true. I mean, it's to help, you know, and part of the reason why they're so like it goes so far above and beyond is because you're not absorbing all of it. It's like 900% of your daily value, but you're not absorbing all of that.
Yeah.
And I highly recommend multivitamins for. I'm not an expert.
Okay? I like Cypher's comment. He's like expensive urine. It's just expensive urine.
but yeah, multivitamins are good, man, because like we don't I mean, unless you're very, very particular about your diet, your daily diet, the average person is not getting all the things they need in a day, in a week, a month, and it helps. Yeah, my brother's not worked a day in his life and has a full 8-pack. He's something bad. How old's your brother? Is he like in his early 20s? Because they'll do that.
I mean, you can win the genetic lottery. Like it's possible, because I grew up with my friend Jake, who's still a dear friend of mine today. By the way, he finally did have a kid and get a beer belly, and like all of his muscle went away. But like growing up, me and this kid, we lived together for like years of our life. We ate the same diet. We ate at the same times. We went to the same places, same amounts, everything. And he was always this skinny little rails that was pretty muscular. And me, on the other hand, I was still muscular, but I was heavy. And it was just crazy to see that. But he was definitely, if you can believe it, more wiry than I was, and more like ADHD than I was. So I think he was like burning a lot of it just by existing. I think even in his sleep, he was burning calories. But it is absolutely true. People don't think genetics play a part in it. They play a huge part in it. Like there's a reason why I'm a big guy. There's a reason why my mom was a big person, why my grandpa was a big person, why my great grandpa, it's like genes do trickle down. Now, is it the reason I'm 350 pounds? Fuck no, I shouldn't be anywhere near that. That's on me. That's on me. But should I have ever been like, a small, skinny dude? No, my wrist diameter is huge. Like last time every time I get an X-ray, I always get the same thing from the people. They're like, God damn, dude, you have huge wrists and joints. Like, abnormally large, and they're like, have you ever broke a bone? Because the X-rays never show any breaks or fractures except for in my toe and in my pinky, because I literally punched a stud and kicked a rock. But no, I've never broke a bone. I've fallen off a house. I've fallen onto concrete. I got hit with a baseball bat when I used to play Little League when I was a kid. Never broke a bone. Don't have a single broken bone except for like the little fractures that I had in my pinky toe and my pinky finger.
That's funny.
So yeah, I'm big boned. I am literally by definition big boned.
That's cool.
Man. But no, it's not. It's definitely not all genetics. But the thing is, if you have two people that have the same diet and they work out the same, they have the same schedule, they're not going to have the same metabolisms. Their resting metabolisms will not be the same. Everybody has to adapt to their genetics, right? And to a degree, your genetics will adapt to you, but not 100%. Like, you're not going to... You see these guys that are, like, doing bodybuilding competitions and shit like that. Those aren't guys that were ever destined to just be sitting in front of a keyboard and be fat. It's like their genetic disposition is to literally go flip cars over all day. Like, their drive in life is to be muscular. And then, little bit of help with that, helps too. I miss my testosterone. I wish they'd let me keep taking it, but they took me off my testosterone therapy because it was helping me to lose weight. I was growing hair like crazy. I probably could have grown a beard when I was on it, but they took me off it because of clots. They were worried about blood clots after that surgery I had to have. They're like, nope.
Yeah. So to touch on that, when I was working out more regularly, I was taking a BCAA, branched chain amino acid supplement.
I know amino acids in general are like a big deal.
And man, I got to tell you, I think it was partly working out and partly the supplement, man. I never got my blood tested or anything for T levels or whatever, but like, I'm pretty sure that had quite the effect, because like, as some of the I guess cliche or classical improvements that come with increased testosterone, definitely I can attest to that for sure.
Oh, I can too. I was only on it for 6 or 8 months and I lost 20 pounds. My lean muscle mass went up without doing anything extra. I was just horny as hell all the time, man. I would have just humped the door off the frame. I mean, it was crazy. I loved it. And so I totally understand why people like TRT therapy. And think I'm a big dude. So I was just getting enough TRT to put me at the normal testosterone level I should be at for a person my age at a normal weight. Because you ever wonder why people that are fat always look really baby-faced and stuff and don't grow a lot of hair? There's a reason for that. It's because testosterone's by blood volume, and the bigger you are, the more blood you have.
Sure.
So people don't realize that. Like, fat people we look young, not because we're fat. We look young because we quite literally are not aging. Because at the same rate, because testosterone is what ages you. Sure. That's good. That's a good thing. Testosterone is supposed to age you at a steady rate. Because if it doesn't, it creates a lot of medical problems down the road. Because you can't be no 65-year-old baby face looking motherfucker with giant bones that you can't maintain because your digestive system's over the hill. You end up with a lot of problems at old age. So do I have to lose this weight? Yeah, I'm going to die. I totally acknowledge I will die if I don't lose this weight. I got another maybe 10, 15 years to shed this weight off. Otherwise, my life expectancy is going to go, pew. But my options are also to do that are limited because of the damage that have been done to my joints, primarily from that fucking keto diet my doctor screwing up. But again, it wasn't his fault. I realized it was a product of the medical system just not sharing records and me not being on top of it. I should have known when he put me on that diet that it was important that I emphasize that I have gout. I just kind of figured he'd know that because, the records on the computers and everything like that. And so I didn't realize that my diet would impact my gout that severely, but that's on me because I do recall my doctor saying that when I was taking allopurinol, that it was to combat the effects of having a high diet of meat, which like bacon, organ meat, is it seafood? Seafood. Basically everything that I was eating every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner was on the top 10 list of gonna kill you from gout. And so allopurinol, the medicine he put me on, fixed that. So if I had stayed on the allopurinol while I was doing the keto diet, I probably would have been okay. But the problem was I came off the allopurinol because I didn't think I needed it anymore because I was on a diet. It was a really dumb move. It was a mistake on my part, so I take full responsibility. But it still means that now at 40 years old, I got to figure out how to get my joint health back. So I stretch every day. I do my Jean-Claude Van Damme's where I basically like pin my legs against two things and push myself into it until it fucking is like feels like it's ripping my dick in half. I do what I can. But the one thing that I realize is I will never live up to the expectations of the internet. I never will, no matter what I do. Like, as a matter of fact, the best example of this is I always get down on myself when people are like, oh my God, you gained the weight back, fat fuck, I'm unfollowing, blah, blah, blah. That used to actually offend me, but then I looked at it and I was like, Jay lost like 300 pounds, got a gastric bypass, lost like 300 pounds. Now he can like bench press a dump truck. Dude can like bench like 250 pounds or something like that. I mean, he's fucking big. I don't know if you've seen Jay's guns. He doesn't show them off that often, but his fucking biceps are fucking massive.
Jay's a lot taller than I expected too. I remember he went to a PDX man one time, and he's just a big guy.
Yeah, he doesn't show off his muscles, but and I hope I'm not embarrassing him by saying this, but like he's got some big fucking guns on him. Like I would not want to take a punch from that boy. And the thing is even after doing all that, I still read through his comments and shit on his videos and things. So people are like, oh yeah, you're still a fat fuck. You need to lose weight. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, I can see that you stopped working out. Or, oh, it looks like you gained a little weight in your face. And it's like, no matter how much you do, same thing with Boogie. Have you seen Boogie weighs less than me? Boogie 2988, the guy that used to weigh almost like 600 pounds, weighs 330 now, and I'm 355. I weigh more than Boogie 2988, and every fucking comment I see on his videos is like, you obese fat fuck. The dude lost over half a human. Like, jeez. Well, I shouldn't even say half a human. He lost like 3 humans, like 3 adult males. And it's like the dude is active and traveling around. Everybody just beats him up. So the thing I came to the conclusion is that no matter what you do to change yourself, those people that they want to see you that way. It's not a matter of you look that way. It's a matter of they want to perceive you that way for whatever reasons they want. You just need to understand, listen to your friends, listen to your family, listen to the people that are close to you and that you trust. Don't listen to some fucking 12-year-old trying to get you to respond to his shitty comment on your video. Because that actually did work on me for a while. So kudos to all the 12-year-olds that got, angry replies from a fat guy on the internet. Like, well done. but I've definitely, therapy has helped a lot with my self-perception and understanding that, listen, I am an overweight 40-year-old man. And no matter how hyperactive I am because I drink shitloads of caffeine, and I have to just accept the fact that I am an old fart, and I'm one step away from telling kids to get off my lawn, and I need to embrace that and stop fighting it.
Yep.
And still lose 100 pounds. but still, I'm never gonna be skinny. I've never in my entire life. When I was born, I was obese, man. I was born at like 12.8 pounds. It's like, that is a big baby. I split my mom in half. Like my dad hated me for like my first 10 years. Actually, my dad hated me for like my entire childhood, but I'm pretty sure now I understand why he hated me, because I literally like broke mom. Like it literally ruined his relationship for like 18 years. I'm sorry, Dad, if you're listening. My bad.
Man.
I should have like, taken this posture to make things a little smoother coming out. Instead, I was like, oh, taking out vital organs and shit. Sorry, Mom. Rest in peace. Hey, K9, what's up, my man? Thank you for that $1.99. He said, Houston, come make some shirts. Jerry, let's fix the HDMI. Shit, I told you. Hey? K9's in the chat. He wants to take a crack at fixing this little sumbitch. I want him to, because it's still a good camera. It still hopefully functions when we put it back together. But if we can fix the HDMI on this will be my secondary this will be my primary webcam, and that'll become my secondary. That's how good the sensor is on this.
Nice.
Mopar W said, Barnacules, you need to test this with non-meat like the Impossible Whopper. Here's the thing. Have you had an Impossible Whopper?
I've had the Impossible Whopper. I've had Beyond sausages. I have 10 pounds of, I think it's Impossible ground beef in the freezer right now.
Okay, so I think I may have had a bad experience then. So on a scale of like 1 to 10, how close would you say it is to like a real Whopper?
The Whopper is not a good burger to begin with. Okay, I used to eat them quite a lot as a kid, so like I have some experience with.
How do I disconnect him?
I'm talking.
I'm talking. Dude, I fucking love Whoppers. It's like my favorite hamburger on the planet.
It's good. It's tasty. Okay. I think if you went into it blind, you probably couldn't tell the difference.
Really? Okay, honestly, I'm going to try it because here's what happened with me. Let me explain what happened to me real quick because it fucked me up for Impossible Meats. So I went to a diner. This was probably about 6 months ago. I went to a diner in North Bend, Washington, and I pulled up the menu, and they had a new offering on the menu, and it was literally the Impossible Burger. They didn't say what meat. I'm assuming it was Impossible Meat or whatever, that company Impossible. But it just said Impossible Burger. It didn't have trademarks on it or anything. I was like, you know what? I asked the lady, I'm like, hey, how much does this really taste like a hamburger? Like, am I going to be satisfied? And she's like, oh, yeah, it's wonderful. Like, most people can't tell the difference. She brings me the burger. I cut it in half, and I juice it. And I'm like, it looks just like hamburger. But I notice a really strong metallic smell. Like, way more metallic than, like, even blood. So I'm like, okay, maybe they didn't cook it right or something. But I take a bite of it, and I won't say that it was terrible, but it didn't taste to me at all like beef. Like, it literally was like the furthest thing from beef. The texture was okay. The smell and the taste just killed it for me. And I haven't tried any other burger after that. But I keep talking to people like you that I know are like avid meat eaters. And they're like, I've had an Impossible Whopper. I've had an Impossible Burger. I've had this. And they all say that it's actually really satisfying and really delicious. So I'm thinking I probably just got maybe some shit that maybe it was too old. Maybe they didn't cook it enough. Maybe it just doesn't come off rare very well. Like, I don't know.
I'd definitely recommend like the Impossible Whopper for sure, especially if you're a fan, for sure. I bet you would enjoy it just as much as a regular one.
Yeah, because I'm a huge Whopper fan. And the burger I tried it on was more of like a traditional like cafe burger with really thick patty. I don't even think I had cheese on it. I think it was just the burger with some toppings and like some lettuce and stuff, like a traditional burger you'd like if it all about the meat. But I was like, God, this does not taste very good. Like, I was just kind of turned off by it. And you know how it ruins your experience when you have something you don't want to try it again? Like, you don't want to even try that class of food. Like, you go to a sushi place and you eat a piece of sushi and you can't swallow it because it's like chewing fucking bubble gum, and you're like, so you never want to eat sushi again? Like, it was one of those experiences, and it just fucking killed me.
It's definitely like if you were to just cook up a patty, you can kind of tell. My first experience with Impossible was I think it was at like Crockett's or something like that, another kind of like diner sort of, sit down restaurant. And the thing that I noticed the most was it's a little dense. Like when you get the preformed patties, like at Costco or whatever, you'll get like the stack of frozen hamburger patties. How you cook those up, and it's like they smushed it really tight, right? The ground beef.
Right, when you bite into it, there's nothing to juice or squeeze because it's just so dense.
The patty it was really dense. But the taste was there. It was at the Hub in Puyallup. Either the Hub or they own another restaurant in Tacoma. It's a little brewery. It's one of those. That's where I had it, and it was delicious. And part of that's going to be the cook of it, the season of it, and things like that. But man, they're great.
I think I just got a raw deal, and I need to try it again. I think next time we go to Burger King, because like we've been those Burger King Whoppers, we got a bunch of them on like T-Mobile Tuesday for free. So it's like I still got a Whopper in the fridge downstairs. I've been eating like one of them a day, even though it's been fucking with my circulation because I just love Whoppers. But I want to try the Impossible Whopper. I'm gonna give it a try. Somebody did mention just 1 second. Somebody did mention that the Impossible Whopper is technically worse for you than a regular Whopper, and I have seen the studies about that. But keep in mind, I'm not eating it because it's healthier or not. I'm eating it because if I don't get inflammation from it, regardless of anything else, that is a plus for me. For me, it would technically be better.
That makes it. It's not just the Whopper. It's the Impossible meat. It still has
like coconut oil in it and shit, like stuff that normally isn't that good.
Yes, it's like I think it still has. Well, coconut oil is pretty good for you, but it still has like a pretty. Yeah, it's still pretty high in like I think saturated fat
and sodium. I think it's really high in sodium. Let me look here.
Yeah, actually, somebody was mentioned. I think it was Cypher. It's not like frozen food. It's not like a Hungry Man dinner levels of sodium, but it is not. I would say it's equivalent to eating 80-20 ground beef.
It's actually not that bad. I've got the stats here. It says the Impossible Whopper has roughly the same number of calories as the traditional Whopper. They both have similar amounts of fat and protein. I didn't expect that. But the Impossible Whopper does have 9 more grams of carbs, so it is carb heavy, which you'd expect, right? It's not meat.
Sure.
It says and it has more sodium than the meatier counterpart, which I would expect because you need the sodium to give it that flavor, right? Sodium brings the flavor out in things.
And that's the thing, is like it's not a healthier alternative, but it's almost a 1-to-1 alternative. Now if you're looking to make a healthier choice, you're going to start looking more into like black bean patties and things like that.
And I don't even think they market it as that, right? Like Impossible Foods even claims that this is not a healthy alternative. This is just an alternative. Because so benefits, right? The cow gets to live. So you eat that. If everybody was eating that, then the cows get to live. Although some other species gets wiped out because we destroy their habitat to grow the shit to make the Impossible Whopper, but I digress. But no animals theoretically are harmed that you know about.
Right.
So you can feel good about that. Well, no, the reason I say know about is just a segue into another topic that really bothers me. We talk about this on Morning Coffee all the time, and I beat it to death. But we have a little bit of a different audience here than I do on Morning Coffee on Twitch. I want to talk about the fact that people are always like complaining on like their iPhones and shit about like China trade deal being a good thing and we need to cut off China. We need to become more independent because slave labor is a bad thing. And the thing is, I completely agree with that. Like there are people in China that get paid completely unfair wages. I'd even wager the vast amount of them get paid an unfair wage. That's why we get such cheap ass electronics. But the one thing that I want to mention to people here is, in that country, you have to take into context the area. You have to take into context the culture. If those people didn't have even the shitty job, then they have no job. And a lot of the people over there are happy just having a job, even though they're completely getting screwed by our standards. They're happy to have a job. And then by us all boycotting this shit, guess what? We don't help them. We actually hurt them. That's suckage number one. Suckage number two, and you can disagree, but let me say the other point. This right here has a lithium battery in it. Did you know that like most of the lithium in the world is mined by like fucking children and underage people that are digging this toxic shit out of the ground? And Apple buys it from a company that is no better than a launderer. They basically just say, oh, all our lithium comes from sources that are, because those companies lie to them and say, oh yeah, all of our lithium comes from here, but they're actually buying it cheaper than they can mine it themselves, mixing it in and then selling it because they can't mine at those levels ethically. So just keep in mind that when you're like, oh my God, I use a phone that's from a company that doesn't, oh, my cows are killed and this will probably start a whole new drama series on the drama channels. I'm trying to help them out. They need a leg up. But it's like the ethically killed cows or whatever, right? You don't know that the hamburger you're eating is ethically killed because those farms a lot of the times will buy meat from another farm that says that it was ethically killed, but it was some fucker doing target practice in his backyard, missed the first 3 times. Like, I'm just saying, let's be realistic with ourselves. And just understand that, yes, we are trying to help the world by making and changing things, but try to understand the full scope of what you do. Take all the variables into account and be realistic. Does it make you a shitty human that you're using something that was manufactured by 3 people that died and another person that didn't get a fair wage? Yeah, you could say that that's a bad thing, but keep in mind that all of those people wouldn't have a job or any resources and probably would be in a worse situation without the little bit that they had. And as much as that fucking sucks, it's like you have to look at it from their perspective. I watched a documentary from Vice. Like Vice is a really shitty source, by the way. I'm not crediting Vice. Vice is basically like the Fox News of documentaries. But anyways, I watched this thing and they did make a really good point. They interviewed a lot of local people in India, in the slums of India, and the caste system over there. And it's like, it is a shitty system, but every single one of them's like, well, we're thankful that we have work, because like without work, we can't have anything. We can't take care of our families. It's like, there's a quality of life there, and it sucks from our perspective, but you have to look at it from their perspective. It's
too much of a
Where's the drama button?
Yeah, right. Because like, okay, you say they wouldn't have a job, but it's impossible to say how things would be different.
I agree.
If the, like, say you snap your fingers, poof, and there's no
that industry never started in the first place, maybe they'd be in a better situation.
They might just be farmers and living their lives out day to day as and happy and just as happy or more so doing whatever would fill that blank.
I do agree with that, but it's like But would you agree though that we do have to take in the context of like where the world is now? Like we can't snap our fingers. A lot of shitty things did happen that we can't take back. But at the same time, we have to be conscious of who gets hurt.
And we can do better going forward. Like, yes, someone mentioned like that's similar to how they justified slavery. Yes, in a way.
No, I agree.
And it's a misalignment of perspective, right? To kind of tag off of the slavery thing, to people who were stealing other people from places, saw their lifestyle as less than, and I'm sure some of them maybe this is going to be really awkward coming from a white man, but
we like awkward.
I'm sure some of the people who were involved in the stealing of other human beings thought that they were improving these. A lot of them, I'm sure, saw them as animals, but were improving their lives by taking them away from what they saw as poor conditions. But from the perspective of the people who had lived those conditions, this was a great life. This was they were happy with what they were doing and their lives and stuff. And so it's hard to say. Like, I feel like it might actually be very similar in that, like, you know, this random village in Taiwan was probably doing just fine, and they had their normal lives and problems and happy times and stuff. And then this factory gets built by Foxconn, and in some way they are pressured or maybe even stolen away to work in these factories. And now they're stuck. In similar ways to like when we bring trinkets over to, you know, 400, 500 years ago, we bring mirrors and scissors and stuff to South America and get them, like, give them things that they can't get elsewhere. And in a similar way, so now they're stuck. And they have to work in these factories because they want whatever extras what little extras they can get that have improved their lives, and they don't want to go back, or they can't because the farmland has been destroyed or whatever. And so, like, it's important to recognize that yes, it is shitty. People have thrown themselves off of buildings because of the working conditions, and yes, that sucks. The answer to that is to do better in the future and to accept that that's going to change the fact that you are not going to be able to buy $1,000 phone. It's going to be more expensive. It's going to be the reason that we are able to live the way that we do in the West
is that they're expensive.
Is 100%. There is no arguing that that some people have it better at the expense of other people. That's just, that is the truth of it. That is shitty, and we can do better.
But the first step is accepting it, right? Though, is we have to, like, you have to accept it, and I have to accept it, that all this technology that we're using to broadcast this stream right now, the phones that we're carrying and everything, they're all a part of the problem. And even though we may not be able to change that in the short term, we can definitely change it in the long term. But it ain't going to change if we don't do anything, if we just completely ignore it. That's the other thing too, is like, even if I'm not saying, go ahead.
You know, stop buying a new cell phone every year. Stop, you know, leasing a new car every 36 months or whatever. Try and make everything that you own last as long as possible. And yes, we've created a society, a market that is disposable. Yeah. But there are enough places and products and things out there to make that better. Fix stuff as much as you can. Pay a little extra for a quality product that is not going to fail, that is going to last for a long time. Yeah. You know,
and like, also make sure you like know the truth. That's I guess the bigger side of my argument here is, like, don't lie to yourself. People, we lie to ourselves about everything. But the biggest thing that we lie to ourselves about is like products made in the USA. Find me a product made in the USA that's like made from cotton that was grown in the USA and was threshed and put together. No, half that shit that was grown here was sent to some other country to be processed into the materials, then brought back and then made into something. That doesn't mean it's a made in America product. It still contributed to bad shit. Like, don't just companies use loopholes all the time, and I can't think of a single fucking company that's on a large scale that doesn't do this, where they're like, they find a loophole. It's made in America, yet all the materials that it's made of are from somewhere else. That is not a made in America product. Cars, right? Cars are a big one, right? Actually, Volkswagen is a really good example of this. So Volkswagen, every single car that was recalled in that in the EPA, the EPA fraud thing, right? They could have resold all those cars at auctions for pennies on the dollar to people that needed cars and couldn't afford brand new cars, right? They could have easily done that. They could have even vetted the process and said, you can only buy a car from us if you meet this criteria, and you can't even resell it. We get it back when you're done, and we'll recycle it. They could have done so much, but no, you know what they did? They set them all in a field, and they're going to pay all the money to destroy those cars and recycle them at a huge cost to themselves, just because they don't want to flood the market with cars, because they want people to be hungry for the new models.
Yep.
So you have all these cars just set. That's worse than the EPA lie. The EPA lie is actually less damaging than the result of them just storing all these cars and crushing them and all the energy it takes to recycle these things. But people, like, they convince themselves that it's like, this is good. Like, we made progress.
And I think part of it too, and I'm going to say this to just get ahead of what I'm sure will be comments in the future. We're saying all of this as you and I are both surrounded by
massive hypocrites,
thousands of dollars, gobs of value of product, all of this stuff, everything around me. It's a thing that I'm using, and in a way, I feel like it's similar to, like, it's a small step. I try to use the shit out of the stuff that I own. I try really hard not to have to buy new things, and it's a small step, but it's like not asking for a straw at Starbucks or whatever. It's a small thing, and I'm not puffing myself up, patting myself on the back, thinking, "Oh, I'm doing such a great job."
Yeah,
it's a personal thing. I'm not going to fault you or anybody else for doing whatever it is that you're going to do. But so yes, I understand that. Having said all of these things, I am a privileged white male living in the United States who makes a fairly decent wage, and I have never had to deal with the struggles of even a lot of the people in this country, let alone a third world country. I am not a saint or a martyr or a savior of the people by any means, but I recognize that I am a part of a machine that exploits people. And it's unfortunate, and I do my little piece. I try, and that's enough, I think.
And here's the thing: I don't
beat myself up about it.
Yeah, you don't. Here's the thing, and I don't want to say this is a bad thing, but you don't even have to do anything, and still you can make a difference. The one thing you can do to make a difference is by just not hiding it. That's another thing. It's like, I'm not asking you to give up your TV. I'm not asking you to give up your car. Fuck, I am the biggest hypocrite ever. Companies just send me fucking piles of shit to review, right? It's technology that I don't need. I like it. I enjoy it. It's awesome. I love having the cutting edge stuff. And then, then I'm an influencer, so I feed into the problem of people buying it. But here's the one thing I will accept is responsibility for understanding how the system works and not lying to myself. I know that the cell phone came at the suffering of somebody, okay? I know that my computer came at the suffering of somebody. I know that Houston had to build that fucking computer, like, with his own two hands. But realistically, what I'm saying here is I know I'm a part of the problem. We should all know we're a part of the problem. And we should stop walking around and acting like we aren't a part of the problem. And here's the other thing, too, is you can't change things overnight. You can't snap your fingers and change things overnight. It has to be over time. And understanding a situation and just being aware of it causes massive change. What doesn't cause change is people that are in fucking denial. Like, I know where my technology comes from. Like, this Mod Mike, I love Mod Mike. The CEO of this company, fucking super stand-up guy. Plus, he's hilarious. If you ever had a conversation with him, he's fucking just absolutely hilarious. But what does it say on the bottom? Just like everything else in my room. Designed in Portland, Oregon, made in China. It's made in China, or it's made in Taiwan, because if he made it here in the United States, this product would cost $500 instead of $50. That's the truth. There is no way he can compete making this in the United States, and neither can anybody else until we've changed. And trade deals with China doesn't fix that. It doesn't fix that. The trade tariffs did nothing but just tax us. We still buy the products. We're still dependent on them because there's nobody here that can build them under the current laws. And the current rules, nobody here, and the wage, our wage is so high, our minimum wage is so higher in the United States that even if you bring the cost of everything else down, we can't compete with China even within like 500%. So until we're all willing to pay $5,000 for a cell phone and, $200, $300, $400 for a mod mic and a keyboard cost, $350, we need to just accept that it's going to take time.
And like at some point we're getting into a weird conversation about, like Wolverine just mentioned, global economics, and we can start talking about value and why things would cost more. But that's way beyond. And I'm not trying to come from an angle of like, oh, I'm woke or anything. Like we just kind of ended up.
I'm the opposite of woke.
And I feel like this isn't something we need to really harp on or anything.
No.
It is the fact. It's a part of where we are as a human race and what we're doing, I guess, whatever.
Yeah, though, I guess without trying to open up the huge can of worms, what I was going for in this conversation was just that people be aware that it is a huge machine and there's a lot of cogs in it. And we need to stop like ignoring shit that needs our attention just because it doesn't fit the narrative of what we want to believe, right? It's like, I own this phone because it's the best product that does what I want it to do for a price that I'm willing to pay. And that's not everybody. That's me. There's obviously a lot of other people like me because otherwise this product wouldn't exist at this price point and it wouldn't be successful. But I also recognize that no matter how made in the USA they try to be, they're always going to get the components that are inside of this thing from somewhere else where it's cheaper, because at the end of the day, you will argue, pro-America, make everything ourselves. But there's a reason that international trade exists, because economies are different in different countries based on their capabilities, their resources, and their manpower. And if you don't recognize that, if this was made in the United States, which it can't even be, I want to clarify that we do not have the facilities
not currently
that even exist here currently in the United States that can build all the technology that goes into this, nor the materials and metallurgy and shit that goes into this thing, because we've been so dependent on other countries for it, and other countries are dependent on. Dependencies are not a bad thing to have, because once you become 100% self-sufficient, which I believe we could do. It'd take a long, long time, but I think we could do with sacrifices and shit like that. But the thing is it's because the world depends on each other for things that we actually have things like United Nations. It's the reason why we do come to agreements on things. It's the reason why we can fight for a certain standard of life and try to raise it up in other countries. I mean, the reason we can do all those things is because of our dependency on each other and the leverage that we have, the mutual leverage that we have. You take that away... Do you really think that we're just going to sit here and be this like sovereign nation that's just peaceful? No, that's not how it works. So just understand that, like soy farmers, that'd be the good example from our side. Soy farmers got hit hard, right? Imagine being told that you can't sell your product anymore one day. Just like you get a fucking email or phone call that's like, listen, the buyers that were going to purchase like exclusively buy your product now will not buy your product anymore. And you got a whole field of shit that's spoiling. Like, what do you do? Like, how do you handle that news?
That was we might want to write this down. I think we could have an entire stream, because I would love to kind of continue this topic in a much broader sense, as far as, because like Dardanelle News just said something about the UN is the enemy of the USA, which popped into my head thinking about it relates to tribalism and the potential for a sort of global government, and how that may affect this. I mean, this may be a topic for a different kind of stream. I know we're trying to keep this related to like a tech thing, but I would really love to kind of have a back and forth about how that would affect the potential of just as a thought experiment kind of thing.
That would be a topic.
Like what that would look like, and whether that would be a good or a bad thing. And like even just saying this out loud right now, like I'm having weird vibrations of like,
it's like the Federation.
How like how some people would say, oh, that's bad. Well, but why? Well, because that would it would make us we would be less than. And I don't know, I'm just curious, because like that, like I said, it touches on like that tribalism and maybe and racism and xenophobia and stuff. It's like, why not work with everybody? Like, the world is a lot smaller, and I'm going to stop here in a sec because I don't want to actually go down this path right now, but like, why not work with everyone? Why not try hard to get along with everyone? Or not, you know?
I guess the end of that argument, though, is that nobody will ever agree on everything, right?
Which fine, we don't even do in this country.
We don't, not even us blocked, not even my neighbors. Like it's okay to disagree, but there's certain things that that is an ethical society. Let's just say, just from an ethical perspective, right? And there may be gray areas there. There probably are, but there are going to be people that agree with human rights, right? There's some countries that believe that women are beneath men and believe that, it's okay to, chop people up into little itty bitty bits if they have a different religion. They're going to disagree with a globalized government that says that there's this basic standard of living for every human being. They're not going to agree with that, no matter what you do. Is that us violating their culture because they've had that culture for thousands of years and that's how they've collectively wanted to live? And let's even, just for argument's sake, say that the women even accept that because they were raised from children to know that that was their place in society. And even though we know that they're worth more than that, they don't know that they're worth more than that. So now are we breaking that standard of their society and their culture? So you could argue that all day long and go down the rabbit hole, which we're going to do on a future episode for sure.
Yeah. And so I feel like we kind of got off the whole tech part of things, and
that's what we do on Tech Talk, though. You remember how Tech Talk was,
and that's why I think like maybe we bring this up like on morning coffee. I come up to your place on
fair enough. Oh, actually, that'd be great. I'd love to have you come up
and we go down that path there or something. Because
all right,
I do think we should keep this a little more technological and not a little less political and sociology and stuff. They're cool things to talk about. Don't get me wrong. I go down these kinds of paths in my morning drives and stuff too sometimes. But
keep it tech talk. All right.
But not for here. So thank you guys for putting up with that part of that. I know some of you guys were getting a little like politics. Why are they talking about technology or what? And it's related in a tangential way.
Everything is related. Yeah. What is it? 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, but I understand that we don't want to go too far. There's a lane here, and we want to stay.
No, rule number one at Tech Talk is we definitely don't want to go anywhere where it's uncomfortable. And if it gets uncomfortable for anything, we back away from it. We go somewhere else. And that's our decision to make.
I know, like this is definitely because it could lead into so many other topics and subjects to talk
There's
about.
no end. Everything there is endless, right? Arguably, topics on technology aren't.
It'd be great to have. I think Twitch would be a good place for it because it'd be a really good back and forth. So we'll get back to our topics, I think.
Morning coffee it is. Hey, what is the next topic?
Thanks for the tangent there. I appreciate you guys putting up with that for a little bit there. But
actually, I thought everybody in the chat actually did really well through that whole thing.
Yeah, so thanks.
And to be fair, can we just end with saying that we do respect other people having a differing point of view? That's sure. One thing that's great about that. Even with the morning coffee thing, Tech Talk, I think the one thing we can agree on here is respectfully disagreeing on thing is like the foundation of like getting along and actually learning. I learn a lot from people that I disagree with something on at first. So just keep that in mind, that just because I believe something or Houston believes something, or that's not the end. That's not the end of it by a long shot. It's like we're always learning. I learn new things every single day. That entire conversation stemmed from something that I learned on morning coffee. I'm sorry that I pushed so far.
It's okay.
on Tech Talk. Please forgive me, Houston. I love you.
Tesla solar roofs.
Yeah.
Huh?
So tell me about these Tesla solar roofs that I heard about 5 years ago that still don't seem to be installed on anybody's houses.
Yeah, they're not. I did have to kind of. So I had just seen mention of the topic in a very general sense. That people had been talking about it. But yeah, I guess it's not out there as much as maybe we thought, or as much
it was everywhere
as
though.
Would like. No, I guess. Well, they were advertising and pushing on it real hard, but like, I guess they're really not out there. Because like just this one quick little blurb that I kind of stumbled across. It says this particular outlet, PV Magazine, I guess. I don't know how reputable these people may be, but whatever. This is the first thing I kind of stumbled across. It says they have discovered 2 more Tesla roof tile installations this week. This was January 25th. And update a few more. That leaves 998 more roofs to document this week, given Elon Musk's claim of 1,000 roofs per week by the end of 2019. So we're already 2 months into 2020, and I'm curious to know how well it's actually doing. I found the idea to be really freaking cool. Like, this is something I would love to do myself, combined with like one of their power wall things would
I think you'd have to combine it. You'd really have to combine it to have like a super useful system, especially like if you live somewhere like Washington where we have lots of cloud cover and stuff like that. Like, you need a place to store that energy.
Sure.
So, but here's the thing I don't get is this is old. Solar Roofs was announced years and years and years ago. And it was like on all the news sites, just like the Falcon 9 rocket. Everything you saw on every news site was this. But it kind of disappeared until you mentioned it the other day as a potential topic. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Like solar roofs on cars or something? Like, it's almost like Tesla kind of ignored it and hoped that it'd go away for a while because they weren't hitting their targets. But you said now these installations that they've done so far, have they been commercial installations for like Tesla, or have they been actual customers delivered product?
From what I understand, it is actual like installed, or like
that's good. That's good.
I don't think it's by Tesla. I think like Jimmy's Roofing would buy the stuff and do it for you. But yeah, there's a Bloomberg blurb here. They had to wait quite 800 days. It's what they're saying here. They bought a thing, blah blah blah. They were among the, let's see. So we bought the house. We wanted to go solar. Geeks IT, $1,000. So this family, I guess, that they had interviewed, put $1,000 deposit down on the solar roof back in 2018. Federal and state tax credits took $10,000 off the price tag for their car. Okay, that's different.
Did they actually get the rebate like even before it was installed?
I think so. Yeah.
Jeez, how many people got a giant fucking rebate for pre-ordering a wall like years before it was installed?
Yeah.
That
but yeah, I
like
guess
a good idea.
It took quite a long time for him to even get it installed.
It's not going smoothly. Yeah. I think it's safe to say that this is not a smooth deployment.
That does seem to be the case, yeah.
And plus, the other thing that kind of concerns me about Solar Roof a little bit is, the tests that they did where they were like dropping like stuff on it and it didn't break. Yeah. But then you got like the CyberTruck where it's like they drop a thing on it, it doesn't break, but then you throw it at like a horizontal angle slightly with like a limp wrist and it shatters the window. Like, I wonder if they were having problems with durability issues in like real world conditions.
That could be, but I would like to point out, if you had replicated that same test that they did on the Cybertruck with your any other car,
that's just going right through, clean through
glass. I got to give them humongous props for the fact that it only cracked.
Yeah.
Okay, you go outside and you throw a 5-pound cannonball at your windshield.
It's going through. If you throw
it at the side windows, that thing, man, I sneezed too hard and my side window's going to explode into a bunch of little safety glass chunks. Like, I mean, that's what it's supposed to do, but still, like, the fact
I don't know though. Would it go through the front window? Do you think it'd go through the front window of a car? Like laminated glass, I've seen some shit hit laminated glass and not go through that was pretty remarkable.
Probably not go through, but it would spider to. You'd need to replace it for sure. It would fuck that windshield up. Pardon my French, but
I'm wondering if Tesla literally though, like the reason that this kind of got like abandoned for a while. Well, I won't say abandoned because people still have their pre-orders and they didn't cancel anybody's orders as far as we know. It just got drawn out, right?
Yeah, it's just taking a long time.
I would prefer them to take their time though, just with like their history. Like, who do you know the story of like the Tesla Roadster and how like Tesla almost never happened?
Yeah, it was really close for a while.
So you don't see a lot of Tesla Roadsters on the road, and the reason, and it's not because they didn't make a lot of them; they made a fuckload of them. The reason you don't see them on the road is because the first generation gearbox in them failed like catastrophically in like every car. They had to do a recall of every single car they sold, and all the profit and then some was eaten up by fixing those cars and getting them back out. And in many cases, they repaired the cars and the brushes and the motors died. And then what happened is Tesla like ran out of money and went under, and it wasn't until they got a second round of funding after the company basically collapsed. I know there's some details in here I'm skipping, but they got a second round of funding, and that's where the Model S came in, and all the mistakes they made with the brushed motors in the original one, then they went with brushless motors, went from DC to AC. They changed a lot of shit, or actually they were always AC, but they went with brushless motors, and they fixed the problems. And the Model S, even though the Model S had a lot of problems at launch, people don't realize that the Model S was almost a roadster. when it launched with the number of mechanical and electrical problems and assembly problems and quality control problems.
Oh, wow.
But the thing is, they learned from their mistakes and they kept growing and growing and growing until today. I would say Tesla Model S is a fantastic car. Like I would love to have a Model S. The Model X, it's absolutely wonderful. And for what it is, I won't say that it's like the most reliable car in the world, but for as technologically advanced it is and as many features it has, I would say that it's probably about as reliable as you could get with today's technology.
Oh, cool.
So I'm pretty happy with that. But the solar roof, here's the problem with the solar roof is Tesla could have gone under again, right? What if they deployed those 900 roofs, right? And what did they cost? Like $50,000 or something average?
So I'm on their website right now, and damn, they got this weird scrolly thing that it makes it's a bad.
Stars
experience.
actually said that Tesla's looking for people to install it. They're short staffed. I can totally see that because this is like a whole different install, right?
So I'm looking at if you just do the solar roof. Here, let me see. Let's say you have a 2,200 square foot 2-story home with a $400 a month electric bill. They're saying for just the solar roof, we're looking at about $24,000.
Dude, that's cheaper than a real roof. Like an asphalt, an asphalt roof costs more than that.
That may not actually include installation. That could be just the tiles.
Okay, well, I used to install roofs. Let's just say that it's slightly more complicated than this, because I'd imagine it's like a modular system where you like lay down copper strips and you lay down the things, because there's got to be a way to transmit the power, right?
Right.
Some kind of grid. But let's say that they're interlocking, because I know that they're interlocking. The three or four roof types they did are all interlocking shingles. So to install a roof, I think we charged when I was doing it with my uncle when I was younger. I think it was like between depending on the size of the roof, I think it was like $2,000 to $5,000 in labor to do an asphalt roof. It's probably more for like shingles and stuff like that. But let's say it's $10,000, right? Let's say it's $35,000 installed to get that roof.
Good.
And the average roof, I think, is only warranted for like 50 years or something like that. Like if you get a roof, and I think Tesla said they exceeded that, and it would pay for itself within like what, the first 10 years in electricity costs or something.
I'd have to do some napkin math. It says estimated 25-year savings is 62,299.
Okay, so let's say 25 years. That's still half the life of a normal roof, right? So let's say your roof lasts 50 years. You're literally getting free power for 25 of those 50 years that you're in a house. And a house is a long-term investment. So if you're living in your house and you're retiring in your house, I mean, it makes sense. If those numbers are correct. And that probably doesn't include a power wall either, right? Because you need a power wall to store the energy. Otherwise, you're just going to feed it back into the grid, and the grid's going to pay you, fuck all for it, because it's probably going to be lowest price possible. You can probably only sell so much back to the grid before they just start taking it for free. Because they don't want people creating like power plants, right? They don't want like your whole neighborhood to be like literally selling them back power at a rate that they're not making a profit reselling. So I'm not an expert on any of this by any stretch of the imagination. Just keep that in mind, folks. I'm going just from assumption here. But I would say that if you installed a roof and it worked as advertised and it lasts for 50 years, give or take, normal repairs, tree falls on your house or whatever, and you had a power wall to store that energy so you could carry it through the night. And I think he said that the amount of power in like even with overcast conditions, your house has so much surface area on the roof that you'd be able to collect enough power to effectively charge the power wall like pretty easily. Like the power wall would carry you all the way through the night on regular power consumption for like a normal person.
Right, and that's assuming you're completely unplugged. You're off grid as well. So
right. So I think that is like. That'd be a pretty amazing thing. Plus, think about it. You have these cars now, right? All these Teslas are on the road, and you got more cars coming on the market because I don't know if you heard, but Ford is releasing a F-150 next year that's electric.
Yep. With a partnership with Volkswagen on that, actually.
That I didn't know. That's cool. Okay, that actually makes sense. For like battery and motor supplier from like the Porsche project or whatever.
They're collaborating. Ford and Volkswagen are collaborating on electric vehicles in some way. Because I know Volkswagen's got their bus coming, the e-bus. I supposed to like
the first electric vehicle that has coal smoke coming out of the back of it.
But that was a really cool. I don't know that it's finalized. I remember toward the end of last year they were talking about working together on electric vehicles. But yeah, Ford, Volkswagen. The Porsche Porsche Cayenne, I think, has a electric flavor now.
They created no, they gave it a different name. It's the Taycan. Is it the
something like that? Yeah, that sounds better.
Dude,
yeah.
Everybody that's reviewed it said it's like an amazing car, and it's got like a 2-speed gearbox in it and stuff. And it's a 800-volt system instead of a 400-volt system.
That's the one they had at the Super Bowl commercial.
Yep.
Yeah, the Taycan. Yeah, I see a picture.
And they're actually like pretty reasonably priced for a Porsche. For like a Porsche of that caliber, I think they're priced around the same as like that shitty, ugly fucking Porsche, the one with the 4 doors. You know which one I'm talking about? The Panamera.
34.
Yeah, I think it's comparably priced to Panamera, but it's like exceeds it in performance and range. No, I know that they were the first ones to do the 800-volt system, which apparently means that they can run way thinner wires because they're not running as much amperage. And so it gives them a lot more flex, lower weight, easier storage of power, a better use of supercapacitors. Like there's a whole bunch of reasons why 800 volt is like the way to go. And as far as I know, Tesla, I don't even know if Tesla, are they going with 800 volt in the CyberTruck? I'm wondering how they're getting the range. They're claiming insane range with the CyberTruck on the top tier model.
We need Kevlar Condom to weigh in on that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The tri-motor version will have a range of 500 miles.
Wow.
So, and you got to keep in mind that this is going to be a really heavy vehicle.
Oh, yeah. They always are.
They always are. They have to be, right? The battery pack alone weighs like, what, 2,000 pounds, 1,500 pounds or something like that? And that's the other thing that people don't realize with liquid fuel versus something like a battery is you're carrying your fuel with you, like the full weight of your fuel all the time. Yeah. It doesn't matter if the battery's empty, you're still carrying it. It's like with cars, it's like you have, 150 pounds of fuel in the tank or 200 pounds of fuel in the tank. And it's like when it's empty, your lap times go up each time you go around. It's like your lap times are going up because you're dropping weight. And it's like you don't get that in an electric car. You're carrying your weight with you all the time, all the way down to 1%. But the flip side of that is it also makes things a lot more predictable, right? Like as far as predicting like a lap time of an electric car, if you could cool it and it, its efficiency remained exactly the same, you could like time the lap times down to hundreds or thousandths of a second theoretically. What's going on? What's going on with Tony over in chat here?
I was wondering if what to say? Would you have an EV or hybrid presently? As I would. I kind of want to trade my Hyundai, my Veloster for a Model 3. I think it would be super cool.
I think electrics have got to the point where I think I'd still have some range anxiety, but it'd be so minimal that I don't think it would offset the benefits of having an electric.
Yeah, I mean, and with especially at least with Teslas at least, when you punch in their navigation, like they'll take into account where like the superchargers and stuff are, and that's part of your navigation route is like, okay, you're gonna take this exit and squat at this Safeway for 20 minutes so that we can get to the next thing. And
come to think of it, have you ever seen a Tesla on the side of the road with its emergency blinkers on?
No,
I can't say I have.
I'm pretty good about that. About noticing those kind of things too.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of Teslas on the road here in Washington. I'd say you probably see 100 Teslas a day driving around. I mean, they're everywhere.
Yeah,
and I've never seen one.
Or the Roadsters for sure. No,
never seen one on the side of the road. So, and I've seen lots of people on the side of the road walking with a gas can. So I would say that the range anxiety is kind of not really that big of a deal anymore. With the combination of technology telling you when you need to charge, how long it's going to take to charge, it's like just knowing all that shit up front, you're good, right?
I like this. Type Tesla fire, please, on Google. I imagine this is this is meant to be as a jab as to the safety quality of Tesla vehicles. I think just recently.
Tesla fire kills, man, because the door handles wouldn't open.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but nobody's typing in how many like gasoline fires have occurred. Like
and the other thing too is, did you hear about the Tesla that actually punctured the bottom battery pack and the occupant survived because he was sealed in the car?
Yeah,
like fire was like engulfing the whole car, and he stayed inside of it, and the fire basically just burned itself out.
I get it. Yeah. Batteries overheating and catching on fire. I've seen it. And there's talk about Teslas, driving off the road and crashing. I would hesitate to use the word epidemic.
No, if you have to dig that deep to just find one or two instances that have happened in a car that sells that many units, like, you're nitpicking at that point.
Like, I get it. It's new, and it is probably a little. It's mildly unstable. Sure. It's a new thing.
I think it's still considered one of the safest cars in the world, though. Like statistically, it's still one of the safest cars in the world.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that like to make a big like crazy thing about it. Sure, especially considering like I'm good friends with somebody who owns what I'm pretty sure is like a beta Roadster. Like,
it's
right? Like Kevlar's,
more than a beta.
Roadster, I think is like pre-production. I get the feeling his was like, you know, number
Model S or Roadster.
He's got the P85D, if I remember right.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We have the same friend, and I can tell you from that car that I've actually had a video taken down for violating an NDA accidentally on that car. That's how beyond it is.
I'm pretty sure what I know of our buddy Kevlar, and he would not be cruising one if it was any sort of marginal. If there was a mathematically significant chance that it was a dangerous vehicle, he wouldn't be in it. Guaranteed.
Yeah, he's all about them statistics.
I mean that. I mean that when I say mathematically significant.
Well, he holds multiple PhDs in mathematics, so yeah. He spouts statistics to me all the time on stuff that I'd never think anybody would have statistical data on. So.
I would jump on a Model 3.
Yep.
Without a problem. I will, especially a Tesla. I would be a little more concerned with something like a Nissan Leaf or a Chevy Volt or some of these other EVs. But for a Tesla, I'm down. I would want one all the time.
Yeah. No, I'm in the same boat because I'd feel safe wrecking one. I'd feel safe driving one.
My lady actually thinks the Cybertruck is pretty slick, and which kind of blew my mind. I know that's actually something in the description we were going to talk about Cybertruck. I think it's pretty freaking cool too.
It's growing.
I would if it weren't like I think it's like 90K or something. It's really no.
It's a 40K version, dude.
Yeah. They did a cheap.
You can literally buy their base theoretically, right? We don't know what the final cost is going to be because Tesla always fudges the numbers. But let's say it's $40,000. That's still cheaper than like a top spec Nissan Leaf. You could drive around in like the Tesla Cybertruck.
The single motor they're saying is going to be $39,900. An extra $7,000 for the full self-driving mode.
Yeah, because you have to put a lot of cameras and sensors on to make that safe.
Hey man, I'm down. Sign me up, coach. I'll throw my $100 down on that.
Dude, people are really harsh on autopilot because there have been a couple of wrecks that can be attributed to autopilot. But the thing that I'm going to say is like, if you treat it like cruise control, it is so much safer than any cruise control system you've ever used in your entire life. It'll hold you in between the lines. It'll stop if you're tired and you're not paying attention. It'll stop the car. It'll even change lanes if it's got the room to run out so that the guy behind you rear ends the fuck nut in front of you instead of you. The car will do things that you cannot do at that same reaction time. Now, if you turn on autopilot and you fall asleep and take a nap when you're on a shitty road with non-drawn lines or whatever, dude, come on. Like, you can't blame the car at that point when you're treating it like it's a valet instead of cruise control. If you treat it like cruise control, it's like the safest driving car in the world. Like, it'll bump off. If you're drunk off your ass driving home, I'm not saying you should do this, but if you're drunk off your ass driving home and you got autopilot, you have a way better chance of not killing a bunch of people than not having autopilot driving your drunk ass home.
Yeah.
Don't drive your drunk ass home. But I'm saying if you're stupid and you're one of those people that goes and drives drunk, having a Tesla autopilot is not a bad thing to have on your side.
Right.
So I'm just saying. As far as but back to the roofs really quick. It does look like they're still doing it though. They're not abandoning it, right? So they are installing it. Somebody said that Paul's Hardware has one, but if I remember watching Paul's videos, he didn't have the roof. He had regular solar panels. He just had the solar wall.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that we should point that out. They do have an option for a premium roof plus solar panels, and that may be what he ended up with.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Where it's a concrete tile roof with solar panels, which is different from the solar roof, which is the solar roof is more like a replacement to your normal asphalt shingles.
Yeah.
And then the roof with solar panels is significantly more expensive.
Oh, okay. No, I can see now. Okay, so they were technically right when they said it was Tesla systems, but they're interlocking solar panels. They're not the solar roof. Like when we're talking about solar roof, we're talking about the actual interlocking tiles that looks like a real roof, right?
Right.
Okay. Right. Just to be clear on that, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's what we were wanting to talk about was the solar roof. Whereas I think Paul's Hardware has the premium roof plus solar panels, as they say on their website.
It still looks cool though. The panels are interlocking, so I mean it still looks good. How much does some bitch cost? Let me see here. Okay, so if I want to order one of these, I want a solar roof. Okay. Oh, and they do sell. Okay, there I found it. Okay, so they sell just directly solar panels. So if you just want to buy Tesla solar panels, you can, but the solar roof is separate. If you want a solar roof, it's going to cost you. Hold on here. Let's spec one out here. So I want a solar roof. What's my home square feet? 1,650 square feet. Let's see. Number of stories, 2 stories. Average electric bill a month, about $350. I know
that's not bad.
I burn a lot of electricity. Well, that's my gas included. Okay, so I want the options are a solar roof or the premium roof with solar panels, which, like you said, well, actually, it's only $500 cheaper. Why would anybody want that option?
The one I looked up was closer to like 16 grand difference.
Okay, so what I'm looking at right now is for the solar roof, where it's the actual tiles. It doesn't look like a solar panel at all. They just look like solar tiles. It's $33,950 to do my house, and that's the roof with integrated solar. And then for the concrete tile roof with the add-on solar panels, it's $33,489. So it's actually about $400-ish cheaper. But it does say just the panels alone are $20,000. So the install. So that's with install too?
I think it's like an estimate. There's like some fine print at the bottom where it's like, average materials with such and such a contractor, blah, blah, blah. There's an asterisk for sure.
Okay, so if I want to reserve my solar roof, it's $100 down today to reserve my spot. And then it says the price after incentives. So after I get my federal tax credit and I get all my credits back, the total price estimate, you're right, it's estimate, for my roof would be $19,785. Now, just to give you an idea, to get my house roofed, to get regular just asphalt tile roof, like a low estimate for that would probably be around 25 grand, 20 to 25 grand.
Wow.
So it's actually, this technically with the incentives would be cheaper.
Coach.
So there you go, right? Okay, my estimated savings after 25 years at my current electrical bill price would be $47,640. So over 25 years, I'd literally get like what, 17,000 free, 15,000, something like that.
Yeah, damn, that sounds like it would pay for itself in what,
probably
3-4 years?
No, it'd probably be like 10 or 15, but still.
Okay.
Right? I mean, that's still not much. Like I'd literally still be paying off my house at the time that I paid off my roof.
Yeah.
But the other thing you have to factor into is the amount of life that's left in your existing roof. That's one thing people aren't factoring in here is like, what if you bought a house 10 years ago and your roof still has 40 years of life left in it and you're shredding that whole fucker down?
Yeah, man, there's some good metal roofs out there that'll last forever.
Yeah, pretty much. So you have to factor that in too. So once you factor that all in, it's not as good of a deal as it looks. But here's the thing. How are they building solar panels that last for 50 years?
I wonder about that too, because
yeah.
What's the wear and tear like on these panels? Like, is it really going to last 25 years?
Because you have pollen, wind, rain, hail. Like, I just don't see these things lasting.
Are you gonna can I get up there and just walk around on these tiles and scrub at it with a brush? What's the maintenance on these things like?
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't even really consider that. There's a lot of things they're not really pointing out here. And also where you live, right? What if you live in an area where it's it rains a lot, high pollen, lots of trees around with nettles falling on it and stuff? The efficiency is going to go down, which means your recoup cost goes up, your recoup time.
Yep.
And the other thing too is if the warranty's 50 years on these things, can we be guaranteed that Tesla solar roofs is still going to be around in 30 years to give me a new panel when it breaks, or do I have to rip the whole roof off and replace it?
Yeah.
Dude, 50 years is a long fucking time. That's the thing where purchases like this freak me out a little bit. Because
I have faith that Tesla's going to be around in 50 years, but it's a good thing to consider.
Well, the problem with Tesla though, and I don't necessarily see this as a problem. It's actually the proper way to do it as a company, so they don't monopolize themselves. Is they're broken up into 5 companies. They got the Boring Company, they've got the Rocket Company, they got the Car Company, they got the Solar Roof Company. They're breaking these all up into different entities. They're not all under the same Tesla automotive brand. Although it looks it looks like the roof is under the same brand as the cars, which is interesting.
It's I think because it's the power wall, the cars, the solar. It's all the electrical related stuff is under one umbrella. SpaceX is separate. The Boring Company is separate. Yeah.
So I wonder. Okay, so I tend to agree with you that Tesla will probably be around in the next 50 years. I think that's a fairly safe bet. Just seeing as how many cars they have on the road today and all the potential aftermarket support that's going to come along and stuff like that,
and
they're going to be around.
Their stock jumped last week. I think it was last week. Tesla,
it was crazy.
It was a great jump,
and it was literally after everybody said their stock was going to tank. Did you see that? Like all the people that were estimating were like, yeah, it's going to fucking crash into the ground. They don't have enough money to pay back their loans, and then like it went completely. You know what? Tesla's just like cryptocurrency. Literally, cryptocurrency does this. This is one thing. If you guys want to know what I've learned from cryptocurrency, now don't get me wrong, it is high risk, and this is by no means a guarantee. But the best time to buy cryptocurrency is when it is crashing, like fucking burning, heading towards the ground, and every single person's predicting it's game over. That is the best time to buy cryptocurrency, because if you watch the trend with Bitcoin, every single time it had a major crash, that crash ran its course in a very short period of time. Everybody in the market was like, oh, Bitcoin's never going to recover. And everybody bought it up like it's such a crazy rate because it dropped so much that it literally like doubled within like a month. So it's like literally this sawtooth. It's like crash, way up, crash, way up, crash, way up. Now, granted, the last crash, of course, like, it dropped like from 20,000 down, but now it went from like a couple of $100 up to like 11 or 12,000 and shit. It goes all over the place. Yeah. But cryptocurrency does that model. It's like, don't listen to the critics. Every single person that tells you that cryptocurrency is going to die, it ends up making some massive comeback every time. And I've fallen for it twice now, where I did still make a profit by selling and getting out early. But had I just held on to it, I would have made 10, 20 times the money in like a month. Okay, so right now, one Bitcoin is worth $9,635. So it's been fairly stable over the last 6 or so months. But keep in mind, it was $3,900 in April, and it went up to it had 10,180 just last week. So yeah, you can day trading cryptocurrency. You could make a fortune. You could lose a fortune too, but just keep in mind, cryptocurrency, I think, in Tesla should be treated the same way. Like, don't look at what people are estimating, because their estimates are always wrong, because they're basing it like they would a stock off of like market performance, whereas Tesla acts more like a cryptocurrency, where it's more based off of what people believe. Right? And it's not about the facts. It's not about the numbers. It's about what people believe in. People believe in Tesla. People see these rockets going into space every week and every time they see that shit, it just captivates them. And so it's almost, I don't want to say that it's like fake, but it is, right? It's a fake valuation. Like, Tesla isn't worth what they're worth.
Value is subjective, right?
That is true.
And especially when you have somebody like Elon, who's very very, very, very public facing, like like when he was on the Joe Rogan podcast and he's smoking that fat blunt, Tesla stocks dropped 4%. That's huge.
Yeah.
I bet you anything, he knew, of course, like he had to know how people would react to that, because I think he got investigated a little bit after that for buying back Tesla stock. While it was down. I think that's what it was. Chat may correct me on that one, but I
know he got kicked off the board, or he got kicked down from CEO to the board or something.
I remember the SEC was, the SEC was. Oh, maybe it had something more to do with his tweets. I remember there was a lot of news at that time floating around him. He would tweeted. That's what it was. Thank you, Dario. Yeah, the SEC investigated for the tweet saying he was taking Tesla private. That's right.
Because that would because they said that would have falsely affected the stock's valuation or something. So that'd be like similar to insider trading. Like, he was basically giving the investors knowledge they weren't supposed to have,
right? And
artificially inflating a stock, because he's pretty much like not guaranteeing it, but pretty much guaranteeing that if you bought stock now, it would go up, and then everybody stop buying stock. Of course, it goes up. So I guess he did kind of artificially. You know what? Fair point to the SEC though. That's a fair thing to slap him for. Like, he shouldn't be artificially manipulating his own stock through projections, especially when he's a company that's almost completely valued on perception and him giving him that perception. You know, the one thing I will give him though is he is the modern Steve Jobs, except for he's way more approachable. It's like he is just one of those people. He gets up there and he stutters all over himself, and he's a terrible speaker, but you just want to hear everything he says. He really engages you because you can tell that this is just like a dude that likes what he's doing and enjoys like what he's doing, and he's not just like some guy up there reading off a teleprompter. And I've always loved that aspect about him. What did Mario said something here? Hold on. What did Mario say? He said, "Remember that crypto place you visited and the video got removed? Actually, that video is back up. Oh, if you guys haven't seen the crypto video, that actually got to be put back up. They've changed enough now and moved around enough that they were comfortable with me putting it back up finally like 3 years later. But I don't think anybody saw it after that. So yeah, I saw it was the biggest cryptocurrency mine in the North America when I reviewed it like 4 or 5 years ago.
Nice.
And it got pulled down because like one of the investors in the company got really scared. They were like, "Oh shit, you're gonna give up our location in this video." But
we're gonna explode.
It's gonna explode. So, anyways, that's what's going on with Tesla, guys.
Yeah.
So if you bought a roof, you'll get it eventually. Probably is what we're thinking.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
What's our next topic, sir?
Let's see. On the list, at least, was folding phones.
Ooh, that's actually a really good one to talk about. Also, I want to thank a couple of people that have been super chatting. That we've missed. Torcane, he said, "Save a cow, eat their food instead." Yeah, what happens to that, dude? What happens if we eat all the cows' food and then all the cows die from starvation? Like, is that bad as just eating the cows? I'm joking in case anybody doesn't get that. Eric Lacasa, thank you for the 2 Canadian dollaroonies. He said, Paul from Paul's Hardware has the Tesla roof. Okay, we already answered that one. He does. I was confused. He does have a Tesla roof because Tesla offers a solar panel option. Now, keep in mind, Tesla did not offer a solar panel option when they unveiled the solar roof. I think that was a mitigation to people that were getting frustrated with not getting their solar roofs because they weren't ready yet.
It could be, yeah.
I'm guessing. But they were like, let's just give them another option that's of a similar price, similar efficiency, easier install. But if I get a solar roof, I want it to be a real solar roof. Like, I don't want my neighbors to even know that I'm solar. I want it to be that incognito.
And that solar roof looks that way.
Dude, it totally does. Like, I still don't understand how that technology works because it doesn't look like it's got a glass sheen to it. It doesn't have that weird crystalline pattern that you get from solar cells. Like, it literally just looks like a concrete, like, roof tile. But somehow it's an efficient solar panel. I don't understand how that works. Or solar paint. Have you seen solar paint? Dude, there's a company that makes solar paint. You can literally paint your house. I don't think it's super high efficiency, though. But if you think about a mansion, right? Yeah, look up solar paint. It's crazy. I was reading about it a couple of years ago, and some dude painted his car with it. I think it's only matte colors or pastels. Let's see here. Solar paint. Let's see. Where is it?
Out of Australia.
Yeah, I think it's one company who holds the patent for it, but they literally powered like a bunch of LEDs on a vehicle off of it, and they painted a house with it. And they said they didn't say what the numbers were that they were getting from it, but it looks like regular paint. Like there's a picture of a brown house that just has a solar paint applied, and it doesn't look like a solar panel. It just looks like regular flat. Okay, so 8 kilowatt hours of power at high sun with no obstructions. I don't know if that's a lot or not. 8 kilowatts. That'd be what, 8,000 watts from a house painted? That's a lot, dude. Like my generator only makes 6,000 watts. So and it's paint. So you literally just paint your house and then just hook like, I don't know, a cathode and an anode or a negative or a positive or whatever to it, and magically your whole
wires onto the wall and hope for the best.
It's such a weird concept to just paint your car with solar paint. It's like, how does that work? That's crazy.
Yeah, wow.
Dude, I'm sorry. Cool. I'm sorry that my 40-year-old penis needs to urinate again, so you're gonna have to kick this one off. But folding phones, man. There's 3 of them now on the market that I know of that are mainstream. So
yeah.
I'll give you my opinion when I get back. I'm gonna go drain the main vein. I'll be right back.
Sure.
And it's okay. You can eat snacks on here. Like we can eat during the show. We can do anything. We can even like clean our house and play video games. That's Tech Talk, man.
Yeah, Greg, I would. I like Google Chrome. I don't know that. So Leviathan, I don't think it's a product quite yet. A lot of the articles and stuff I'm seeing for the solar paint are from 2017 and before. So I don't know that there's anyone like selling it yet. I think it was more like proof of concept. No, I'm not vegan. I try to limit my red meat intake. Try not to have a heart attack as I eat peanut M&Ms. Now solar windows. I have seen those before. That is really cool.
Oh, what is this? What is this?
M&M's are surely vegan in the same way that Oreos are vegan, I imagine. Thank you for keeping the show on topic. Oh yeah, try. We both. So I was thanked for keeping the show on topic, and then I try, but Jerry and I are both very eclectic and scatterbrained.
That's why I wanted you as a co-host, because you and I think we're the right amount of get along and the right amount of squirrel chasing that it makes it interesting.
Because man, if you watch any of my streams, especially in the mornings, I will just every once in a while, man, there'll be a morning where somebody brings up a topic, and it's a 30-minute rant all the way to work.
Yep.
And so.
And keep in mind, I'm still learning how to separate Tech Talk from morning coffee too, because I'm doing an evening coffee after the stream. So I'm gonna take like an hour break after this, and then I'm heading over to Twitch to do this all again. On. Yeah. So
I might do something similar.
You should. If you start your stream right when I end mine, I'll raid your ass. You want yourself like 500 viewers? I got you, bro. I got you, boo.
I'm AuxxZillary everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So twitch.tv/AuxxZillary, AuxZillary.
Right down below, right under him.
Everywhere. That's Twitter, Instagram.
Wait, over there? Is it over there?
It should be below me.
Am I pointing in the right direction because I got everything backwards? I think so. We'll find out here in a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it. No, that's wrong. There you go. That's the right way. Okay, I got it.
But there's no civil way to eat a banana on stream. There's a blonde girl on your Twitch right now, though. Who? Me or Jerry?
Oh, you're probably restreaming somebody, aren't you?
Yeah, we auto-host people. So
who are you hosting? I want to see what blonde girl you're hosting.
Yeah, I'm curious. It might be Kay. It's Kay.
Oh, Kay Pike Fashion?
Yeah.
I haven't seen her in a long time. She doing good?
Yeah, I guess so. She's still doing her body painting and stuff.
That's awesome. She's really damn talented at it, too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I hate seeing all the shade that gets thrown at her, though. Like, God,
man, not just her, man. Like, I was seeing other body painters and stuff. Like, there was this one gal, Fork Girl. It came across my Twitter. She got like banned flat out for no like.
I think I know what you're talking about. I fought for her on Twitter. Like, I actually like put.
It's crazy, and it looks like basically the same stuff Kay is doing. It's not anything, untoward or
nipples covered with like really covered, not slightly covered, but like
they're
covered,
very they're very clear on like there's pasties and usually the chest area will already be completed before the stream even goes live, and then it's like basically finishing it off, and like I don't know, it's weird.
There's a big bruise.
Girls band was lifted. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good because like. Yeah, of course. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right. just checking. I figured you'd be a good man to consult on bruising.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's like when apples get bruised, though. That's really weird.
You know what that is? I had a bruised apple yesterday, and I like dug out the bruised spot, and I still almost didn't eat the apple. I was like, I don't know. Did I get it all?
It's weird. It's just weird. Like, there's probably nothing wrong with it. Like, it's not rotten or bad. It's just... I don't know. I'm not down on that.
Fork Girl got her band lifted. Yeah, she was on Twitter. I remember it. I think it was the same lady because she was on Twitter and she's like, "Why'd I get banned? Like, this is what I do, and I'm following the rules, and all of a sudden I get banned because it was just because everybody was reporting her because they just wanted to be dicks that day. They like mass reported her. Yeah,
I think it was like an auto ban kind of thing from some sort of targeted reporting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate,
and that's just unfortunate. Yeah, it sucks. So let's see. Oh, foldy phones. That's what we're on.
Phones. What about the foldy phones? Or I mean, hold on. This is my pedal work. How about them foldy phones?
Yeah, foldy phones.
Oh, dude, it changes your voice too because it goes through my mixer board. So here, now you talk.
What? My talking. Wait, no, I'm just gonna talk normal. Is it really coming out weird? Oh, that's super cool.
Because it goes through the mixer board, so you get the same effects as I do.
Eating my banana. Oh, that's awesome.
I just turned it off. Wait, not for us? Did you guys not hear that? Wait, hold on.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I bet you I'm capturing. Oh, you know what? I bet you I'm capturing
audio.
Yeah, through Discord, so it didn't get the effect.
Not the mixer. That's too bad.
I'm gonna fix that for the next stream, like I say every time.
Wait, we did?
Oh, we did? We heard it?
We heard it?
Yes!
Oh, okay, good.
It was just delayed. Yes. You guys want to see me?
Foldable phones.
I'm gonna mukbang the hell out of this banana while you're looking up the foldable phones. The ones you're interested in is the Razer Flip, the Galaxy, whatever the fuck they call it, Flip.
So, according to Tom's Hardware, as of January 22, the foldable phones you can buy right now are the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip, the Motorola Razr, the Samsung Galaxy Fold.
Those are all the ones I know.
Royole Flex Pi.
Never heard of that one.
And the Huawei Mate X, China only.
Also, I haven't heard of it, but I guarantee it's ripped off from one of the prior four. if it's Huawei.
So, yeah.
Hey, Ruckus TV said sound settings. Would you be able to increase the bass knob by 3 decibels and use compression turned off halfway? Increase the high end knob by 2 dB. Yeah, I can do all those things.
Jeez, man, did he zoom in on your mixer and he's like, "Yo, just tweak these knobs for me, would you?"
I can do this. Watch. I can go. I can be really bassy. Do you guys like this when I'm super bassy?
Hey.
Yo, I can make you bassy too. I forgot. Hold on.
I'm very bassy.
You're a separate channel, so I just made you even bassier.
No, I'm more bassy. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So if you guys want to sit on your subwoofer, do it now. Get ready for some tech talk. Oh, and the effect. Hold on, we gotta do the effect too. Oh yeah. What do you guys think of tech talk? No, you gotta do it louder. Do it louder. Come on.
Hey, it's gonna be a 10-hour YouTube video.
Dude, you sound just like my back massager. All right, let me put our bass back at normal levels. Here, there we go. Hold on. There we go. Just to be a nice guy, I threw you a little bass. So you'll be a little bassier on stream than you hear yourself. Just because,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just putting that bass there. Or I can give you a lot of trouble, too. Like that.
Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants.
Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and boots and pants. Boots and pants and boots and boots and pants.
All right. So that was just a segue so that you could spend some time studying shit on these phones and see Mopar. Thank you for the $2.
Crazy.
And just to let you guys know, we always get demonetized now because we end up talking about like guns or some virus never to be said. So just thank you everybody for your super chats because they are literally what are keeping us alive. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks very much.
There is no AdSense.
Bet jokes. Why do companies make these ultra thin laptops and computers to the point that almost unusable due to thermal throttle and barely even time? Because people buy them. You can blame Apple for ultra thin laptops because
you know what I hate about it?
Air and people bought the shit out of it, and
I think that there should be truth in advertising, dude. I think that if you have a laptop that thermally throttles, like that should be a spec that they have to like advertise that this is how long at this temperature it can maintain its speed, and then this is the curve at which it'll drop. Like that should be like standard published at like. Pick a nominal temperature, like a normal temperature, average temperature for a given area, and be like, unless you're using this outside in, the North Pole, it's going to thermally throttle. Like, I think that because I get so many people that message me, and they're like, hey, do you know how I can, like, help with thermal throttle? My game starts chopping, like, 10 minutes in, playing it on my MacBook. And I'm like, yeah, that's, like, by design. They do that on purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, Kevlar Condom is in the house. Hello.
Ooh. He was lurking this whole time. Hey, what's up, Adam? How's it going, bro? We've been talking about your car and your mathematical capabilities. You would have been proud. Greg F. keeps wanting to know what you think about O&O's Shut Up 10.
And
Actually,
it's funny. It's it's funny you mentioned that. I need to reapply. I mean, it worked back in the day. I don't know how effective it is. I'm not too much of a concern. I mean, I think, Jerry, you would have a better opinion on this than I do. I honestly, I'm logged in on my Microsoft account right now, so who cares? Like, Microsoft can have my shit. They've had my shit since Windows 98. So I mean,
Let me double check. Let me double check, but I think O&O is the one that went to a paid product. Let me double check here. Okay, so free of charge for private users, companies, and educational institutions. No, okay, O&O is still decent. There's one of them that went commercial, like right after, this pissed me off so bad. Like a month after I made a video that made their product viral and they were an open source, like, you know, project. The second I made a video that, like, everybody started downloading their product, then they switched it to payware. So I forget which one it was. It was like, it wasn't Shut Up 10. It was a different one, but I think I put something in the video description on that video telling people to go download the other one because it does the same thing. There's like 5 or 10 different programs out there that all disable this stuff. But here's one thing I want to tell you guys is realize that these programs have to be retooled every single time Microsoft releases a major update, which is every 6 months, because they go through and figure out what these tools are doing, and they basically change everything just enough that the tools stop working, or they'll move services and stuff like that that used to be that you could disable. They'll move them into primary services that can't be disabled to hide them, like they did with Cortana. Like Cortana, you used to be able to just disable the Cortana service. Now they're like, oh, we integrated Cortana into the kernel for performance and resource reasons. It's like, no, fuck you didn't. You put it in the kernel so that nobody could shut the shit off. Like, they're like, be honest. Come on, Microsoft.
I like Spybot. I was using Spybot back when they still only had like 1,400 like flags or whatever. I can't recall their terminology.
Anti-beacon?
Spybot's
their malware tool.
Yes. It was called Spybot Search and Destroy back when I was using it.
Yeah, they're still good. So I think O&O still makes good stuff.
5 million freaking like identifiers now. It's pay now too.
Is it really?
Wow, Spybot. I see Anti-Beacon Plus is $10.
Okay, maybe that is the one I shit all over. Here, let me go double check because I don't want people downloading if it's the payware. Let's see here. Anti-spy. Let me find my old video. All right, prevent Windows 10 from spying on you. 2.7 million views. Okay.
It looks like Spybot's got a free version that you like. It's like pay what you want kind of thing.
Okay, so I did an update. I said don't use Spybot Anti-Beacon. I specifically said don't use Spybot Anti-Beacon, and I said use Shut Up 10. So Shut Up 10 is the one that you want to use. So O&O Shut Up 10, because I did a whole video on Spybot Anti-Beacon, and the fuckers went and made it payware when my video got like 2 million views. Because they're like, all these people are downloading it, so let's make some money. And I was like, oh, you fuckers. So I'm going to actually edit the video and move the update up above the video description so that nobody misses it. And I'm also going to make it the pinned comment because I don't want to send any more business to them because those are like, that's really unethical to create freeware like that. And then once people are using it, then just fucking put a price on it.
Yeah, man, it had been free forever.
Yeah. I'm not saying people shouldn't profit from their software, but it's like it needs to be for profit where from the start. You can't just like give everybody like some free open source thing in the community and under GPL and then just decide one day you're just going to fucking make everybody pay for it. Like that's not cool. That makes your system is in.
Let's see. Okay, folding phones. Folding phones. We get distracted.
We do. We chase some squirrels up in this bitch, but that's what we do. That's what makes this but it makes the show good, right?
So from what I'm, that's true. That's true. I think so.
Hell yeah.
But okay, so from what I'm seeing, the original Galaxy Fold opened like a book, right? From what I'm seeing now, a lot of them are now like flip phone status, where it's, you know,
like 3 tablet to regular phone, right?
Yeah, landscape or portrait, right?
Yeah.
And I kind of honestly, okay, so like the Galaxy Fold thing, I know they had kind of a bad start. I'm sure they've done better. Samsung's pretty. As a company, I like Samsung, and so I'm sure that after they just wanted to be first, right? And that was their mistake. They just wanted to be the first one through the gate that says, "Oh, we have a foldy phone first." And it.
They have some balls, though, man. Samsung has some balls to not only release a folding phone that completely fucking fails and, like, every unit is recalled, but, like, within months, they got a whole new design. Like, not even the same phone fixed. They already fixed the old phone, presumably, and re-released it. But now they released another one with the knowledge that they presumably made from the first mistake. And that's after the Galaxy, what was the Galaxy 8? Or no, the Note 8 was, like, catching fire or some shit. Or was it? No, the Note 7.
That was the Note 7. That was the 7.
Yeah, so the 7 caught fire. It was like the biggest recall in the history or something, like $8 billion lost by Samsung. Samsung has some balls. Samsung is like, boom, boom, like Samsung literally, you just hear brass. In the meeting, all you hear is brass slapping together. That's all you hear the whole meeting. I love Samsung.
Huh.
But can I talk a little bit of shit about them real quick?
Oh, sure.
So here's my one complaint though that I want to throw out there really quick is, and I get this from Jerry Rig Everything. Anybody watch that channel? Jerry Rig Everything.
I've heard of it.
So it's a fantastic channel, by the way.
I feel like I know that guy.
Yeah, I fucking love this guy. This guy's awesome. So he does a review of phones by just like, what the fuck are you pointing at me there, bro?
This is my Samsung phone while you talk shit about...
Oh, got it. Okay, so we're going to talk some shit about Samsung. By the way, all three of my screens are Samsung. I love Samsung. And literally, if I had an S20, I would probably not be using this. But here's my problem with Samsung and the folding phones, is their advertisement is starting to get very embellished. And here's what I don't like about it. The new phone, the new folding one, what is it called? The Z Flip or something?
Yeah, that's one of them.
So the Z Flip or Flip Z or whatever...
Yeah, Galaxy Z Flip.
So they're advertising it as folding glass. This is what pisses me off. Is Samsung is calling their new screen folding glass, and Jerry Rig Everything showed that it is the exact same material as the previous folding phone, which was advertised as plastic, and he was able to dent it with his fingernail and scratch it with his dullest pick permanently. And when he poked a hole through it, the air into it would destroy the OLEDs, and he could just run his finger around on it. So it is an incredibly fragile screen. And I have to agree with him in his video that is bullshit advertisement. Whatever they're doing to it to be able to legally call it like glass is total bullshit. It doesn't have any properties of glass at all, not even slightly. So don't get fooled by that shit. Kevlar said its glass is 30 micron. 30 microns isn't enough for it to register as glass because he couldn't even get it to fracture or crack. That's how thin it is.
That's tiny. That's like human hair status.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call bullshit on that, Kevlar. Even though hey, it may be true. Maybe there is 30 microns of glass, but it sure as fuck isn't giving it any glass characteristics. And in my opinion, you should not advertise something as glass, because what do you think of when you think of glass? You think of something hard and durable, right? Yeah, you think hard and durable. That's what I think. Like glass. It's glass. It's supposed to have the properties of glass. He literally took his thumbnail and just went like this across the screen. Just took his thumbnail and it was a permanent rut. And then he took and poked it with his little thing all the way through to the OLED screen, and there was no fractures and no shattering. So he said nothing about the screen felt any different than the previous screen. So I'm gonna call bullshit on that, and Samsung needs to just own up to it. It is not folding glass.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I do like the idea of the folding open that way.
I do too.
Then more so than I do the book to tablet mode. Like if they get it nailed, I would probably get one of those. I liked a flip phone that opened. I thought that was very cool.
And to be fair, even if it's a plastic screen, it doesn't matter as long as they advertise it as such, because here's the problem. Sure. If you advertise it as glass, people are going to think it has the scratch resistance of glass, right? They're going to set it down open on tables. If you just tell them it's soft plastic, they're going to make sure it's closed, and they're going to be ginger with it when they're in an area with like particulate and sand and stuff like that. It's going to scratch the screen out.
Yeah.
And the other thing is they did improve the hinge. He did the hinge test where he dumped a bunch of dirt and dust into it, and it did make some noise afterwards, but like compared to the previous generation, it was night and day. So they did fix the hinge.
I heard that about the Razor. People were saying it creaks, like opening it and closing it. It goes like a little bit. Which, whatever, okay, like, so?
It's not a quiet hinge on either phone, though. Even when they were... But I don't care, it's a hinge.
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I'm fine with it, too. Here's the thing, though, is as long as I know it's plastic, I would just keep the phone folded when it's not in use, right? It should be folded.
Yeah,
And as long as it's folded, you're not going to have crap getting on the screen. Just make sure the screen is clean before you slam it shut. Don't be like playing outside on the beach and getting sand all over the screen and shit, and then like closing it, because you will permanently damage the screen. It is that fragile. He took his number one pick, which shouldn't even scratch like acrylic, and it's permanently scratched it. So yeah, that I didn't like. They need to figure out how to make that folding screen way more durable. Now I get it. Like you can't take something that is hard and make it bend, right? The harder it is, the less flexy it's going to be, right? That's just like simple physics. I get that. But what they do need to figure out how to do is put some kind of a coating on it that is self-healing. Have you ever seen those plastics that are self-healing?
Yeah.
Like just put something like that on it, where it's like you scratch the shit out of it, heat it up, and it just magically, like, the scratches go away.
What and maybe this was something I'm just making up out of nowhere, but wasn't there some kind of like bulletproof? It's bulletproof glass, quote unquote, because it's not actually glass, but it was like it's like a heavily crystallized metal.
Or are you talking about the aluminum glass that they're using on the Tesla?
That might have been it.
Yeah. It's they take aluminum powder and they basically sinter it and polish it, and it's like optically clear glass, but it's really aluminum.
So could that thing? Yeah, you're right. Clear aluminum. So wouldn't could you do something similar? Like, or is it like crystallized so that it's very rigid?
Because I think that it does crystallize. That's what gives it its like its optically clear properties, are because everything's so mashed close together, right? As a powder, it's loose. We need Adam's help.
Yeah. Where's Kevlar?
Hey, Kevlar Condom, can you do the math for us? Like, how thick? Okay, so for glass to be bendable, it has to be what, 30 micron? You said is what they're using. How thin would transparent aluminum have to be to bend, to have the same bendy properties?
Which, and maybe I'm I'm off base here because I'm ignorant.
Yeah, it's called Alon. ALON. Sorry, I like to finger my mic stand. People are noticing that I finger my mic stand. It's just something I do. I'm a man. I like to put my fingers in holes. It's just how I am.
I was thinking too. Right, aluminum on its own is very soft, but and I was also it also
plastic,
maybe popped into my head. You know how they have like those like memory metals, right? Where they like when you heat them up or cool them off, one way or the other. I can't recall how it goes. They like reform their shape. I wonder if there's some
like nitinol, like the nitinol metal or whatever, where you can take like and bend it up and put it in hot water and it just goes right back to where it was.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of mix there that could happen where like it's not transparent until it's fully open. Bung! And then now you can see through it.
Oh, dude, you might be onto something kind of cool here.
Kind of bendy. I mean, maybe not glass, but something hard enough, or at least scratch.
You know what comes into my head when you're talking about this is the magnetic suspension on cars, where you basically have a viscous fluid that you can make damn near solid just by applying electricity to it. What if they made a phone where the particles like became rigid when they were when you charged them?
Yeah, like those they make those windows where like you flip a switch and it becomes opaque, and then you flip a switch and it's clear again. And maybe, I mean, I'm just a guy, so like maybe I'm wrong in the science of this, but like it'd be interesting.
Yeah, well, luckily for us, we have somebody who has like 2 PhDs in like mathematics and shit, like hanging out in chat, so he can like help us out with these realizations.
Probably knows about some of this stuff, just can't talk about it.
Well, he claimed that Tesla, the reason that they're Allen or whatever, they're aluminum glass basically. It's soft, so they basically laminate it with real glass. So that's how it gets its hard scratch-proof properties. But the core itself is the optically clear aluminum.
Okay.
Which I also read that NASA was thinking about putting new windows on the International Space Station that were also transparent aluminum, but they said that one of the biggest problems was scratching, because they have a problem with scratching, like micrometeorites and stuff scratch the hell out of the windows. So I wonder if they're thinking about doing a similar thing of just putting like Gorilla Glass on the outside of the transparent aluminum and calling it a day. Wait, Huawei's sapphire glass looks cool. Are they now? I know they use sapphire glass in some lenses, but wouldn't that make the phone like prohibitively expensive?
Yeah,
to have a whole sapphire screen, like, or is sapphire that easy to manufacture now? Because they're not using like natural sapphire; they're like making lab sapphire.
It'd
right?
have to be.
Dude, when are we gonna get diamond screens? Right?
Ha!
Sapphire is like what, one step under diamond for hardness or something? We need diamond screens.
Yeah, right.
Kevlar Condom, get on that, dude, because I know they can make lab-made diamonds, so why can't I have a diamond screen on my iPhone? I think that'd be cool as shit, dude. You couldn't scratch it. Like the only thing that could scratch your screen would be like other screens, other iPhone screens.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've seen an article like from 5 years ago talking about it. Sapphire. Yeah, all this news is from 2014.
Ooh, transparent tungsten. There you
sapphire
go. Glass.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So folding phones, cool idea. Like, we both agree it's a cool idea. It does decrease the footprint of the phone, so it makes it easier to put in your pocket with a longer, presumably bigger screen. The downside to it is limited number of folds in the hinge, but as long as that can outlive the life of the phone, who cares, right?
Right.
But the biggest problem right now is we're always worried about screen scratching, right? So we put screen protectors and stuff on our phones because even with hard glass, it's like you still can get scratches that'll bother you as the most OCD person. If you have a plastic screen, you're going to scratch that shit. There is nobody that's going to have one of those phones for more than 6 months without having visible scratches all over the front of that screen, no matter how they handle it. So I don't think that in the long run is going to make it like very feasible to a lot of people until they figure out how to solve that problem and do some kind of a self-healing plastic layer, which I still don't understand why they don't do that, because I've seen it before. I've seen that self-healing plastic. They use it on cars, that 3M shit that somebody can like key your car, and then like 8 hours later, it just magically is unkeyed. Like, why aren't they just putting that shit on the phone?
Right.
Maybe it doesn't bend. I don't know.
Just make it a 2-screen fold. Yeah.
Hey, Kevlar Condom, do you have any idea what I'm talking about? What's that material that 3M makes that you can like scratch and it like just magically like it just fills in all the little grooves? You can like key cars and stuff, and it just, or is it paint? Is it paint or?
This is an idea so I think I mentioned this on episode 1. We talked a little bit about foldy phones too. I like the idea of a roll up, or not necessarily foldable like in half, but like flexible, a flexible screen.
Okay.
Where like, you know, like I know I mentioned this before, like if I could wrap my phone around my wrist, would be freaking awesome.
There is a company that made a phone that's a watch that goes all the way around your wrist. I can't remember the name of the company.
Yeah, it's probably some Chinese company.
And I think those can have glass, right? Because it's just a little bit flexible. So you could have a thicker glass layer. Yeah, like it doesn't
have to go all the way in half. It could just bend, which I think would be really cool. And that might be where they're going. Flexible to put in your back. Hey, man, I put my phone in my back.
Mario said, have you seen Apple's patent for an all-glass phone? Dude, I'm not interested. Like, I'll be honest, it does feel good to have a glass back on a phone. Like, I like the way glass feels and the heaviness. But to be honest, like, I just want a metal. Like, metal is what I want the majority of my phone made out of, not glass.
It can't be all glass.
Well, I think he means the
Where's the circuit board's going to go? Where's the glass, man? Gonna go?
Dude, transparent aluminum. All the circuits are made out of transparent aluminum.
I mean, they might as well. I mean, the iPhone is practically all glass, and I mean practically in its like actual sense. It is practically all glass anyway. The front and back, it's 2 sheets of glass held together by an aluminum strip. Like,
and what do most people do when they buy one of these? They put it in a fucking plastic case. That's what everybody does. Like, my wife even put it in a plastic case.
So I don't know. All screen. I mean, I guess it seems.
No, I don't want a screen on the back. I think that's a dumb idea to have a screen on both sides. You know why? Because you're going to be sitting on the bus, like scrolling through your emails or whatever. And then on the other side of the screen, it's going to be popping up with like naked pictures of your wife and shit. Like, and you're just going to be like, oh, because the message is on the back of the phone. You're like, oh, I don't see it. And you wonder why people are looking at you funny on the bus. Like, I don't know.
Well, it depends on what you've got on the back of the screen.
There could be some interest, but you don't know. You buy a brand new phone, you don't know. Notifications might be enabled for SMS on the back of the screen. You don't know. First thing I do when I get this shit is disable SMS messages, because my drunk friends send me all kinds of shit I don't want people seeing.
The back. Yeah.
So foldy phones, we both agree, are a cool concept, but not quite there screen-wise?
I think their current implementation is kind of meh. I'm all for it. I'm hyped to see where it goes in the next years and stuff. I probably won't ever own one. But I think it's cool. I think some people will super dig it. And I kind of like the idea of like maybe in a bigger format. Like if I could fold this is an iPad mini. If I could fold this in half and toss it in my bag.
Man, we were both Butterfingers today. Cool. Holy shit.
That's what I get for having Gorilla Glass on the front of this iPad.
Actually, you know what would be really cool? On a laptop. Imagine having a laptop.
LG has a folding laptop.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
Oh, no, I've seen the ones where it like folds out and it's like a third screen. But imagine if it was just one whole screen. Oh, really?
Think like a tablet, No. Yeah,
I want to see this.
Foldable laptop.
LG
Not the
folding-
screen one, but the thing actually they were showcasing it at something.
It was one continuous screen though?
Yes. Yeah, no keyboard. It's all
see,
one big screen.
That's where I wouldn't mind, because even if it's plastic, who cares? Because you're not touching it, right? It's a laptop
What do
screen.
they
Like, you don't
call it?
need to touch your laptop screen. Anybody in chat know what it's called?
It's just
The whole thing is
I'm just
literally
seeing
a
it called
screen.
folding PC.
Oh, so the bottom is like the keyboard, like it's a screen keyboard?
Right.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. This was at CES. No, I know. I've seen this. I don't know what it's called though,
Here we
but I
go.
did see it.
I don't think they put a name on it.
No, I think I found
it's
it.
going to
right
be
here.
it's Lenovo. Lenovo.
Yep, Lenovo ThinkPad X1, right?
Yeah, it's a part of that family. Yeah.
Oh,
And
dude,
then, yeah,
this
it's a
is cool.
it's one whole screen. Now that kind of thing,
I like your
very
chat.
interesting to me. Very interesting to me. More so than the phones.
No, I agree. I agree, because that gives you a lot more usable real estate and something that you can fold up and like put in your bag easier.
Yeah, and then have like a screen on the outside as well, because like, oh, maybe I'm cramped on the bus and
Yep.
like I need a small thing, but then boom, I can fold it out and now it's like a newspaper.
Or what if you hinged it in such a way that you could just like fold it backwards? So like
Yeah, that'd
fold
be
it
neat,
backwards, it goes around the outside, folded, closed the screen, you can't see it at all.
Right? Yeah,
Dude,
that'd
be neat.
that is way cooler to me than the phones. I think laptops and tablets, it makes more sense in a bigger form factor to me. But I kind of get why they're starting small, but I think it would be so much easier to start bigger and then perfect it and then shrink it.
Yeah, starting from the macro seems to be like, it's going to be the cheaper way to do it, right? Because you're not going to have all these tiny little microscopic components and worried about heat as much and stuff like that. The other thing is you're not going to have people putting like as many, dirty dick beaters all over the screen, because phones, everybody's going to be rubbing their fingers all over it and stuff. Something like this isn't going to get that much action because you might use a keyboard or a mouse with it. You know what I think would be cool though? Is if you had a conventional laptop design, like a clamshell laptop, and what you do is you fold up the top of the laptop and there's two layers folded into it, and you pull them open and you basically get a giant curved screen that is one continuous screen that's 3 times the width of the laptop.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool. And I like that idea too of like what was that? I think LG with that roll up television.
LG is killing it with the screens, man. They are killing it.
That
with
would be
screens.
cool. That'd be cool because like I think the whole curved display thing's a little like whatever.
Yeah.
Or it would be neat to do both, like flat when I want it, and then curve at the edges for when I want it. I think it would be really neat.
Yeah, check chat. Have you seen this screen before? This was at CES. This is one of their curved screens that I think they're planning on using in cars. Isn't that cool?
That's what I'm
Sorry,
talking
scratching
about.
my balls.
That is cool as hell. That is cool.
Oh, there we go. Sorry,
I'm down. I'm down. That is neat.
How neat would that be? Or the other I saw that they had a fridge. Did anybody see the fridge that they had there, where the whole front, it looks like it's metal, and then it just turns to a screen and you can see everything inside the fridge? But it's cameras. It looks like you're looking through the door, but you're not. You're actually looking at a giant screen. And it's got shit overlaid on it, like stats and how cold it is and like what you need to buy. I was like, dude, how cool would it be to have that as your front door on your house, where you walk up to the front door and you push a button and the whole door just looks like it turns transparent, but you still have the security of a door. Yeah. Oh, dude, that would be killer, man. So many good uses for this. I'm sure LG's like listening and just writing this shit down right now.
Kevlar says, really quick, rolling with the screen on the outside is easy. Folding inward is hard. Okay, bye.
Oh, that's true, because you have the pinch point.
Right.
Because when you fold something together, you have a pinch point where if you fold it around the outside, it's a much longer...
The curve is better. Yeah.
So I can solve the phone's problem. Just put the screen on the outside of the phone. Just always have the screen on the outside. And then when you unfold it, the screen's on the outside.
Don't they have something like that?
They should. If they don't, they better.
I think somebody has an implementation for that.
Take it easy, Adam. Thanks for sending us down the squirrel hole.
But yeah, I like the idea of foldy laptop, foldy tablets better than foldy phones.
I'm with you on that one. I'm actually with you on that one, because here's the thing. This doesn't bother me to carry around. They already make smaller versions, so if you're not a big fat guy with a giant pocket, you can get the small version of the phone, right? Everybody makes like a little 5-inch and a 6-inch, and some make like a 7-inch. ladies. So you can already get the phone you want. They're already incredibly durable, right? They've already gone through all the testing. There's no hinges. It's like a solid brick. There are no moving parts at all. The problem that I have with the folding phones is your phone sees everything. It gets dropped. It gets banged into shit. You sit down and like bang your pocket into stuff. Phones see a lot of abuse, and every spot where there's a moving part on that phone, just like I don't even like the phones that have the camera that pops out. Have you seen those new phones like Huawei makes where the camera comes out with the accelerometer?
Like, yep.
Dude, I'd bust that shit off in a week. In a week, just doing stupid shit. I'd go to put it on my desk and it'd catch on the edge of my keyboard and just rip the fucking thing off. Like it'd be done.
Or the thing, that's just a recipe for disaster.
Hey, Donkey Lover just gave us $2 and said, "How do you feel about donkeys?" I mean, they're all right. I like donkeys.
Sure, yeah, donkeys are cool.
I mean, there's sometimes they're asses.
Hey, I was honestly trying to think of a way to say that. Something about an ass, like.
I knew I was in a race against you to get there, buddy. I knew it. Wow, Valve man, thank you for the $9.99 just to say thank you. That's damn nice.
Keep it under 10 so that we didn't have to report it to the IRS.
Is that how it works? Yeah, one penny under 10, we don't report it to the IRS. YouTube doesn't report this to the IRS, do they? Hey, Houston, you actually made my life complicated. You want to know how you made my life complicated? I finally had to hire a bookkeeper to figure out how to pay you.
Sweet, fanciful Moses. I'm sorry for that.
Did you hear me? I said you complicated my life, Houston.
I'm sorry. Taxes.
I finally had to hire a bookkeeper just to pay you.
Oh, man.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Because I don't know how to do the 1099 MISC thing, so I had to hire somebody who did.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry.
Dude, it's something I've needed to do for so long, though.
I'm an official independent contractor of Barnacules Nerdgasm, LLC.
Pretty much. Yep. Independent contractor. I gotta pay you with those old 1099 MISC some bitches.
Oh, great. That's more paperwork for me to do taxes at the end of the year, too.
It is, too.
I already get one of those. I get one of those from Twitch. I get one of those from my fucking stocks. I get
Twitch. No, YouTube. You get one from YouTube, too. Right? Or not YouTube. Sorry. PayPal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably from PayPal too. Yeah.
So I think, from PayPal, I think you only get one if you're over like $12,000 or something. I don't know what the rules are on it, but I get one from PayPal. I get one from Twitch. I get one from YouTube. I get one from, where else? Oh yeah, any affiliates like the Amazon affiliates and all that shit's also.
Yeah, mine's blank, but I get from Amazon.
You get one just to remind you didn't make anything.
Yeah, I think so. Because I have what is it? If you click on the button under my Twitch stream, you can buy my computer parts or something. Yeah. Yeah,
the affiliate. Yep. No, that you know what? It's hard. The one thing I don't like about being my own boss versus like having a day job is having a day job. It's like you always know almost to the cent how much money is going to be in your account every week after taxes. Your labor and industry benefits are paid, Social Security's paid, all that stuff. And it's like when you're self-employed, I couldn't tell you how much money I have like at any given time. I don't know. I can only tell you the year. At the end of the year is the only time I really know, because even if I track everything perfectly, I don't understand the full tax code. I don't understand like the different rates at which things change. I don't have enough knowledge. So I just survive. And then at the end of the year, I figure out if I did a good job or a bad job.
It's crazy.
So I'm happy that we're finally going to start working with like a bookkeeper so that, I might have some semblance of a paycheck instead of this like random world I live in where it's incredibly random. That'll be nice. That'll be nice.
That will. Yeah.
Was that our final subject of the day, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
Was that the wrap up? Do we want to take some questions from the audience?
Let's say for the next, we'll wrap up at 4:30. So for the next 15 minutes or so, we'll just go AMA.
Perfect. So AMA, man, throw your questions. Make sure you tag us though, because it's easier to see in chat when you actually tag us by name. Terminator said sup, same old. James Janis said AuxxZillary. Always got a question for you. He said, AuxxZillary, what is your stance on edgy gamer trends? That's going where companies put RGB on everything and make PCs look like UFOs. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a personal design choice. You don't have to buy it.
It is true.
Plenty, there's plenty of companies that don't. And if you're talking more like boutique PC manufacturers like Main Gear or CyberPower or blah 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 blah, they're catering to the market. That's people are asking for that, and so they respond.
They wouldn't do it if there wasn't a market. That's plain and simple. That's bad business. So
even with those companies who do that kind of a thing, like who market heavily on those things, they do offer options that are not crazy flashy and candy coated like that. So that's fine. Dude,
I enjoy flashy things personally. Like, even though I might not be like fully RGB'd out, I got a little bit, right? I got a little bling, sure. but I like seeing it. Like when I go to LAN parties and I see that one obelisk of a PC that stands above everybody else because shining out laser beams. Yeah, I want to go see it.
I feel like, and I've said this on in my own channel a few times. It's very, very, very similar to car mods, right?
Very.
You can go down to Shucks or O'Reilly or whatever and buy a bunch of weird stick-on shit and spinning hubcaps and weird, cold cathode tubes to put under your car, and it's going to look really bad and cheesy. Or you can do, which people do. Which, hey man, you know what? I think it looks weird and ugly and cheeseball, but you know what? If you like it, good for you, man. Absolutely. I don't. That ain't for me. That's weird.
Well said.
But now, like, I loved the cars that were in the original Fast and the Furious.
Hell yes.
Holy cow, those were fucking cool. The crazy paint jobs, the underglow, those were done very, very well. And I love going to car shows where they've got cool stuff like that.
Yep.
Whether it's just a candy red, Chevy Bel Air that's just mint beautiful. That's not crazy. That's not too bad, but it's chrome and bright red and it's gorgeous. And then you got the guy who's like the rat rod next to it, where like he clear coated the rust on his car, and that looks pretty freaking cool too.
I like that a lot, actually.
It's really how it's executed. Like, it can be done really bad, it can be done really good.
No, that's actually a really good point, because there are people that even do the cheap thing really well. Because they hide all the lines and everything. It's like, that air duct doesn't go anywhere. You ain't fooling anybody. But the way you integrate it into the car and the color scheme, it just makes it look badass. So, but if you're just sticking like the primered piece with the chrome on it on there, and it's like, it's clear that is not a real scoop, and you didn't even cut a hole under it, then I look at that and I'm like, not for me. But you know what? It makes you feel good. Keep doing it. Yeah. And I used to be that guy, by the way. I actually did have a Ford Ranger that had a fake hood scoop, 2 fake side scoops. Basically, I probably lost like a mile per gallon with all the add-ons. I even put a wing on the back of it on the tailgate. Dude, that's awesome. I was one of those guys that go to AutoZone, and I'd have like, I'd get payday, and I had like an extra $40, and they'd have the bargain bin with like a giant fucking aluminum wing in it for like $20, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna go put that on my car. It'll be gone in a week, but I'm gonna put it on there.
Fun, right? Like, who cares that it was ridiculous and stuff? It's just fun.
Absolutely right. Rhinosaur said, just do like rich people do and don't pay taxes. Unfortunately, you have to be rich to not pay taxes. Right. I'm not rich enough. I'm sitting at that point where I still pay as much taxes as like middle class and lower middle class, but I need to work harder so that I pay less taxes. You're right. You are absolutely right. Hey, we got some SSGs. We got sex, actually. We got sex from Andreas SSG. Andreas gave us 50 sexes, and he says, love your content best of all. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sure he meant you too, cool. Houston.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm a little.
Dude, I've never gotten 50 sexes at once. That's a lot of sex, man.
That's. Oh, those are Swedish kroners.
Mario Madness said, does Puget still sell the oil rig PC? No, they do not.
Never. Well, we sold like a kit, or they sold like a kit, but not for very long. There is another company that is basically got the same design that Puget did, and they sell at retail.
It's cool, but I wouldn't recommend it personally, like, because it's just so much work to clean and upgrade it and shit. It's just, oh my god. We had one. We built one when I was at Mother's Board Computers, and people loved to come in and see like the we did it in the fish tank. They loved to see it, but it was like, God, every time it broke down, we were just like, fuck, who's got to clean that piece of shit? Oh my god.
The coolest thing, the one that Puget had in their lobby ran basically nonstop for like 3 years straight. Never had a problem.
That's actually pretty damn insane.
Yeah, like the whole time that from when I first started to when when Puget sent it to Linus, we never had a problem. So
dude, that's epic. That's absolutely. I love the idea of it. What I don't like is for the same reason that liquid cooling, even to a worse effect, is anytime you got to change a graphics card, anytime you got to change a broken component, you have to pull it out and flush it with alcohol, let it dry, flush it with alcohol again, let it dry, install the new components, test them on a bench and make sure it works, dump it back in there, fill it back up with the solution, with the oil again, and then just hope that it's all going to work and you don't have to repeat it. It's not worth it.
Get an AIO.
There you go. You know what you do? Just get yourself like a thin acrylic tank and just put it as your side on your PC and fill it with like a bubbler and some oil, and it'll make it look. You'll get that same effect, and you can still upgrade your shit. There you go. Solved your problem.
Actually, that's a pretty clever idea. Actually,
dude, you need to make that. You got access to a laser cutter and acrylic. You could totally do that. Make a full side case for a fractal design case.
Just a half inch, like in the window, like
just enough for a bubbler and some oil. And just put like a little fish tank bubbler on it. Just
with those like little fake fish.
Oh my god! Yeah, the neutrally buoyant ones that just kind of like sit in the middle. Oh, dude, that would be a great video, man.
That'd be fun.
We got to talk to John, see if we can get some time on that machine.
Recommended computer to drive 2 Samsung 75-inch TVs running 5+ MS programs. What's that, like Word, Excel? Like how many MS programs are there? And multiple Google windows at the same time for training.
386 DX40 at least.
Well, unfortunately, I'd have to say that's not enough information to really make a decent recommendation. There's not enough. Don't know what Google, like you say, like Chrome windows, I imagine, but like what kind of what MS programs? Because to drive the televisions just as displays, you could get away with a GT 710. Like that'll output to that size, no problem. But like, what else?
Yeah, if you're not gaming, you can get away with like a lot less. Gaming is really where the cost of PC goes really high, is gaming and video production. If you're just like editing photos for the most part, and you're just sending emails and like using your computer for general productivity, it's like you could hook up 5 or 6 big screen TVs and not have any problem whatsoever with a low-end graphics card.
But now if you need like perfect color replication, like 10-bit color replication,
then you're not using TVs.
Well, yeah. Hey, you do. So no.
But I don't even pretend. I'm like maybe within 20% of like Adobe RGB, and I'm happy with that.
But then you start looking at like quadros and stuff. But even then, you could get away with a very mild quadro for very high end color reproduction. But yeah, based off what you've said, you don't need much. A NUC probably.
Nope. And the truth is, hell, you could probably even do that with like you could probably get away with just integrated video too, and just add USB 3 to HDMI cable for your other screen and be done with it. Like it'd be fine. It'd be fine. Let's see. We got Andreas SSG just gave us 50 more sex.
Woo!
So he has now sexed us a total of 100 times within 10 minutes. That is the most I've ever been sexed. He said, will you do an upgraded tour of the man cave? I will tell you what, Mr. Andreas, I would love to do an upgraded tour of the man cave, but right now it is literally a Hoarders Buried Alive episode, and it has been for like the last 2 years. And once I get into the mental state where I can put this place back to exactly where it used to be in its infinite glory, you bet your ass I'm going to be doing a walkthrough of this thing, and it's going to be from a place of pride. But anything less than that, I've tried to do it a couple of times thinking, oh, people will love it anyways, but I have to love it before I share it with anybody else. Like, I have to be happy with it, and it's nowhere near where I'm happy with it. And I know that sounds weird from your perspective, seeing all this cool shit laying around and everything, but my OCD is not happy unless everything is perfectly in its place and everything's right where I have it and everything's really clean and everything like that. Otherwise, to me, it's frustrating, and I just try to ignore it as much as humanly possible. Demu sent 10 said Barnacules minimum recommend. Oh wait, here that was the one you read, right? 75-inch TVs. Yeah. By the way, kudos for having a couple 75-inch TVs. I'd like that'd be awesome.
Stephen Webb says, "Why do graphics cards always have the power inputs on the top? Wouldn't it be better on the back end of the cards?"
I think the reason that they used to, I know AMD back in the day when they were ATI used to have the inputs on the back of the cards, and it was a cleaner look. But I think the problem is the cards are getting so damn long, and they're putting them in such compact PCs now. The only place to really put them is on the sides. Like, if you think about it, it's like they got a lot of cases. Like, this is a big case, right? But like gamers are now building in custom cases that are a lot shorter because nobody makes super full length cards, and then you just don't got a lot of room when you make that card as big as humanly possible. So they have to really put them on the sides. I have seen cards though where they did where they did do them on the back, and they made like L-shaped adapters that pulled them in super tight. But even those didn't. I don't recall those ever selling really well. So
I have a somewhat unique perspective on this because I deal with different kinds of graphics cards, and so generally your consumer cards will have it on the what I call the long end, right? Like you can see Jerry's graphics cards. I can at least see the power plugs. They're on the long side. Yep. What I guess you're referring to as the top. Quadros have them on the short end, the back, that butt end. And I think that has to do with their assumed use case. As Jerry will remember, when we put together the 8 GPU mining thing, we had a bit of a problem with those graphics cards having the power plugs on that top side.
Yep, you guys had to get
had to get a special lid for it to make because the server manufacturer, the guys who make that case, assumed that any graphics cards you were putting in there were either A, not going to require extra power, or B, would be a workstation class card where it would be on that short end. And so they do make them. I know that certain graphics card manufacturers do make certain models of consumer grade cards that they're on the back end. It's just not very common.
That's actually a really good point. And plus the professional cards, I don't know if that really applies today, but I know the Quadro cards used to be quite a bit shorter than the consumer cards. So just because the way that they dissipated heat and the higher quality of the chips, because they were cherry picked chips. A lot of people don't realize, like the Quadro cards and stuff like that, they're basically cherry picking the chips just like they do binning with CPUs, right? So they're going to produce less heat, they're going to be more efficient, so they don't have to have as much crazy cooling on them. Which is perfect if you're putting it in like a rack mount system and you're flushing shitloads of positive airflow through it. That's another thing about server design, right? Is it's not about having good airflow. Like with a system like this, sorry, not airflow. The airflow through this case is relatively easy because there's so much room, right? The cables can be all over the place and it doesn't affect airflow that much. Like the airflow will find its way through. The problem is server cases are so dense packed, there isn't a gnat's pubic hair width between the graphics cards. So what they have to do to get the air to blow through there is positive pressure. And that's why they're using those crazy fans with crazy blade pitches. They're forcing the air through. Like they don't care if there's not a gap for the air. And that's why those things howl and sound like a damn leaf blower. They're like, everything is so dense packed in that system, they just force the air through it. That's how they solve it. With these, you don't have to do that. These, you can have nice, quiet fans. You don't have to have a massive amount of positive airflow in the case. As a matter of fact, you can run them in a negative airflow configuration too. If you want them full of dust, you technically can. But yeah, with the servers and stuff like that, it doesn't really matter. And I think with this airflow, a lot of these graphics cards, they'll also pull air from the back to get cold air from the front of the case. That's not the case with the ones that I have in here, though, because these ones just circulate the internal air. But you know how some of the graphics cards pull from the inside of the case and blow to the outside?
Yeah. Well, so, like your Titans there would.
Yeah, like, exactly. Yeah, these ones suck in from the back. So
yeah, those are what are called blower styles.
Blower style. Just gets more air out of the case and gets more airflow through the case, too. So it's like the GPUs end up helping you out. Like they'll pull heat from other components, which is awesome. Yeah. But they're also loud as hell compared to the ones that are on the inside, which are much quieter.
We'll do this one last question that I'm tagged in. Is a GTX 1050 Ti superclocked good for a 25.5-inch TV when you game on it at 4K quality? I would say I'd be very surprised if you were playing at 4K with a 1050 Ti.
Yeah, does now I'm not super versed on the graphics card, so you're gonna have to help me out here. But I know Nvidia for a long time was doing some weird shit where like the next generation card, but in the 50s and the 60s, they were using like the previous generation chipset of the flagship card from before it. Are they still doing that shit? Maybe. Like I remember like back in the 980, there was like the 950 or something, the non TI like 950 or 960, but it was like the chipset from the generation before it.
Yeah, it got kind of weird this last time because like now they have like the 1600 like the 1650 and 1660s. Yeah. I'm not sure how that played in the 10 series cards.
Their numbering thing confuses the shit out of me. Like that's one thing. Like you'll find out like looking at Nvidia cards that like a 980 Ti will be faster than like a 1050 something. Like not necessarily those two cards, but there was times where you'd think that the newer generation card at the bottom end would be faster than like the medium card from the previous generation, and it really wasn't. Like their number configuration was very confusing as to the performance. So make sure you go look at the performance chart for whatever given application you're looking at. There's tons of benchmarks out there of GPU versus GPU from every generation.
So hold on, you're playing. So I think this guy's playing in 4K resolution, but you must have your textures turned way down low, because there's no way you're playing it high on 4K at a 4K resolution. I think on a 1050 Ti.
So I have a 980 Ti.
Maybe.
I have a 980 Ti in a computer that I actually ran 4K, and I did play some older games at 4K on it, but nothing modern.
Like I could see CS:GO, because that's not going to have a lot of graphical oomph, but also a 980 Ti was like the flagship card of that generation.
That is true. But like I have two of them in this
card of the generation. Yeah.
So I have two 980 Ti's in this, and I ran like the Heaven benchmark on there, and I looked at like the frame rate and the final score, and it's like the two 2080 Supers in this are like the equivalent, like are like 20 times faster or something than two 980 Ti's, and it's only two generations from the flagship card. And I don't know if that's just because DirectX 12 wasn't supported on the 980s, so of course I had to use like DX11 or whatever. But there's lots of different comparisons. But I was like, God, is the gap really that big in a benchmark? Like, holy shit! And these aren't even Ti's; these are Supers. Two of those equal like one Ti.
Right. I mean, so Nate, if you've already got one and it works, then it's good. And from what some folk are saying, it's possible, but 4K 60 FPS using a 1050 Ti, I would be very surprised. In what game? Like the 1050 Ti is like a 4 gigabyte VRAM card. It doesn't even take supplemental power.
Oh, really? Let's see.
It's the lowest end. It's the lowest end card of the 10 series.
I just want to see what a 1080 50 Ti versus a 980 Ti is.
It might work, but I would be surprised if it was a quality experience. It's with CS:GO though. CS:GO is a bit of an interesting, because it's old. They're not rocking like hardcore textures and stuff in CS:GO. So you could probably do it in CS:GO. You could probably do it just fine. I would still, though, if you haven't purchased one, I would suggest looking at the 1660s, either the Ti or not.
Okay, just to give you an idea here, I'm looking at user benchmarks, where they have all the aggregated data.
Oh, sure. So
a GTX 980 Ti versus a GTX 1050 Ti. I can't even believe this. I can't believe these numbers. The 980 Ti is 149% faster.
Yeah.
The 980 Ti completely just fucking walks the 1050 Ti. I would not have expected that.
I mean, so
in I'm every on area.
And the 1060, which I think would be just basically one step up from the 1050 Ti, the 1060 will get you a better experience in every single category.
Dude, even in the so the nice to have section of the benchmarks.
But if you've already got it and it works, continue. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, there's not a single thing that a 1050 Ti beats a 980. That blows my mind, because the 980 Ti you can buy like used for like $60 or $80. Like, they're worth nothing.
What? 980 Ti? Really?
Yeah, I don't think they're worth shit. Like, if they are, I'm selling these two. Let's go check out.
I'll bet you can still get a couple $100 for a 980 Ti.
You serious? Shit, I thought they were throwaways. Let me go to eBay. I want to see what they're going for right now, and then we'll wrap her up. Hey, you shut up. Shut up, Siri. I wasn't talking to you. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I want to see what a 980 Ti sells for on the eBays. Holy shit, you're right. Over $100. I'll be damned. Well, here, let me do finished. Where's finished auctions?
Yeah. Sold items. I'm seeing 167.50, 175, 175, 185, 265, 180, 160.
That blows my mind. They're old, dude.
And you've got probably the Strix ones, right?
I think they are. Yeah, they're the Strix.
The Strix 980 Ti's?
Yep.
Because that would have been from Puget, so.
That blows my mind, dude. Like, I did not think
maybe
they would take value.
Maybe $180, $175. I'm seeing.
Well, what does a 1050 cost?
Maybe
I guess a
200 bucks.
1050 new goes for like 155. So okay, now I guess so a used 980 Ti costs about the same as a 1050 brand new. So that sounds about right for what you're getting.
Better off with the 980 Ti.
You're better off with the 980 actually. But
used, like, and I'm talking hard used. Like, I bet you could find some dude who mined the shit out of stuff with that 980 Ti and it'd still be better than the 1050 Ti.
Dude, you know what's blowing my mind looking at these numbers though is like so the 980 Ti they list the games, the top games, right? Yep. CS:GO 63% better frame rate with the 980 Ti. So you get 196 frames per second versus 120 at 1080. Okay, but check this out. For The Witcher 3, I've never played The Witcher 3, so I don't know anything about it. 110% better frame rate at 82 frames per second. Max is 39 on the 1050. Holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, I cannot believe that. But that makes sense because the 1050 is not a powered card, right? It's a bus powered card.
Yeah.
So that's what you'd expect. It's a small little package.
If like I said, if it works, go for it, man.
Yeah.
But if you have other options, there are better options.
They need to take the TI off of that thing. Stop putting TI on cards that are like slower than the last generation. Come on, seriously? You're just confusing people, NVIDIA. Some bitches?
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. It is 4:37 p.m. I hope you enjoyed episode 3 of TechTalk 2.0. We only have one episode left to go before that rando who left that mean troll comment has to eat his hat with ketchup. I'm really excited about that. Did you have fun today, Houston?
I did. This was great.
I had fun too. Hey, hang on the line just a second. We're gonna go ahead and end the stream right now. I'm gonna talk to you just for a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and wrap her up. And then are you streaming tonight?
I think I'm gonna have dinner with my lady.
Gonna have dinner with your lady?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be a bad husband and just like hang out with my family for like an hour, and then I'll be right back on Twitch streaming again. So I'll see you guys for evening coffee after that, and we'll catch you same bad time, same bad place, noon next Saturday here for episode 4. It's gonna be awesome. We'll try to talk about less heavy shit.
Yeah,
we're gonna keep it tech.
And please contact either of us if there's a topic you would like us to talk about, because we've kind of been throwing this together like last minute. So if there's something interesting that comes up in the news that's tech related, please do let us know. Tag us on Twitter or whatever. I'm always looking at my Twitter. So
same here.
Go ahead and tag me on, hey, look at this. I may not respond to you directly. If it's cool enough, I might just save it for the next Saturday. But by all means, please help us crowdsource our news topics.
Yeah, and if any of you guys have indexes, please provide them to me. You can tweet them to me. You can email them to me. However you want to get them to me. Give me those indexes, and I'll make sure they get into the video description.
That's the Valve VR thing, right?
What is?
The index?
No, but I was talking about video index. God damn, son of a bitch. We're just going to end it there. Fuck this.
The timestamps.
This is terrible. This is terrible. See you next week. I'm ending it right there.